HarperCollins presents Graveyard to Hell by Jack Higgins. Read by Guy Mott. Book 1. The Graveyard Shift by Jack Higgins. As always, for Amy. When the times change, all men change with them. So many of both the friends and critics of the police talk as if police constables were not men. Witness Royal Commission on Police Powers. To the ordinary soldier, the battle is his own small part of the front. General Grant. Police Department Serving Officers Record Card. Central Index 30/3B/112. Form number 272. File number 372/1/6. Name: Miller, Nicholas Charles. Number 982. Address: 4 Winds, Fairview Avenue. Date of birth: 27th July 1939. Age on joining department: 21. Occupation on joining department: student. Education: foundation scholar at Archbishop Holden's Grammar School. Open exhibition to London University, 1956. London School of Economics. Educational attainment: Bachelor of Law with second-class honours, University of London, 1959. Service record: Joined Department 1-2-60. Passed out District Training Centre 1-5-60. Certified as passing probationary year satisfactorily 1-2-61. Appointed to Central Division 3-3-61. Appointed Detective Constable and transferred to E Division on 2-1-63. Brackets C File National Bank Limited 21-12-62. Close brackets. Need to sit promotion exam waived by Watch Committee and put forward for place at Bramshill 2-12-63. Brackets C File Dale Emmett Limited 3-10-63. Close brackets. Completed special course Bramshill with distinction and promoted substantive detective sergeant, Central Division, effective 1-1-65. Commendations: 1-8-60, see file 2/B/321/Jones R. 5-3-61, see file 2/C/143/Rogers RT. 4-10-61, see file 8/D/129/Messrs Longley Limited. 5-6-62, see file 9/E/725/Ali Hamid. 21-12-62, see file 11/D/832/National Bank Limited. 3-10-63, see file 13/C/172/Dale Emmett Limited. Confidential assessment: a highly intelligent officer with a genuine capacity for police work who possesses potential leadership qualities of a high order. Greatest fault: a tendency to work on his own. Tends to unorthodoxy in methods. It should be noted that this officer is a judo brown belt and an exponent of the art of karate, a Japanese mode of self-defense by which it is possible to kill an opponent with the bare hands. The undesirability of using such methods in the execution of his duty has been pointed out to this officer. 1. Fog drifted up the Thames, pushed by an early morning wind, yellow and menacing, wrapping the city in its yellow shroud. And when the duty officer at Wandsworth opened the Judas Gate and motioned the half-dozen waiting men through, they stepped into an alien world. Ben Garvold was last in line, a big, dangerous-looking man, massive shoulders swelling under the cheap raincoat. He hesitated, pulling up his collar, and the duty officer gave him a quick push. "Don't want to leave us, eh?" Garvold turned and looked at him calmly. "What do you think, you pig?" The officer took an involuntary step back and flushed. "I think you always did have too much bloody lip, Garvold. Now get moving." Garvold stepped outside and the gate clicked into place with a finality that was strangely comforting. He started to walk down towards the main road, passing a line of parked cars, and the man behind the wheel of the old blue van on the end turned to his companion and nodded. Garvold paused on the corner, watching the early morning traffic move in a slow line through the fog, judged his moment, and crossed quickly to the small cafe on the other side. Two of the others were there before him, standing at the counter while a washed-out blonde with sleep in her eyes stood at the urn and made fresh tea in a metal pot. Garvold sat on the stool and waited, looking out through the window. After a while, the blue van cut across the line of traffic through the fog and pulled in at the curb. Two men got out and entered the cafe. One of them was small and badly in need of a shave. The other was at least 6 feet tall with a hard, raw-boned face and big hands. He leaned against the counter and when the girl turned to Garvold from serving the others, cut in a soft Irish voice. "2 teas, my dear." He challenged Garvold to say something, a slight, mocking smile on his mouth, arrogantly sure of himself. The big man refused to be drawn and looked into the fog again as rain spattered against the window. The Irishman paid for his teas and joined his companion at a corner table, and the small man glanced furtively across at Garvold. "What do you think, Terry?" "Maybe he was hot stuff about 1,000 years ago, but they've squeezed him dry in there," the Irishman grinned. "This is going to be the softest touch we've had in a long, long time." The girl behind the counter yawned as she filled a cup for Garvold, and watched him out of the corner of her eye. She was used to men like him. Almost every morning someone crossed the road from the place opposite, and they all had the same look. But there was something different about this one. Something she couldn't quite put her finger on. She pushed the cup of tea across and brushed the long hair back from her face. "Anything else?" "What have you got?" His eyes were as grey as wood smoke on an autumn day, and there was a strength there, a restless, animal force that was almost physical, and she was aware of her body reacting to it. "At this time in the morning? You're all the same, you men." "What do you expect? It's been a long time." He pushed a coin across the counter. "Give me a packet of fags, not tipped. I want to taste them." He lit a cigarette and offered the girl one, the two men in the corner watching him in the mirror. Garvold ignored them and gave her a light. "Been up there long, then?" she said, blowing out smoke expertly. "Long enough." He looked out of the window. "I expect I'll find a few changes." "Everything's changed these days," she agreed. Garvold grinned, and when he reached out, running his fingers through her hair, she was suddenly breathless. "Some things stay the same." And then she was afraid, and her mouth turned dry, and she seemed utterly helpless, caught in some inexorable current. He leaned across the counter quickly and kissed her full on the mouth. "See you sometime." He slid off the stool and, with incredible speed for such a big man, was out through the door and moving away. The two men in the corner went after him fast, but when they reached the pavement, he had already disappeared into the fog. The Irishman ran forward, and a moment later caught sight of Garvold walking briskly along. He turned a corner into a narrow side street, and the Irishman grinned and nudged the small man with his elbow. "He's really asking for it, this one." They turned the corner and walked along the uneven pavement between decaying Victorian houses fringed with iron railings. The Irishman paused, pulling the other man to a halt, and listened. but the only sound was the roar of the early morning traffic from the main road, strangely muted by the fog. A frown creased his face, and he took an anxious step forward. Behind him, Garvold moved up the steps from the area in which he had been waiting, swung the small man round, and raised a knee into his groin. He sagged to the pavement with a gasp of agony, and the Irishman turned round. Garvold stood on the other side of the writhing body, hands in the pockets of his raincoat, a slight smile on his face. "Looking for somebody." The Irishman moved in fast, great hands reaching out to destroy, but they only fastened on thin air, and his feet were kicked expertly from beneath him. He thudded against the wet flagstones and scrambled to his feet, cursing. In the same moment, Garvold seized his right wrist with both hands, twisting it round and up, locking the man's shoulder as in a vice. The Irishman gave a cry of agony as the muscle started to tear. Still keeping that terrible hold in position, Garvold ran him headfirst into the railings. The small man was being sick into the gutter, and now he got to his feet and leaned against the railings, an expression of horror on his face. Garvold stepped over the Irishman and moved a little closer, and the small man felt such fear as he had never known before move inside him. "For Christ's sake, no! Leave me alone!" he gabbled. "That's better," Garvold said. "That's a lot better. Who sicked you on to me?" "A bloke called Roscoe. Sam Roscoe. He and Terry did some bird together at the Ville a couple of years back. He wrote to Terry last week from this dump up north where he lives. Said you were bad news, that nobody wanted you back." "And you were supposed to convince me," Garvold said pleasantly. "How much was it worth to pass the message along?" The small man moistened his lips. "A century, between us," he added hastily. Garvold dropped to one knee beside the Irishman and turned him over, whistling a strangely sad little tune in a minor key as he searched him. He located a wallet and took out a wad of £5 notes. "This it?" "That's right. Terry hadn't divvied up yet." Garvold counted the money quickly, then slipped it into his inside breast pocket. "Now that's what I call a very satisfying morning's work." The small man crouched beside the Irishman. He touched his face gingerly and recoiled in alarm. "Holy Mother! You smashed his jaw!" "You'd better find him a doctor then, hadn't you?" Garvold said, and turned away. He vanished into the fog, and the sound of his whistling hung on the air for a moment, then faded eerily. The small man stayed there, crouched beside the Irishman, the rain soaking through the shoulders of his cheap coat. It was the tune. That damned tune. He couldn't seem to get the sound of it out of his head, and for some reason he could never satisfactorily explain afterwards, he started to cry, helplessly like a small child. 2. And then there was the night, with a cold east wind that swept in all the way from the North Sea like a knife in the back, probing the alleys of the northern city, whistling along the narrow canyons that divided the towering blocks of flats that were the new housing developments. And when the rain came, it was the cold, stinging rain of winter that rattled the windows like lead shot. Jean Fleming sat on a hard wooden chair in the main CID office at police headquarters and waited. It was a little after 9 and the place seemed strangely deserted, shadows crowding in from the corners, falling across the long and narrow desks, filling her with a vague, irrational unease. Through the frosted glass door of the room on her left, she was aware of movement and the low murmur of voices. After a while, the door opened and a heavily built, greying man in his early 40s beckoned to her. "Superintendent Grant will see you now, Miss Fleming." She got to her feet and went in quickly. The room was half in shadow, the only light a green shaded lamp on the desk. It was simply furnished with several filing cabinets and a map of the city on the wall, divisional boundaries marked in red. Grant was past feeling tired in any conscious sense, but a persistent ache behind one eye and a slight involuntary shiver, which he found quite impossible to control, seemed to indicate that he was under attack from the Asian flu that had already placed something like a fifth of the entire force on the sick list. He opened a drawer, took 3 aspirin tablets from a bottle, and washed them down with a glass of water. As he reached for a cigarette, he glanced across at the girl on the other side of the desk. 27 or 8 and Irish-looking, dark hair razor-cut to the skull in a way he didn't really approve, but it certainly gave her something. The heavy sheepskin coat had cost anything up to £40, and the knee-length boots were real leather. She sat down in the chair Brady brought forward and crossed her legs, giving Grant the first lift he'd had that night. She arranged her skirt carefully and smiled. "You don't remember me, Mr. Grant?"
"Should I?"
He frowned. Fleming. Jean Fleming. He shook his head, and his ugly face split into a smile of quite devastating charm that was one of his most useful assets.
"I must be getting old."
"I'm Bella Garvald's sister." As if she had said some magic word, it all dropped neatly into place. Ben Garvald, and the steel amalgamated hoist, 9 years ago, his first big case as a chief inspector. His mind jumped back to the house in Khyber Street, to Bella Garvald and her young sister.
"You've changed," he said. "As I remember, you were still at the grammar school waiting to go to college. What was it you wanted to be? A schoolteacher?"
"I am," she said.
"Here in the city?"
She nodded. "Oakdean Preparatory."
"Miss Van Helfen's old school. That was on my first beat when I was a young copper. Is she still active? She must be at least 70.
"She retired 2 years ago," Jean Fleming said. "It's mine now." She was unable to keep a slight edge of pride from her voice, and her northern accent became more pronounced.
"A long way from Khyber Street," Grant said. "And how's Bella?"
"She divorced Ben not long after he went to prison. Married again last year."
"I remember now. Harry Faulkner. She did all right for herself there."
"That's right," Jean Fleming said calmly. "And I don't want anything to spoil it for her."
"Such as?"
"Ben," she said. "He was released yesterday."
"You're sure?"
With all his remission, it would have been last year, but he lost time for breaking from a working party at Dartmoor some years ago. Grant blew smoke up to the ceiling.
"You think he'll make trouble?"
"He was difficult about the divorce. That's why he tried to break out when he did. Told Bella he'd never let her go to anyone else."
"Did she ever visit him again?"
Jean Fleming shook her head. "There wasn't any point. I went to see him last year when she and Harry got together. I told Ben that she was remarrying, that there was no point in ever trying to contact her again."
"What was his reaction?"
"He was furious, wanted to know who it was, but I refused to tell him. He swore he'd run her down when he got out."
"Does Faulkner know about all this?"
She nodded. "Yes, but he doesn't seem particularly bothered. He thinks Ben will never dare show his face here again."
"He's probably right."
She shook her head. "Bella got a letter a few days ago. More a note, really. It just said, 'See you soon, Ben.'"
"Has she shown it to her husband?"
Jean Fleming shook her head. "I know this sounds silly, but it's his birthday and they're throwing a party tonight. An all-night affair. Dancing, cabaret, the lot. I'm looking in myself when I leave here. Bella's put a lot into it. She wouldn't like Ben to spoil things."
"I see," Grant said. "So what do you want us to do? He's served his time. As long as he keeps his nose clean, he's a free agent."
"You could have a word with him," she said. "Tell him to stay away. Surely that isn't asking too much." Grant swung round in his chair, got to his feet and crossed to the window. He looked down at the lights of the city in the rain below.
Look at it, he said, turning to Jean Fleming. 70 square miles of streets, 500,000 people, and 821 coppers. And that includes the one who sit behind a desk. By any reasonable standard, we need another 250 right now.
Why can't you get them?
You'd be surprised how few men want to spend the rest of their lives working a 3-shift system that only gives them 1 weekend in 7 at home with their families. And then the money isn't exactly marvellous. Not when you consider what you have to do to earn it. If you don't believe me, try standing outside the Exchange around 11 o'clock on a Saturday night when the pubs are turning out. A good copper earns his week's money in an hour down there.
Which is a roundabout way of telling me that you can't help.
I've got 52 detectives under me. At the present time, 18 have got flu and the rest are working an 80-hour week. You may have noticed how quiet things are around here. That's because Detective Constable Brady and I are the only people in the office at the moment. At the best of times, we only run a token squad during the 10 till 6 shift. Tonight, you could say things are thinner than usual.
But there must be someone available.
He laughed harshly and returned to his desk. There usually is. She got to her feet.
It'll be all right then. You'll see to it.
We'll check around, Grant said. It shouldn't be too difficult to find him if he's in town. I can't promise much, but we'll do what we can.
She fumbled in her bag and took out a card. I'll be at Bella's place in St. Martin's Wood for an hour or two. After that I'll be at home. I'm living in Miss Van Helfin's old flat at the school. The number's there. She turned to the door. As Brady moved to open it for her, Grant said, "One thing I don't understand. Why you? Why not Bella?" Jean Fleming turned slowly. You don't remember her very well, do you? She was never much of a one for positive action about anything. If it was left to her, she'd just pretend Ben Garvell didn't exist and hope for the best. But this time, that's not good enough. Because, if anything, I stand to lose even more than she does. A scandal could ruin me, Mr. Grant, destroy everything I've worked for. We've come a long way from Khyber Street. You said that yourself. Too far to be dragged back now. When she turned and went through the main office, she found that she was trembling. She didn't bother with the lift, but hurried down the 3 flights of marble stairs to the ground floor and out through the revolving door into the portico at the front of the town hall. She leaned against one of the great stone pillars that towered into the night above her, and a gust of wind kicked rain into her face in an oddly menacing manner, ice-cold, like the fear that rose inside her. "Damn you, Ben Garvald! Damn you to hell!" she said fiercely, and plunged down the steps.
"Quite a girl," Brady said. Grant nodded. "And then some. She couldn't be anything else to survive a place like Khyber Street." "Do you think there's anything in it, sir?" "Could be. They didn't come much tougher than Ben Garvald in his day. I don't think 9 years of Parkhurst and the Moor will improve him any." "I never knew him personally," Brady said. "I was pounding a beat in C Division in those days. Had he many friends?" "Not really. He was always something of a lone wolf. Most people were afraid of him, if anything." "A real tearaway?" Grant shook his head. "That was never Garvald's style. Controlled force. Violence when necessary, that was his motto. He was a commando in Korea. Invalided out in 51 with a leg wound. Left him with a slight limp." "Sounds like a real hard case. Shall I get his papers?" "First we need someone to handle him." Grant pulled a file forward, opened it quickly, and ran his fingers down a list. "Graham's still on that rape case at Moor End. Varley went to a factory break-in Mask Lane Way an hour ago. Gregory, sick. Lawrence, sick. Forbes, gone to Manchester as a witness in that fraud case coming up tomorrow." "What about Garner?" "Still helping out in C Division. They haven't got a plainclothes man capable of standing on his own 2 feet out there at the moment.
And every man a backlog of 30 or more cases at least to work through,
Brady said. Grant got to his feet, walked to the window, and stared down into the rain. I wonder what the bloody civilians would say if they knew that tonight we've only got 5 out in the whole of Central Division. Brady coughed.
There's always Miller, sir.
Miller? Grant said blankly.
Detective Sergeant Miller, sir.
Brady stressed the title slightly.
I heard he finished the course at Bramshill last week.
There was nothing obvious in his tone, and yet Grant knew what was implied. Under the new regulations, any constable who successfully completed the 1-year special course at the police college at Bramshill House had to be promoted to substantive sergeant immediately on returning to his force, a source of much bitterness to long-serving police officers who had either come up the hard way or were still awaiting promotion. I was forgetting him. He's the bloke with the law degree, isn't he? Grant said, not because he needed the information, but mainly to see what the other man's reaction would be.
So they tell me,
Brady replied, a knife edge to his voice that carried with it all the long-serving officer's contempt for the bookman. I've only met him once. That was when I was on the interviewing panel that considered his application for Bramshill. His record seemed pretty good. 3 years on the pavement in Central Division, so he must have seen life. As I remember, he was first on the spot after the Leadenhall Street bank raid. It was after that the old man decided to transfer him to the CID. He did a year in E Division with Charlie Parker. Charlie thinks he's got just about everything a good copper needs these days.
Including a brother with enough money to see him all right for fancy cars,
Brady said.
He turned up for a parade once in an E-type Jag. Did you know about that?
Grant nodded. I also heard he took Big Billy Maguire into the gym and gave him the hiding of his life after Billy had let the air out of the tyres on the same car. They tell me that Billy says he can use himself, and that's praise from a master.
Fancy tricks. Big words,
Brady said contemptuously.
Can he catch thieves? That's the point.
Charlie Parker seems to think so. He wanted him back in E Division. Brady frowned quickly.
Where is he going, then?
He's joining us, Grant said. The old man gave me the word this afternoon. Brady took a deep breath and swallowed back his anger.
Roses all the way for some people. It took me 19 years, and at that I'm still a constable.
That's life, Jack, Grant said calmly. Miller's supposed to be on leave till Monday.
Can I roust him out?
I don't see why not. If he's coming to work for us, he might as well get started. His phone number's on the file. Tell him to report in straight away. No excuses. A slight acid smile burned the edges of Brady's mouth, and he turned away with his small triumph. As the door closed, Grant lit another cigarette and walked to the window. A good man, Jack Brady. Solid. Dependable. Give him an order and he'd follow it to the letter, which was why he was still a detective constable. Would be till the day he retired. But Miller was something different. Miller and his kind were what they needed. Needed desperately if they were ever to cope with a situation that got more out of hand month by month. He went back to his chair, stubbed out his cigarette, and started to work his way through the mountain of paperwork that littered his desk. 3. The houses in Fairview Avenue were typical of the wealthy town dweller, large without being mansions, each standing remotely in a sea of green lawn. The knowledge that Nick Miller lived in one of these did nothing to improve Jack Brady's temper. Four Winds was at the end, a late Victorian townhouse in grey stone with a half-moon drive and double entrance. Brady drove in, parked his old Ford at the door, got out and rang the bell. After a while,
The door was opened by a slim, greying man of about his own age. He had sharp, decisive features and wore heavy-rimmed library spectacles that gave him a deceptively scholarly air. "Yes, what is it?" He sounded impatient, and Brady noticed that he was holding a hand of cards against his right thigh.
"I'm from the police department. I've been trying to get hold of Detective Sergeant Miller, but I can't seem to get any reply. Is your phone out of order?"
The other man shook his head. "Nick has his own flat over the garage block at the back, and a separate phone goes with it. As far as I know, he should be in. I'm his brother, Phil Miller. You want him for something?"
"You could say that."
"I thought he was on leave till next Monday."
"So did he. Can I go round?"
"Help yourself. You can't miss it. The fire escape by the main garage door will take you straight up." Brady left him there, went back down the steps and followed the gravel drive round the side of the house to a rear courtyard illuminated by a period gas lamp bracketed to the wall above the back door. The sliding doors of the garage were partially open, and he went in and switched on the light. There were 3 cars parked side by side: a Zodiac, the famous E-Type Jaguar, and a green Mini Cooper. The anger which suddenly boiled inside him was something he found impossible to control. He switched off the light quickly, went out, and climbed the iron fire escape to the landing above. Nick Miller came awake to the sharp, insistent buzzing of the doorbell. For a little while he lay there, staring up at the ceiling, trying to collect his thoughts. Then he threw back the blankets and swung his legs to the floor. He got to his feet, padded into the living room, switching on a table lamp as he passed, and opened the front door. Brady took in the black silk pyjamas with the Russian neck and the gold buttons, the monogram on the pocket, and then his eyes moved up to the face. It was handsome, even aristocratic, with sharply pointed chin, high cheekbones, and eyes so dark that all light died in them. At any other time, those eyes would have given him pause, but the frustration and anger boiling inside had taken the sharp edge from his judgment.
"You're Miller,"
he said incredulously.
"That's right."
"Detective Constable Brady. You certainly took your own sweet time answering."
Brady pushed past him.
"Is it the butler's night off or something?"
Nick shut the door and moved towards the fireplace. He opened a silver box that stood on a side table, selected a cigarette, and lit it from a Queen Anne table lighter.
"If you could get to the point," he said patiently. "I'd been hoping for an early night."
"You've had that for a start. Superintendent Grant wants you down at headquarters. Seems he has a use for your valuable services."
Brady walked across to the telephone, which was off the hook, and replaced it.
"No wonder I couldn't get a bloody answer."
He swung round angrily.
"I've been trying to ring you for the past half hour."
"You're breaking my heart."
Miller ran a hand over his chin.
"Anyway, no sense in you hanging around. I'll see you down there. I'll use my own car."
"Which one? The Rolls?"
As Nick moved past him, Brady grabbed his arm.
"The old man said on the double."
"Then he'll have to wait," Nick said calmly. "I'm going to have a shower, then a shave, because I need them. You can tell him I'll be there in half an hour."
With surprising ease, he pulled himself free and turned away again, and all Brady's anger and frustration flooded out of him in a torrent of rage. He pulled Nick round and gave him a violent shove.
"Just who in the hell do you think you are? You jump up out of nowhere after only 5 years in the force with your bloody degree and your fancy cars, write your way through an examination and they make you a sergeant. Christ, in that rig-out you look more like a third-rate whoremaster."
He looked around the luxuriously furnished room, at the thick carpets, the coloured sheepskin rugs and expensive furniture, and thought of his own small, semi-detached house. A police dwelling on one of the less desirable slum clearance estates on the other side of the river where men like himself and their families lived in a state of perpetual siege. The irrational anger, which he was by now quite unable to control, bubbled out of him.
"And look at this place! More like the waiting room of one of those Gascoigne Square knocking shops!"
"You would know, presumably,"
Nick said. His face had gone very white, had changed completely. The skin was clear and bloodless, the crisp hair in a point to the forehead, the eyes staring through Brady like glass. They should have warned him, but Brady was long since past the point where reason had any say in the matter. He reached out, grabbing at the black tunic, the silk ripping in his hands, and then pain coursed through him like liquid fire, and he staggered, a cry rising in his throat as he swung on his right arm, quite helpless. The pressure was released, and he sagged to one knee, and almost at once the pain left him. He got to his feet, dazed, rubbing his right arm in an attempt to restore some feeling to numbed muscle and nerve, and looked into the dark devil's face. Nick smiled gently. "You need brains for everything, even the heavy stuff these days. You made a mistake, Dad. You weren't the first, and you won't be the last. But don't speak to me like that again. Next time I'll throw you down the fire escape."
"Now get out, and that's an order, Detective Constable Brady."
Brady turned, wordless, and stumbled to the door. It closed behind him, and Nick stood there listening to the sound of the feet descending the iron fire escape. He sighed heavily and went into the bathroom. He stripped the torn tunic from his body and stood looking into the mirror for a while, waiting for the coolness to thaw inside him. After a moment or two, he laughed shakily, opened the glass-fronted door of the shower cubicle, and turned it on. When he stepped out 5 minutes later and reached for a towel, he found his brother leaning in the door, holding the torn tunic. "What happened?"
"A difference of opinion, that's all. Brady's the sort who's been around for a long time. He finds it difficult to get used to someone like me jumping the queue."
Phil Miller tossed the tunic into a corner and swore softly. "Why go on, Nick? I could use you in the business right now. We're developing all the time, you know that. Why waste yourself?" Nick moved past him into the bedroom, opened the sliding door of the wardrobe which occupied one side of the room, and took down a dark blue worsted suit and freshly laundered white linen shirt. He laid them across the bed and started to dress.
"I happen to like what I'm doing, Phil, and all the Bradys and the Force won't make me change my mind. I'm in, and I'm in to stay. The sooner they accept that, the better it will be for all of us."
Phil shrugged and sat on the edge of the bed, watching him.
"I wonder what the old lady would say if she was still alive. All her plans, all her hopes, and you end up a copper."
Nick grinned at him in the mirror as he quickly knotted a dark blue knitted tie in heavy silk.
"She'd enjoy the joke, Phil. Probably is doing right now."
"I thought you were supposed to be on leave till Monday." Nick shrugged.
"Something must have come up. I was talking to Charlie Parker from E Division this afternoon. He was telling me that recruiting's hit an all-time low. We're better than 200 men under establishment. On top of that, God knows how many are on their backs with this Asian flu that's going around. So they need Nick Miller. But why now? What kind of a time is this for a man to be going to work?" Nick took a dark blue Swedish raincoat from the wardrobe. "We do it all the time, Phil. You should know that by now. 10 p.m. till 6 in the morning. The graveyard shift."
He grinned as he belted the coat around his waist.
"What would you do if someone turned over one of the shops right now?"
His brother raised a hand defensively and got to his feet. "All right, you've made your point. So the great Nick Miller goes out into the night to defend society. Watch yourself. That's all I ask. Anything can happen these days."
"And usually does," Nick grinned. "Don't worry, Phil. I can look after myself.
See you do. I don't want any phone calls around 4 a.m. asking me to come down to the infirmary. Ruth and the kids would take it pretty hard. For some strange reason, they seem to think a lot of you.
All we need now are violins.
Nick adjusted the peak of the dark blue semi-military rain cap over one eye and turned.
Will I do?
You'll do all right, Phil said. I'm not sure what for, but you'll do. Nick grinned and punched him in the shoulder. With any kind of luck, I might manage breakfast with you. He moved to the door, and as he opened it, Phil called sharply, Nick!
What is it?
Phil sighed heavily, and something seemed to go out of him. Nothing at all. Just watch it, that's all.
I always do.
He turned and went out into the night, clattering down the fire escape to the cobbled yard. A strange, restless excitement surging up inside him at the prospect of being back on the job after a year of space. Phil stood in the centre of the living room, a slight frown on his face, and beneath him from the garage came a sudden surge of power as an engine roared into life. As he opened the door, the little Mini Cooper moved across the yard into the drive and disappeared round the corner of the house. He stood there in the rain at the top of the iron stairway, listening to the sound of it fade into the distance on the run down the hill towards the city. And when the silence came, he was afraid. For the first time since he was a little boy, he was really and truly afraid. 4. The wind howled fiercely around the corner of the town hall, and hail rattled the windows of the information room.
God help any poor lad walking the pavement on a night like this,
Grant said, as the duty inspector turned from the telephone. It keeps the other lot indoors as well, sir, the inspector pointed out. One good thing about this flu, it's no respecter of persons. There are just as many villains on their backs tonight as our lads. I can tell that by the 999 calls. Only 5 so far. We're usually good for 30 at least by this time.
A good thing, too, with only 4 mobiles out to cover the city.
Grant looked down at the great map in the well below, with the green and the red lights flashing. It was just after 10, and he sighed.
Anyway, don't start counting your chickens. The boozers aren't out yet. We might see some fun then.
He went into the corridor and met Brady on his way up from the basement where the teleprinter was housed.
Anything from CRO?
They confirm he was released yesterday morning, that's all.
What about Miller?
No sign of him yet.
They moved into the main CID office, and Grant snorted.
Taking his bloody time, I must say. You'd better get all the relevant stuff out of the file ready for him then, Jack. We've wasted enough time already.
I'll be in records if you want me,
Brady said, and moved out. Grant paused to light a cigarette and went into his office. Nick was standing by the window, looking out into the night. He turned quickly and smiled.
Good evening, sir.
Grant took in the highly polished Chelsea boots, the hand-stitched raincoat, the white collar, and last of all, the continental rain cap. He took a deep breath.
What in the hell is that thing on your head?
Nick took it off with a slight smile. This, sir. It's what the Germans call a Schiltzemütze. Everyone will be wearing them soon.
God save us from that,
Grant said, sitting behind his desk.
Something wrong, sir? Oh, no. If you want to go around looking like one of those Burks who stands behind the good-looking bird in the adverts in the women's magazine, good luck to you.
As a matter of fact, that's exactly how I do want to look, sir, Nick replied calmly. Grant glanced up sharply, suddenly conscious that he was being taken by this supremely confident young man, and discovering at the same moment, and this was the most surprising thing of all, that he didn't really mind. He started to smile, and Nick smiled right back at him.
All right, damn you. 1 point each. Now sit down and let's get started.
Nick unbuttoned his coat, sat in the chair opposite, and lit a cigarette as Grant continued.
Brady's getting you all the files you'll need for background on this one, but these are the main facts. 9 years ago, Ben Garvold, one of our better-known citizens, went down the steps for a 10-stretch. He was released from Wandsworth yesterday morning.
And you're expecting him back?
His wife is. His ex-wife, I should say. That's Bella Garvold. She divorced Ben and married Harry Faulkner 5 years ago.
Harry Faulkner, the bookie?
Never let him hear you call him that, son. Turf accountant sounds better. He hasn't soiled his hands with a ready money bet in years. Got his fingers in all sorts of pies these days. Even runs his own football pool.
That isn't all he runs, Nick said. From what I remember when I was on the pavement in Central Division, he owned half the cat houses in Gascoigne Square. Grant shook his head quickly.
Try proving it. And in any case, that isn't what we're interested in tonight. It's Ben Garvold we're after.
He's in town.
That's what I want you to find out, and in a hurry. Apparently, he made the usual threats to his wife when the divorce went through. She's afraid he's going to show up and spoil her rich, full life. Especially tonight. She's throwing a big party for Harry at their place in St. Martin's Wood. It's his birthday.
How touching, Nick said. She's made an official complaint.
Her sister has. That's Jean Fleming. She's a teacher. Runs her own prep school in Oakdean on the York Road near the city boundary.
Nick had pulled Grant's desk pad forward and was making rapid notes, and now he looked up sharply, a frown on his face. Fleming. Jean and Bella Fleming. I wonder if they could be the same.
They were both raised in Khyber Street. That's on the south side of the river.
That's it, Nick said. My mother kept a shop on the Hull Road just around the corner from Khyber Street. I lived there till I was 10. Then we moved to a bigger place in Brentwood.
You remember them?
I couldn't forget Bella. She was the best-known tart in the district. Half the population did nothing else except wait for her to walk by. One of life's great experiences. I was too young. I didn't know what was happening to me. I do now.
And never been the same since,
Grant said.
What about Jean?
Nick shrugged. Just a scrawny kid about my own age. I don't think we ever did more than pass the time of day. They didn't use our shop. My old lady wouldn't give them credit. The door opened and Brady came in, a pile of files under his arm. He ignored Nick and said to Grant, "Where do you want these?"
In the outer office.
Grant looked inquiringly at Nick.
Need any help? You haven't got much time.
Up to you, Nick said, ignoring Brady.
All right. Jack can give you a hand for half an hour. If you want any advice, just come in.
He pulled a file forward, and Nick got to his feet and walked into the outer office. As he took off his raincoat and hung it on a stand, Brady dropped the files on one of the desks. "What do you want me to do?" he said woodenly. "That depends," Nick said. "What have you got there?" "Garvold's personal file, and the files on everyone else who was close to him." "Fine," Nick said. "I'll take Garvold myself. You start making abstracts of the others." Brady didn't argue. He left Garvold's file on the desk, picked up the rest, and went to his own desk in the corner by the window, and started to work immediately. Nick opened Garvold's file and examined the ID card. The face which stared out at him was tough, even ruthless. But there was strength there, and intelligence, even a suggestion of humour in the slight quirk at one side of the mouth. As usual, the card carried only the briefest of details and referred only to the offence and charges for which Garvold had last been sent down, namely factory breaking and the stealing of £15,817, the property of Steel Amalgamated Limited of Sheffield. The story contained in the confidential file attached was even more interesting. Ben Garvold had served for 2 years in the Marine Commando during the war, being demobilised in 1946. 3 months later, he was sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment for conspiracy to steal. A charge of conspiracy to rob the mails had been dropped for lack of evidence in 1949, and in 1950 he had been recalled from the reserve to fight in Korea. A bullet in the leg had brought him home in the early part of 1951, with a permanent limp and a 33.33% disability pension. Between then and his final conviction in June 1956, he had been questioned by the police on no less than 27 occasions in connection with indictable offences. The door to Grant's office opened and he came out, a cigarette dangling between his lips. "Got a light?" Nick struck a match and the superintendent sat on the edge of the desk. "How are you getting on?" "Quite a character," Nick said. "From the looks of this, they've tried to hang about every charge in the book on him at one time or another." "Except for living on immoral earnings and that sort of thing. You're probably right," Grant said. "A funny bloke, Ben Garvold. Every villain in town was frightened to death of him, and yet where women were concerned, he was like someone out of one of those books they like reading. He treated Bella like a princess." Which would explain why he was so cut up when she decided to divorce him. "I've just got to the entry for his last job, the one he got sent down for." "I can save you some time there," Grant said. "I handled it myself at this end. Garvold and 3 associates lifted over 15,000 quid from the Steel Amalgamated Works in Birmingham. Wages for the following day. The daft beggars never learn, and I don't mean Garvold and his pals. Anyway, they didn't hit the night watchman hard enough. He raised the alarm, and Birmingham police sewed the city up tight." "Too late?" "Not quite. There were 2 cars. One of them crashed and went up like a torch, taking a well-known peterman called Jack Charlton and his driver up with it." "And Garvold?" "He and the other bloke crashed a roadblock and got clean away. We lifted Garvold next day, and the night watchman picked him out at an identity parade with no trouble at all." "And the money?" "Garvold said it was in the other car." "A likely story." Strangely enough, I was inclined to believe him. "We certainly found traces of some of it in the ashes. That's as far as we got anyway, and we didn't get the other man." "So Garvold kept his mouth shut?" "True to the code. Went down the steps like a man." "The bloke who was with him in the car that night, did you have any fancy ideas at the time?" "Plenty, and they all came down to Fred Manton." "Manton?" Nick frowned. "Doesn't he run that place in Gascoigne Square? The Flamingo Club?" Grant nodded. "He and Garvold were partners in a small club on the other side of the river at the time of the robbery. Trouble was, too many customers came forward to swear that Fred Manton had been in the club all night, and 1 or 2 of them were pretty respectable citizens." "Has Manton got any form?" Brady crossed the office and placed a foolscap sheet in front of him. "There's an abstract of his file." Nick examined it quickly. Frederick Manton, 44. Club owner, Gascoigne Square, Manningham. 4 previous convictions, including 30 months for conspiracy to steal, larceny, loitering with intent. On 18 occasions the police had thought he might be able to help them with their inquiries, but Manton had always managed to walk right down the town hall steps again. "Let's suppose you were right about Manton after all," he said to Grant, "and that the cash from the Steel Amalgamated job didn't go up in smoke. A place like the Flamingo must have cost a lot to get started. It would be understandable if Garvold turned up and wanted a slice of the cake." "Ingenious, but there's only one fault." Grant got to his feet and moved towards his office. "Harry Faulkner owns the Flamingo Club. Fred Manton's just hired help as far as he's concerned. And don't try to drag Harry Faulkner into this. His cars are worth 15 grand alone." The door closed behind him, and Nick looked up at Brady.
"What about the rest?"
"There are 9 here, all people he was pretty thick with,"
Brady said.
5 of them are in one nick or another. 4 are still around. They're on top."
He dropped the abstracts on Nick's desk, walked to Grant's door, opened it, and leaned inside.
"All right if I take my break now?"
Grant glanced at his watch.
"Fine, Jack. See you back here about midnight."
Brady closed the door, took his raincoat from the stand, and pulled it on as he went out into the corridor. He stood at the wire grill of the lift shaft, impatiently pressing the button. If Ben Garvold was in town, there was one place he was bound to go. One person he was certain to visit. That much was obvious to anyone with any experience, and if he was there, he, Jack Brady, would have him back at headquarters within an hour at the outside, while that clever sod Miller walked the pavements looking for him. It would be interesting to see what Grant had to say then. When he got into the lift, he was trembling with excitement. 5. Round about the time Jean Fleming was having her interview with Grant, Garvold was dropping off a truck at a bus stop on the North Circular Ring Road that linked the city with the A1. 10 minutes later, he boarded the first bus to come along and left it half a mile from the city centre, going the rest of the way on foot. The journey from London could have taken no more than a comfortable 4 hours in a Pullman car, but that would have been too conspicuous an entrance to the city under the circumstances. There were people to see, things to be done, accounts to be settled. Notably, Sammy Roscoe's. But first he needed a base from which to operate. He found what he was looking for without too much trouble. A third-rate hotel in a back street near the centre of town. When he went in, a woman in a blue nylon overall was sitting behind the reception desk reading a magazine. She could have been anywhere between 25 and 30, with dark curling hair and bold black eyes. Garvold rested an elbow on the desk.
"And who might you be?"
She closed the magazine, a spark of interest in her eyes, and responded to his mood. "A poor Irish girl trying to make an honest living in a hard land."
"God save the good work," Garvold said. "You can give me a room for a start. A room with a bath."
"All our rooms have a bath," she said calmly. "There's one at the end of the corridor on each floor." She took a key down from the board, lifted the flap of the reception desk, and led the way up the stairs. The room was no better and no worse than he had expected, with the usual heavy Victorian furniture and a worn carpet. A modern wash basin with tiled splashback had been fitted in one corner. He dropped his holdall on a chair, walked to the window, and looked down the street as the woman turned back the bedspread. "Will that be all?" she said. Garvold turned.
"Any chance of a drink?"
"We aren't licensed. There's a pub down the street." He shook his head.
"Not to worry. I could do with an early night anyway."
She dropped the key on the dressing table. "Anything you want, just ring. I'm on call all night."
Garvold grinned. "The thought of that's more than flesh and blood can stand."
She smiled right back at him, and the door closed behind her. Garvold's grin disappeared, and he lit a cigarette, sat on the edge of the bed, and leafed through the phone book. There was no entry for Sammy Roscoe, and he sat there for a while, a slight frown on his face, trying to think of someone he could trust. Someone from the old days who might still be around. He discarded the names as they came to him one by one, and was left finally with only Chuck Laser, the quiet American who'd been resident pianist at the old One Spot when Garvold and Fred Manton had run it together. But Chuck would never have stayed on, couldn't have. He'd have gone back to the States years before. So much was obvious, and yet, When Garvold looked in the phone book again, the name jumped out at him. Chuck Laser, 15 Barons Court. He reached for the telephone, hesitated, then changed his mind. This was something that would be handled better in person. He pulled on his hat and left, locking the door behind him. At the head of the stairs he hesitated, then moved along the corridor and tried a door at the end. It opened onto a narrow flight of dark stairs, and he went down quickly, a stale smell of cooking rising to meet him through the darkness. At the bottom, he found himself in a dimly lit passage facing a door. He opened it and stepped into the alley at the side of the hotel. To save time, he took a taxi from a rank in City Square. Laser's address was not far from the university, a district of tall, decaying Victorian houses which had, in the main, been converted into cheap boarding houses or flats. Garvold followed a narrow path through an overgrown garden and mounted several steps to a large porch. He could hear laughter from somewhere inside, and music as he examined the name cards beneath the row of bell pushes. Chuck Laser had flat 5 on the 3rd floor, and Garvold opened the door and moved into the hall. As he closed it behind him, a door on his right opened, music and laughter flooding out, and a young man with tousled hair and a fringe of beard emerged, carrying a crate of empty bottles. Garvold paused at the bottom of the stairs.
Chuck Laser wouldn't happen to be in there, would he?
Good God, no, the young man said. Booze and bints, that's all we go in for, old man. Not Chuck's style at all. You'll probably find him in his pit. He disappeared along the corridor, and Garvold mounted the stairs quickly, a slight frown on his face, wondering what all that was supposed to mean. It was strangely remote from things up there on the 3rd floor, and the music sounded faint and unreal, like something from another world. Garvold checked the card on the door, listened for a moment, then knocked. There was no reply, and when he reached for the handle, the door opened to his touch. The stench was overpowering. A compound of stale sweat, urine, and cooking odours, mixed with some other indefinable essence that for the moment escaped him. He switched on the light and looked around the cluttered, filthy room to the narrow bed against the far wall, and the half-naked man who sprawled on it face down. Garvold opened a window wide, drawing the damp, foggy air deep into his lungs, then lit a cigarette and turned to the bed again. On top of a small bedside locker were littered the gear which told the story. A hypodermic with several needles, most of them dirty and blunted. Heroin and cocaine bottles, both empty. A cup still half full of water. A small glass bottle, its base discoloured from the match flame, and a litter of burned-out matches. The bare arm hanging over the side of the bed was dotted with needle marks, some of them scabbed over where infection had set in. Garvold took a deep breath and turned Laser on his back. The American's face was fleshless, gaunt from malnutrition, a dark beard giving him the appearance of an emaciated saint. He stirred once, and Garvold slapped him across the face. The eyelids fluttered in an uncontrollable muscular spasm, then opened, the dark eyes staring blindly into an eternity of hell.
"Chuck, it's me," Garvold said. "Ben Garvold."
Laser stared blankly at him, and Garvold placed his cigarette between the man's lips. Laser inhaled deeply and started to cough in great, wrenching spasms that seemed to tear at his entire body. When he finally managed to stop, he was shivering uncontrollably, and his nose was running. Garvold threw a blanket over his shoulders.
"It's me, Chuck. Ben Garvold," he said again.
"I read you loud and clear, Dad. Loud and clear."
Laser started to shiver again, and pulled the blanket up around his neck.
Christ, I need a fix. Oh, sweet Jesus, I need a fix.
He took a great shuddering breath, as if making a real effort to get control, and looked up at Garvold.
Long time no see, Ben.
Thanks for all the letters.
There never was anything worth saying.
Oh, I don't know. What about Bella?
A harlot, Benny boy. A lovely whore, dancing with tinkling cymbals to the tune of whoever tossed the largest gold piece.
They tell me she got married again.
The pot of gold, Benny boy. The end of the rainbow. Didn't you know?
Who's the lucky man?
Harry Faulkner.
Harry Faulkner? Ben frowned. He must be pushing 60.
And then some. But he's a big man these days, Ben. A big man. He has a finger in just about anything that pays off, and he isn't too particular. He and Bella live in a replica of Harun al-Rashid's palace out at St. Martin's Wood in the Gin and Tonic Belt.
Is Fred Manton still around?
Sure. He works for Harry these days, runs a club called the Flamingo in Gascoigne Square. I play the piano for him whenever I remember.
He moaned suddenly, and again his body was racked by uncontrollable shivering.
Christ, but I need that fix.
He struggled for breath, his teeth chattering.
What time is it?
About 10:15.
Laser's face tightened visibly.
Too late for evening surgery. That means I can't get a prescription till the morning.
You're a registered addict.
Laser nodded.
The only reason I didn't go back to the States years ago. Over there, they'd sling me in the can. Here, at least they allow me to exist, courtesy of the health service.
How long have you been on this stuff?
Garvold said, picking up the empty heroin bottle. Laser bared his teeth in a ghastly grin.
Too long to be able to get through the night without a fix, Benny boy.
You know where you can get one?
Sure, outside the all-night chemists in City Square. Plenty of junkies getting their evening surgery prescriptions filled. But it could take money. Something I'm fresh out of.
Garvold took a wallet from his breast pocket and counted 10 one-pound notes out carefully on top of the bedside locker.
Enough?
Plenty.
Laser's eyes were suddenly full of light, and he reached for the notes. Garvold covered them with one large hand.
Sammy Roscoe, Chuck. Where would I find him?
Sammy?
Laser looked surprised.
He works for Manton around the clubs.
The Flamingo?
With his mug?
Laser shook his head.
Fred manages one or two other places for Faulkner. Divers, mostly. Bad booze and worse women. You know the sort of thing. Sammy goes where they need him most. Barman and chucker out. That's his style. I think he's at Club 11 this week.
He and Wilma still together?
He couldn't manage without her. Mind you, things haven't been the same since the act pushed him all in off the streets. She mostly works from the house now.
He frowned desperately, trying to remember.
Carver Street. Yes, that's right, Carver Street. I don't know the number, but it's about halfway along. Next door to a shop with its window boarded up. The whole street's due down soon.
Garvold gathered the notes in one quick movement and pushed them into Laser's open hand, closing the fingers tightly.
Good man, Chuck. I'll see you.
At whose funeral?
Ben Garvold turned in the doorway and smiled briefly.
I haven't quite made up my mind yet. When I do, I'll let you know. You'd make a good mute.
The door closed behind him. For a little while, Laser crouched there on the bed, the blanket wrapped tightly around him, the money clutched in his right hand. And then, in one quick, positive movement that started off a chain action, he jumped up and started to get dressed.
6.
Carver Street was a row of crumbling terrace houses near the river in a slum area, which, as Chuck Laser had said, was due for demolition. Garvold found the shop with the boarded window about halfway along. The house next to it looked as if it might fall down at any moment, and he followed a narrow, tunnelled passage that brought him into a backyard littered with empty tins and refuse of every description. He stumbled up 4 steps and knocked at the door. After a while, footsteps approached. It opened a few inches, and a woman's voice said, "Who is it?"
"I'm looking for Sam," Garvold said. "Sammy Roscoe. I'm an old friend of his."
"He isn't in." The slight German accent that had been one of her great attractions when he first knew her was still marked, and he moved closer to the door.
"It's Ben, Wilma. Ben Garvold."
There was a sudden, sharp intake of breath, a slight pause, and then the chain rattled and the door opened. As he stepped into the dark corridor, a hand reached for his face, and arms pulled him close. "Ben, Liebling, I can't believe it. Is it really you?" She drew him along the dark corridor and into a room at the far end. It was reasonably clean and comfortable, with a carpet on the floor and a double bed against the far wall. She turned to face him. A large, heavily built woman running dangerously to seed, makeup too heavy, the flesh under the chin sagging. Only the incredible straw-coloured hair was as he remembered it, and he smiled. She coloured and her head went back. "So, I look older. It's been a long time."
"You've still got the most beautiful hair I've ever seen."
Something glowed deep in her eyes, and for a moment she was once again the young, slender German girl that Sammy Roscoe had brought home after the war. She moved close to Garvold, her arms sliding up around his neck, and kissed him firmly on the mouth. "Always, you were worth all of them put together." Garvold held her close for a moment, savouring with a conscious pleasure the feel of a woman's body against his own. The first in a long time. Then he pushed her firmly away.
"Business, Wilma. Business. Is there a drink in the house?"
"The day there isn't will be the day." She moved to the cupboard, took out a bottle of gin and 2 glasses, and Garvold sat in a chair at the table. He looked around the room.
"Still on the game?"
She shrugged as she sat in the opposite chair. "What else can I do?"
"Ever thought of going home?"
"To Bavaria." She got to her feet, went to a corner by the window, lifted the carpet, and produced a white envelope. She opened it and took out a passport which she threw on the table. "I keep it well out of Sammy's sight. Last time I tried to use it, he beat me up so bad I was in hospital for a week."
"Ye didn't prefer charges?"
"Do me a favour," she shrugged. "Since then, I haven't been able to scrape more than a $5 together at any one time. He sees to that. Waits in the kitchen for the clients to go, then he's straight in for the cash." Garvold picked up the passport and opened it.
"It's still valid, I see."
"So what? It's about as much good as a ticket to the moon." She swallowed her gin and refilled the glass. "What brought you back, Ben? There's nothing for you here. I suppose you know Bella married again."
"So I'm told. Where's Sammy now?"
"The Grosvenor Taps. That's a boozer at the end of the street."
"Expecting him back?"
She glanced at the clock and nodded. "They've been closed about 5 minutes. He usually looks in before going on to work."
"And where would that be?"
She shrugged. "Various places. This week he's at Club 11. That's a clip joint about half a mile from here that Fred Manton runs for Faulkner."
"Who's in charge?"
"Molly Ryan."
"Girls too, eh?"
Wilma shrugged. "You know what these places are like. Anything goes. Do you want Sammy for something special?" Garvold lit another cigarette and blew smoke up at the shaded lamp.
"When I came out of Wandsworth yesterday morning, a couple of hard cases tried to take me, Wilma. They made a bad mistake." He grinned coldly. "So did Sammy."
The outside door crashed open, and steps sounded along the corridor. A moment later, Sammy Roscoe lurched into the room. He was a squat ox of a man with arms that hung down to his knees. His face was sullen and bloated with whiskey, and he stood there, swaying, a nasty gleam in his eye.
"What's going on here, then?"
"Someone to see you, Sammy dear," Wilma said, a deep, ripe pleasure in her voice. "An old friend." Garvald turned his head and smiled gently.
"Now then, Sammy, you old bastard."
His face was very calm, but the grey eyes, changing constantly like windswept smoke on an autumn day, told Roscoe everything he needed to know. He swung round, lurching for the door, but Garvald was even quicker. His hand fastened on Roscoe's collar, and with a tremendous heave he sent him crashing across the room. Roscoe came up from the floor in a rush, and Garvald coolly measured the distance and booted him in the stomach. Roscoe keeled over with a sigh, falling across the bed, writhing in agony. Wilma sat watching, no pity in her eyes, and Garvald emptied the gin bottle into his glass, sat down, and waited. After a while, Roscoe turned, his face the colour of paper.
"Feeling better, Sammy?"
"You get stuffed, you bastard,"
Roscoe managed to squeeze out.
"That's better,"
Garvald said.
"That's a lot better. Now why did you sick those 2 tearaways onto me yesterday morning?"
"I don't know what in the hell you're talking about."
In one quick movement, Garvald seized the empty gin bottle by the neck and smashed it across the edge of the table. He leaned forward and held the jagged, vicious weapon under Roscoe's chin.
"Maybe you've forgotten, Sammy, but I never liked playing games."
Sweat sprang to Roscoe's brow in great heavy drops, and his eyes widened visibly.
"It was Fred, Ben. Fred Manton. He told me to line it up for him. Said he didn't want you back."
Garvald frowned, and all the light died in his eyes.
"Why, Sammy? Why would Manton do a thing like that? It doesn't make sense."
He pushed the bottle forward viciously, and Sammy screamed.
"That's all I know! I swear it, Ben!"
Garvald tossed the bottle into the fireplace with a quick gesture, then hauled Roscoe to his feet. He opened the man's coat, pulled the wallet from the inside pocket, and opened it quickly. There was £50 in £5 notes, all new. He counted them quickly, then gave Roscoe a contemptuous shove towards the door.
"Start running, and don't come back."
Roscoe turned in the doorway, opening his mouth to say something, then obviously thought better of it. He stumbled along the corridor in the darkness and, a moment later, the back door banged behind him. Garvald tossed the £50 onto the table.
"More than enough to get you back home there, Wilma. Unless things have changed since I was around, there are still night expresses to London."
She flung herself into his arms, straining against him, and when she looked up, tears shone brightly in her eyes, smudging the mascara. "I'll never forget you, Ben Garvald. Never." He kissed her once, gave her a quick squeeze, and was gone. She stood there, listening to him pass through the tunnel at the side of the house, his footsteps fading along the hollow pavement. She gazed around the room, filled with a sudden hatred of this place, of Sammy Roscoe and the wasted years and what they had done to her. Very quickly, she started to pack. It was almost midnight when she was ready. She pulled on her raincoat, picked up the suitcase, looked round the room briefly for the last time, and walked out along the dark passage. As she reached the door, someone knocked. "Oh, God, no! Oh, dear God, no!" The cry rose in her throat, and she turned and stumbled back along the dark passage to the room, and behind her, the door opened. She fell on her knees at the fireplace, her fingers scrabbling desperately in the broken glass. They fastened upon a large piece, curved like a dagger and as sharp. She arched her throat, striking upwards, and was aware of pain. Pain like fire that flowed through the arm so that she dropped the glass with a scream. A hand pulled her to her feet, swung her round, and sent her staggering across the room to fall across the bed. She raised an arm to protect her face from the blow that always followed, and then lowered it with a tiny whimper, because it wasn't Sammy Roscoe who stood by the table looking down at her. This was a much younger man, someone she'd never seen before, in an expensive blue raincoat with strange, dark eyes that seemed to look right through her. 7. Charles Edward Laser, 45, musician, 15 Barons Court, American citizen, joined RAF October 1939, demobilized June 1946, rank Flight Lieutenant, Navigator, record excellent, awarded DFC in May 1944. 4 previous convictions, including conspiracy to steal, suspected person, larceny, and illegal possession of drugs. Not deported because of excellent war record and fact of all offences being concerned with subject's addiction to drugs. Nick went through the facts again in his mind as he waited outside the door in the dimly lit passage. There was no reply to his knock, and when he tried the handle, the door opened to his touch. The window was open, the curtains lifting in the wind, and rain drifted through in a fine spray. Nick looked briefly around the dirty, untidy room, his nostrils flaring at the stench of the unwashed bedding. Then he turned, left the room, and went downstairs. The noise from the flat on the ground floor was tremendous, a steady, pulsating beat vibrating through the night as a blues and rhythm group really started to move. Nick knocked on the door a couple of times without getting a reply, opened it, and looked inside. There must have been at least 30 or 40 people packed into the room, mainly students from the look of them, eating, drinking, dancing to the 3-man group in the corner. In one case, even making love on the floor behind the old-fashioned sofa. A young man with tangled hair and a fringe beard was moving through the crowd, refilling glasses from a large enamel jug. As he turned from one group, he caught sight of Nick and came across. "Sorry, old man. No gate crashes. Strictly private this time." Nick produced his warrant card, and the other's face dropped. "Now what, for Christ's sake?" He opened the door, and Nick followed him out into the corridor, closing the door behind him, effectively cutting off most of the din. "No trouble," he said. "I'm just trying to trace a bloke who lives upstairs. Chuck Laser. He wouldn't be inside by any chance." The young man grinned, took a cigarette from behind his ear, and stuck it in the corner of his mouth. "Chuck? I should say not. Moves in his own narrow circle, God help him." "Is he still on junk?" Nick said. "As far as I know, but he's a registered user now." The young man frowned suddenly. "Look, what is all this?" "Nothing to get worked up about. I'm not trying to hang anything on him. I want his help with a routine inquiry. That's all." "That's what you lot always say." Nick shrugged. "Suit yourself." He turned towards the door, and the young man said quickly, "Oh, what the hell? He overslept, missed the evening surgery. Someone came looking for him about half an hour ago." "What kind of someone?" "Big man. Dirty raincoat. Irish-looking." The young man grinned suddenly. "That cap's the coolest thing I've seen in years. Where can I get one?" "Any good men's shop in Hamburg. Did they leave together?" The young man shook his head. "Laser went out about 10 minutes ago. I was having 5 minutes with one of the birds up at the end of the passage when he came down." "Was he in a hurry?" "They always are when they need a fix. I'd say he was on his way round to see his quack about a prescription." "And who would that be?" "Dr. Das.
Just round the corner in Barron Square. He's about the only one in town who'll take junkies on his list. Say, are you really a copper?"
"As ever was."
"Crazy," the young man said, frank admiration in his eyes. "If I join, will they guarantee me a uniform like that?"
"I'll mention it to the chief constable in the morning. We'll be in touch."
"You do that, man?" He opened the door and returned to his party as Nick went down the steps into the rain. There was a touch of fog in the air, heavy and acrid, catching at the back of the throat, and he climbed behind the wheel of the Mini Cooper and drove around the corner to Barron Square. Dr. Das lived at number 20, and a brass plate on the door disclosed the surprising fact, considering the district and circumstances, that he was not only an MD, but also a Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians. Nick rang the bell, and after a while heard footsteps approaching. The door was opened by a tall, cadaverous Indian with high cheekbones and serene brown eyes.
"Dr. Das."
"That is correct. What can I do for you?"
"Detective Sergeant Miller, CID. I'm trying to trace a patient of yours, a Mr. Laser. I've just missed him at his home, and one of his neighbours thought he might have intended calling on you."
"Come in, please, Sergeant." Nick followed him along the passage, and the Indian opened a door at the far end and led the way in. A cheerful fire burned in a polished grate. There was a desk in one corner, and the walls were lined with books. Dr. Das took a cheroot from a sandalwood box on the mantelpiece, lit it with a splinter from the fire, and turned with a smile. "You will excuse me not offering you one of these, Sergeant. But the supply is limited, and I can only obtain them with great difficulty. You'll find cigarettes on the desk behind you." Nick helped himself, and the Indian stood with his back to the fire, his face perfectly calm. "Mr. Laser is in trouble?" Nick shook his head.
"No question of that at all. It's just that I'm trying to trace someone rather urgently, and I think Laser might be able to help me. I understand he's a drug addict and registered with you."
"That is perfectly correct," Das said. "Mr. Laser has been a patient of mine for 2 years or more now. I take a particular interest in people in his unfortunate condition. Very few doctors do, I might add."
"How advanced is Laser?"
Das shrugged. "His daily intake is of the order of 7 grains of heroin and 6 grains of cocaine a day. When you appreciate that the normal dose to relieve pain is 1/12 of a grain of heroin, this indicates the extent of the problem."
"Can't anything be done?"
"For most patients, I'm afraid not. I have patients who've been dried out, as they call it, as many as 16 or 17 times. They regress with astonishing ease. The trouble is that most of them have quite crippling personality defects, which explains their initial need for drugs, of course."
"I find that hard to accept where Laser's concerned," Nick said. "I've seen his record. He did rather well with the RAF during the war."
"Charles Laser is a particularly tragic case. He first took heroin and cocaine at a party something like 3 years ago. Apparently he was quite drunk at the time and didn't know what he was doing."
"And after that he was hooked?"
"I'm afraid so. He's dried out on 2 occasions, once for almost 5 months before regression set in, and believe me, that's really quite remarkable."
"So there's still hope for him?"
Dr. Das smiled slightly. "You seem to have a personal interest here."
Nick shrugged. "I've seen his record. I like the sound of him. It's as simple as that. He fought a good war, Dr. Das. I'm still old-fashioned enough to think that should count for something. Isn't there anything you can do for him? Anything concrete?"
The Indian nodded. "There is a new method which a colleague of mine in London has enjoyed remarkable success with during the past year. It involves the use of apomorphine and the actual withdrawal of drugs from the patient over a period of some months."
"And it really works?"
"With cooperation from the patient.
Apomorphine is morphine minus a molecule of water. Injected into the patient, it cuts his craving for the drug and prevents the withdrawal symptoms usually associated with any attempt to cut down the daily intake. These can be extremely unpleasant.
Have you mentioned this to Laser yet?
I was going to tonight, but he didn't turn up for evening surgery.
Isn't it possible that he would come outside surgery hours if his need was urgent enough?
Das shook his head. He'd be wasting his time. My first rule is that I never give prescriptions for drugs outside surgery hours. This may seem harsh to you, but I assure you that firmness and an insistence on some sort of discipline are absolutely essential in handling this type of patient.
So Laser would have to wait till morning surgery and get through the night the best way he could?
Highly unlikely. Das shook his head. Unless I'm very much mistaken, he'll make straight for the all-night chemists in City Square. There are certain to be 1 or 2 addicts having their prescriptions for the following day filled, and they all know each other in a town of this size. Laser will borrow or buy a few pills to tide him over till morning.
You think I'll find him there?
I'm certain of it.
I'd better be moving then. I don't want to miss him.
I should warn you of one thing, the Indian said as they moved back along the corridor to the front door. After Laser's first injection, you will notice something of a change in him. Sometimes the subject becomes paranoid with a particular fear where the police are concerned. More often than not, his tongue will simply run away from him, or he'll have a temporary oral or visual hallucinations. All quite harmless, but disturbing if you aren't used to this sort of thing.
I'll bear that in mind.
Nick held out his hand. Any time I can help, Sergeant. The Indian's grip was surprisingly strong. Don't hesitate to call.
The door closed behind him, and Nick went down the steps, got into the car quickly, and drove away through the heavy rain. 8. Chuck Laser held on grimly as the beetles started to crawl across his flesh with infinite slowness, setting up a muscular reaction he found impossible to control. He stepped out of the entrance of the all-night chemists and turned his face to the night sky, the stinging lances of rain giving him some kind of temporary relief. Behind him, a small wizened man in an old beret and a raincoat moved out, unwrapping the package he held in his hands. Laser turned quickly.
"Hurry it up, Darko. For Christ's sake. I can't take much more of this."
The little man opened a pillbox and shook some heroin tablets into Laser's palm. "Don't forget where they came from," he said. "I'll be in the Red Lizard for coffee around 11 in the morning. You can pay me back then." He moved away quickly, and Laser walked to the curb. At the same moment, a green Mini Cooper pulled in beside him. The door swung open, and a young man in a spectacular blue raincoat got out. "Detective Sergeant Miller, Central CID. Laser. I'd like a word with you. Where can we talk?" Laser took in the coat, the strange dark eyes, the military-style cap, and laughed wildly.
"General, you could be Alexander the Great and Napoleon rolled into one for all I care. Right now, you'll have to take your place in the queue."
He dodged across the road between 2 cars, reached the center island, and disappeared down the steps of the public lavatory. Nick judged his moment and went in after him. At the bottom of the steps, the attendant's little office was dark and empty, and when he turned the corner into the vast tiled lavatory, he found it deserted, except for Laser, who was feverishly wrestling with the handle of one of the stalls at the far end. As Nick reached him, the American got the door open and lurched inside. He pulled down the seat, ignoring Nick, and dropped to one knee, taking several items from his pocket and laying them out. He took off his raincoat and jacket, pulled back his sleeve, and knotted a brown lace around his upper arm in a rough tourniquet to make the veins stand out.
He filled a small bottle with water from the pan, dropped in a couple of tablets, struck a match feverishly, and held it underneath. He turned his head, teeth bared in a savage grin, all the agony of existence at this level spilling from his eyes.
"It's a great life if you don't weaken, General."
He reached for another match, knocked the box to the floor, spilling its contents, and moaned like an animal. Nick took a lighter from his pocket, flicked it into life, and held it out without speaking. Laser held the flame under the bottle for another couple of minutes, and then dropped it quickly and filled his hypodermic. 4 years as a policeman in one of the largest industrial cities in the north of England had hardened Nick Miller to most things. But when that filthy, blunted needle went into Laser, it went into him also. Blood spurted. Laser loosened his crude tourniquet, and his head went back, eyes closed. He stayed that way for only a second or two, and then his whole body was convulsed. He grabbed at the wall with an exclamation and lurched into Nick, who crouched in front of him. The American stayed that way for a while, head down, and then he looked up slowly and managed a ghastly smile.
"The moment of truth, General. Now, what was it you wanted?"
9. The club was just around the corner in a side street, the sort of place that had mushroomed by the dozen during the past few years, and Nick remembered it well from his days on the pavement in Central Division. The big West Indian on the door grinned as they came down the narrow stairs.
"Hi there, Chuck. How's every little thing? You going to play for us tonight?"
"No can do, Charlie,"
Laser said as he scrawled his name in the book.
"I got a gig someplace later on when I can remember where it is."
The Negro turned to Nick, and immediately something moved in his eyes. Nick held up a hand quickly.
"Strictly pleasure, Charlie. How's business?" "Fine, Mr. Miller. Just fine."
"Ain't seen you around."
"I heard you'd left the force." "Just a nasty rumor, Charlie. I'm a sergeant with the crime squad now. You'll be seeing a lot of me."
Charlie grinned, exposing his excellent teeth.
"Not if I can help it, I won't."
There were no more than half a dozen people in the main bar, all coloured. Laser raised a hand to the barman and sat down at a mini piano on a dais against the wall. Nick lit a cigarette, pulled forward a chair, and sat beside him. The American's hands crawled across the keys, searching for something in a minor key, finding it after a moment or two. A pulsating, off-beat rhythm that had something of the night and the city mixed in with it. Nick waited his chance, then moved in with the right hand, blending in expertly. The American turned and grinned his appreciation.
"You've been there, General. You've been there."
They finished with a complex run of chords that had the other people in the bar applauding. The American's eyes glittered excitedly, and his face was flushed. When the barman brought 2 whiskies on a tray with the compliments of the house, he swallowed one down quickly and laughed.
"You've got a soul, General. A golden, shining soul. I can see it drifting around you in a cloud of glory. You're Tatum and Garner rolled into one. If Brubeck heard you, he'd turn his face to the wall and weep tears of pure joy, General. Tears of pure joy."
"Garvald," Nick said.
"Ben Garvald."
Laser faltered, the spate of words drying momentarily.
"Ben," he said. "My old buddy Ben. Sure, I know Ben. He was around my place earlier tonight."
He paused, a worried frown on his face.
"Or was it tonight? Maybe it was some other time."
"What did he want?" Nick said patiently.
"What did he want? What did old Ben want?"
Laser's mood changed suddenly. He reached for Nick's glass, emptied it, then started to play a Bach prelude with exquisite skill.
Well, I tell you, General, old Ben wanted to know about his wife, what her new name was and where she lived.
And that's all?
Then he wanted to know where he could find Sammy.
Sammy?
Sammy Roscoe. He's the strong-arm man at Club 11. Lives in Carver Street.
Why did Garvold want to see him? Laser changed to a Strauss waltz.
He didn't mean him any good, General. That's for sure. The angel of death walked at his side. The Lord have mercy on the soul of Samuel Roscoe, miserable sinner.
He laughed wildly.
You know what that creep did, General? Sicked a couple of cheap punks onto Ben in the fog outside Wandsworth. Did he make a mistake?
He was at the high point of his ecstasy, knowing and yet not knowing what he was saying, and Nick pushed his advantage. What did he want Bella for, Chuck? Was he angry with her?
With Bella? Why should he be angry?
The waltz changed into a slow, dragging blues that brought a Negro couple in the corner to their feet to dance.
He loved that woman, General. He loved her, and she threw him overboard and married another man.
So, maybe he wants to even the score a little.
You mean cut her up or something?
The fingers faltered. The melody drifted into silence.
General, you don't know Ben Garvold. You sure as hell don't know Ben Garvold.
He leaned forward and laid a hand on Nick's shoulder.
Where women are concerned, he's the softest touch in town.
You've made your point. Nick started to his feet. Laser held on tight.
Why all the interest? You think he's going to have a go at Bella?
She does.
She's made an official complaint?
Something like that.
The lousy bitch. After all he did for her. 9 stinking years, then she divorces him and marries an old man with a bag of gold.
Life can be hell, Nick said. He moved away quickly, aware of Laser's quick cry, went straight up the stairs without looking back, and went along the alley into City Square. Carver Street and Sammy Roscoe were obviously next on the agenda, and he got behind the wheel of the Mini Cooper and moved away quickly. Behind him, in the entrance to the alley, Laser paused, a hand raised in a futile gesture as Miller drove off. A match flared in a doorway beside him, and Ben Garvold moved out, lighting a cigarette. "Here's your friend, Chuck."
Laser swung round in surprise. Already the initial jolt of the drug was wearing thin, and he was dropping fast towards a level more consistent with normal behavior.
"Where in the hell did you spring from?"
"I wanted to see you again. Remembered what you'd said about the all-night chemists in City Square. You and the character in the blue coat and fancy cap were standing at the curb when I came round the corner. Who is he?"
"A copper, Ben. Detective Sergeant."
Laser searched his memory.
"Miller. That's it. Miller."
"You're joking," Garvold said. "I've never seen a peeler that looked like him before. What did he want?"
"You, Ben," Laser said. "He wanted to know if I knew where you were."
"Did he say why?"
Laser tried again.
"Bella. That's it. Bella. She doesn't want you around."
"She's got her nerve," Garvold said. "What did you tell this peeler then?"
And Laser, his mind chilling as the ecstasy ebbed away, couldn't remember. Garvold saw the situation for what it was and nodded quickly.
"Forget it, Chuck. It doesn't matter. I'm clean as a whistle, and those sods up there at the town hall know it. In any case, I've more important things to think about. Where would I find Fred Manton round about now?"
"The Flamingo, for sure."
"Can you get me in the back way? I'd like to give him a surprise."
"Nothing simpler,"
Laser said.
"He has a private service stair with a door to the alley at the side. You wait there, and I can go in the front way and open it for you.
"Then let's get moving. I'm running out of time," Garvold said.
And somewhere in the distance, muffled by the rain and fog, the town hall clock sounded the first stroke of midnight. 10. At 45, Jack Brady had been a policeman for nearly a quarter of a century. 25 years of working a 3-shift system, of being disliked by his neighbours, of being able to spend only one weekend in 7 at home with his family, and the consequent effect upon his relationship with his son and daughter. He was not a clever man, but he was patient, and possessed the kind of intelligence that can slowly but surely cut through to the heart of things, and this, coupled with an extensive knowledge of human nature gained from 1,000 long hard Saturday nights on the town, and numerous times like them, made him a good policeman. He had no conscious thought, or even desire, to help society. Society consisted of the civilians who sometimes got mixed up in the constant state of guerrilla warfare that existed between the police and the criminal, and, if anything, he preferred the criminal. At least you knew where you were with him. But he was no sentimentalist. A villain was a villain, and there was no such thing as a good thief. One corruption was all corruption. He'd read that somewhere as he walked through the streets, head down against the rain. He remembered it and thought of Ben Garvold. From the way he had discussed the case with Grant, Miller had seemed to take a fancy to Garvold. If that was his attitude, then the sooner he fell flat on his face and got the boot, the better. A copper's job was to catch thieves, and all the education in the world couldn't teach a man to do that. Only experience. Brady sighed morosely and paused to light a cigarette. The strange thing was that now his initial anger had evaporated, he found, to his surprise, that he had been more impressed with Miller than he had thought possible. On the other hand, that was no reason for not teaching him a lesson. It would sharpen the lad up for next time. Gascoigne Square was a quiet backwater, no more than a quarter of a mile from the town hall. Its gracious Georgian townhouses were still in excellent condition, and occupied mainly as offices by solicitors and other professional men. But one or two of the larger houses had proved ideal for conversion into the kind of nightclub cum gaming houses that had mushroomed all over the country since the change in the law. And some of them also provided for more elemental needs. Brady smiled sardonically as he passed Club 11 and a taxi unloaded half a dozen middle-aged businessmen who jostled each other excitedly as they went up the steps to the narrow entrance. They'd get everything they needed in that hole. Molly Ryan would see to that. And one or two of them might even pick up a little more than they'd bargained for. But that was life, and you took a chance with each new day that dawned. The Flamingo certainly had more class, but still looked a little out of character in the old square, with its striped awning and garish neon lighting. A few yards from the entrance, a small wizened man in tweed cap and army greatcoat sat on an orange box, a pile of Sunday newspapers spread out beside him. The old man knew Brady, and Brady knew the old man, but no sign of recognition passed between them. The policeman mounted the steps to the entrance and passed through the glass door that a commissionaire in red uniform held open for him. A dark-haired Italian in a white dinner jacket moved forward at once, an expression of consternation on his face. He tried to conceal it with a brave smile, but failed miserably.
"Mr. Brady, what a pleasure. There is something I can do for you."
Brady stood there, hands in the pockets of his cheap raincoat, ignoring the man. Distaste on his face as he took in the thick carpets, the cream and gold decor, and the cloakroom girl in her fishnet stockings.
"I want Manton. Where is he?" "Is there perhaps something wrong, Mr. Brady?" "There will be if you don't get Manton down here fast."
A party of 3 or 4 people, newly arrived, glanced at him curiously, and the Italian stepped to a door marked Private
and open it.
"I believe Mr. Manton is at the bar. If you'll wait in here, I'll go and see."
Brady moved inside and the door closed behind him. The office was little more than a cubbyhole, with a desk and a green filing cabinet taking up most of the space. There was a half-completed staff duty list on the blotting pad, and he turned it round and examined it idly, noting a familiar name here and there. The door clicked open behind him and closed again. When Brady turned, Fred Manton was leaning against the door, lighting a cigarette. He was a tall, lean man with good shoulders that showed to advantage in the well-cut dinner jacket. The blue eyes and clipped moustache gave him a faintly military air which went down well with the customers, many of whom nicknamed him the Major and imagined him the product of one of the better public schools. Nothing could have been further from the truth, as Brady knew well, and he dropped the duty list on the blotter and looked Manton up and down, contempt and open dislike on his face. Manton went behind the desk, opened a drawer. He held up the duty list.
"Some people might say you'd been sticking your nose into things that didn't concern you."
"You're breaking my heart," Brady said. "Garvald. Ben Garvald. Where is he?"
Manton seemed genuinely surprised.
"You must be getting old. Last I heard, he was in Wandsworth. I thought everybody knew that."
"He was released yesterday. But you wouldn't know about that, would you?"
Manton shrugged.
"I haven't seen Ben in 9 years. Not since the day he went down the steps for the steel amalgamated job in Birmingham. Or aren't you familiar with that one?"
"In detail," Brady said. "Garvald's wheelman got clear away after that little tickle. We never did manage to run him down."
"Well, don't look at me," Manton said. "I was at home that night."
"Who said so? Your mother?"
Brady sneered. Manton crushed his cigarette in the ashtray very deliberately and reached for the telephone.
"I don't know what you're trying to pull, but I'm getting my lawyer in before I say another word."
As he lifted the receiver, Brady pulled it from his hand and replaced it in its cradle.
"All right, Manton. Let's stop playing games. I want Garvald. Where is he?"
"How should I know, for Christ's sake? This is the last place he'll show, believe me."
"When we pulled him in for the steel amalgamated job, you and he were partners in a club on the other side of the river."
"That's right. The old One Spot. So what?"
"Maybe Garvald thinks you still owe him something. Or did you pay him off while he was inside?"
"Pay him off?"
Manton started to laugh.
"What with? Washers? After they pulled Ben in, your boys cracked down on the One Spot so hard we went bust inside a month. I owed money from here to London. So did Ben, if it comes to that. But he wasn't around when the bailiffs arrived. I was."
There was a bitterness in his voice that gave the whole sorry story the stamp of truth, and Brady, facing the fact that his hunch had been wrong, swallowed his disappointment and made one last try.
"You've got a place of your own upstairs, haven't you? I'd like to have a look around."
"Got a warrant?"
"What do you think?"
Manton shrugged.
"It doesn't matter. Look all you want. If you find Ben, let me know. I could put him to work for 2 years and he'd still owe me money."
"My heart bleeds for you,"
Brady said, and he opened the door. Manton smiled, teeth gleaming beneath the clipped moustache.
"Come to think of it, I could do with another man on the door in the spring, Brady. How long before you retire?"
Brady's hand tightened on the door handle, the knuckles whitening as the anger churned up into his throat in a tight ball that threatened to choke him. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke, his voice was remarkably controlled.
"Now that was a stupid remark for a smart boy like you to make, Manton. Really stupid."
And Manton knew it. As his smile evaporated, Brady grinned gently, closed the door, and walked across the thick carpet to the entrance. The rain, which had drifted on the wind for most of the evening, was falling heavily now,
and he paused beside the old newspaper man who was swathing himself in a ground sheet. Brady picked up a newspaper and opened it at the sports page.
Ben Garvald, Mickey. Remember him?
The old man's voice was hoarse and broken, roughened by disease and bad liquor over the years.
Couldn't forget one like him, Mr. Brady.
Has he gone in the Flamingo tonight?
The old man ignored him, pretending to search for change in one of his pockets.
Not a chance. There's always Manton's private entrance, mind you, beside the staff door in the alley. There's a stair straight up to his flat.
Good man, Mickey. Brady dropped a couple of half-crowns into the old man's palm, received a copper or two in change, for appearance's sake, and moved away. At the corner of the alley which cut along the side of the Flamingo, he paused and glanced back. There was no sign of the commissionaire at the entrance, and he moved into the narrow opening quickly. There was a row of overflowing dustbins, and an old gas lamp bracketed to a wall illuminated 2 doors. One was marked Private Staff Only. The other carried no sign, and when he tried the handle it was locked. At the other end of the alley he could see the main road, and the sound of the late-night traffic was muted and strange, as if it came from another place. He checked his watch. It was a little after 11, and he didn't have to return to the office till midnight. He went back along the alley towards the square, found a doorway, moved into the shadows, and waited. It was bitterly cold, and time passed slowly. He leaned in the corner, hands thrust deep into his pockets, and time crawled, minute by slow minute. And no one came. He was wrong. That was the truth of it. You must be getting old. Manton had said that, and maybe it was true. Was this all he had to show for 25 years? A strange nostalgia gripped him. If only he could start again. Go back to the beginning. How different everything would be. As if from a great distance, he started to hear voices. He took a deep breath and came back to reality with a start, realizing to his annoyance that he had almost fallen asleep. A man had moved from the shadows and stood beside the staff entrance lighting a cigarette. Brady recognized Chuck Laser at once, and also remembered that the American was employed as a pianist at the club. As the staff door closed on Laser, Brady leaned back again, shivering as a cold wind moved along the alley, lifting the skirts of his raincoat. He was wasting his time. That much was obvious. He lifted his wrist to examine the luminous dial of his watch, and saw to his astonishment that it was 10 minutes past 12, and at that moment the door to Manton's private staircase opened and someone whistled softly. Ben Garvald moved out of the shadows farther along the alley, paused under the lamp, and vanished inside. Trapped by his own astonishment, Brady stayed there in the shadow for a moment. Then, pulling himself together, he went forward, a cold finger of excitement making his stomach hollow. The door to Fred Manton's private staircase was still immovable, but the staff entrance opened to his touch, and he hurried inside. 11. When Laser opened the private door and Garvald entered, he found himself in a small square hall at the bottom of a flight of carpeted stairs. Laser went first. At the top, he opened a door cautiously and peered into a narrow corridor.
"What have we got here?" Garvald demanded softly.
"Manton's private suite. His office is at the far end. He's in there now. I've just been speaking to him. He wants me to take a couple of boys from the band and go up to Bella's place to make with the mood music. Big party night."
"Anything special?"
"Harry's birthday."
"She must be getting sentimental in her old age," Garvald said. "Don't tell her you've seen me. I'd like it to be a surprise."
My pleasure.
Laser grinned widely.
Maybe you'll be up there later on.
Depends on how the cards fall. I'm staying at the Regent Hotel in Gloin Street. If anything comes up, you can get in touch with me there.
Will do.
They moved along the corridor, and the American opened a green baize door on the left.
This way to hell,
he said, as music and laughter drifted up.
Don't do anything I would.
Garvold went along the corridor and paused outside the door at the far end. For a moment, he hesitated, waiting for some sound through the half-open transom. He was conscious of a movement behind him and turned quickly. A tall, broad-shouldered man was standing watching him. He had long, dark hair swept back over each ear, curling slightly at the nape of the neck, and one good eye regarded Garvold unwinkingly. The other was coated with an obscene patina of cream and silver.
"What's the game, Jack?"
he demanded in a harsh voice. Garvold looked him up and down calmly, turned without a word, and opened the door. The room into which he entered was decorated in cream and gold, and a fire flickered in a Queen Anne fireplace. Manton was sitting behind a walnut desk, papers spread before him. He glanced up with a start. For several moments, he and Garvold looked steadily at each other, and then Manton sighed, "I hoped you wouldn't do this, Ben." "Come back." Garvold shrugged, opened a silver box on the desk, and helped himself to a cigarette. "A man needs his friends after what I've been through, Fred. Where else would I go?" The man with the wall eye spoke from the doorway.
"He couldn't have got in through the club or the kitchen, Mr. Manton. They'd have buzzed through. That means the side door. Shall I check him for a key?"
"You do, and I'll break your arm," Garvold said genially. Walleye took a sudden step forward, his face dark, and Manton held up a hand. "Leave it, Donna. He'd put you in hospital for a month, and I need you around. Go back downstairs." Donna stood there for a moment, his single eye glaring ferociously at Garvold. Then he turned on his heel, and the door slammed behind him. Manton went to a wall cabinet, opened it, and took out a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. He filled them both and toasted Garvold silently. "How did you get in, Ben?" "Now I ask you," Garvold said. "When did I ever need a key to open a door?" Manton chuckled. "That's true enough, God knows. You were the best door and window man in the business in the old days." He moved back to the desk and lit a cigarette, taking his time over it. "Why did you come back, Ben? There's nothing for you here." "Then why were you so anxious to keep me out? Sicking those 2 tearaways on me in the fog outside Wandsworth yesterday was a mistake. Nothing on earth could have kept me away after that." "Things have changed," Manton said. "It isn't like the old days anymore. The kind of money people throw around now, you can make more out of a good legitimate club than we ever did from the rackets. With the form that you have behind you, Ben, you'd be bad for business. It's as simple as that." "They tell me you work for wages now. I never thought I'd see the day." "If you know that, then you know who I work for," Manton said calmly. "Harry Faulkner. And he treats me just fine. I get a good basic plus a slice of the cake twice a year. More than we ever dreamed of making at the old One Spot." "When you were in partnership with me." Manton put down his glass and said deliberately, "Let's get one thing straight, Ben. After the coppers picked you up for that steel amalgamated job, they shut the One Spot up tight. It took me 2 years of working for Faulkner to pay off the debts. I don't owe you a thing." Garvold grinned. "I didn't say you did." Manton was unable to control his surprise. He stood behind the desk frowning suspiciously, and then, as if coming to a sudden decision, sat down, took out a bunch of keys and unlocked a drawer.
Oh, what the hell. So I owe you a favour.
He produced a couple of packets of notes and threw them onto the blotter.
There's 500 there, Ben. That's all I can manage.
Garvold looked down at the money, a strange smile on his face. Then he moved to the cabinet and poured himself another whisky. When he turned, his face was without expression.
No thanks, Fred.
Manton jumped up angrily.
Then what do you want? Is it Bella?
She is my wife, Fred.
Don't you mean was?
Manton chuckled sourly.
That kind of talk's going to get you nowhere. Bother her and Harry Faulkner will have you cut down to size so fast you won't know what hit you.
Garvold smiled.
And you telling me everything was so legitimate these days?
Manton frowned, a puzzled expression in his eyes.
No, it isn't Bella, is it? It's the cash. The cash from that Steel Amalgamated job.
Which went up like a torch with Jackie Charlton.
Or did it?
Manton said softly.
Maybe you'd already divvied up.
An interesting thought, you must agree.
There was a rush of footsteps in the corridor. The door was thrown open and Donna came in. He leaned on the desk, ignoring Garvold.
There's a load of trouble on its way. That blasted copper Brady. What's he want? Our friend here. Django's stalling him at the bottom of the stairs, but I wouldn't give him long.
Manton looked at Garvold angrily.
What in the hell have you been up to?
The big Irishman was already on his way to the door.
Search me, but I've got other fish to fry. Give him my respects, Fred. I'll see myself out.
As he disappeared along the corridor, Donna moved to go after him, but Manton caught him by the sleeve.
Let him go. He hasn't been here, understand?
He sat down behind his desk and lit a cigarette. A moment later, he heard voices in the corridor and Brady burst into the room, brushing aside a small, black-bearded man in a dinner jacket, whose black hair was close-cropped to his skull. He stood at the side of Manton's desk, his face swollen with passion, and spoke with a heavy Greek accent.
He came in through the staff entrance like a crazy man, boss,
he said, one hand weaving an intricate pattern in front of Manton's face.
When I tried to stop him coming up, he nearly broke my arm.
Never mind this little squirt, Brady said harshly. I want Ben Garvold. Where is he? Manton managed a frown with little difficulty.
Ben Garvold? You must be out of your tiny mind.
Brady went round the desk in a rush and jerked Manton to his feet, one massive hand crushing the silken lapels of the expensive dinner jacket. Don't give me that kind of crap, Manton. I was outside in the alley. Someone let him in through your private door. For a second only, Manton lost control. He glanced at Donna with a frown, and Brady laughed harshly. I read you like a book, you pig. Now where is he? Manton pulled himself free and backed away.
I don't know what all this is about, but I'd like to see your warrant. If you haven't got one, you'd better get the hell out of here before I call in some real law.
You don't frighten me, Brady said contemptuously.
Maybe not, Manton told him, but Harry Faulkner will.
But Brady had already passed over into that area where action is in command of reason. At the best of times, caution had never been one of his virtues. He glared at Manton, his eyes bloodshot. Ben Garvold's here. I saw him come in, and by God, I'm going to find him. He swung round, shoved Django to one side with a careless sweep of his arm, and went into the corridor. He opened the first door on the left, switched on the light, and found himself in the bathroom. When he turned to walk out, the three men were standing in the corridor watching him. There was a slight, polite smile on Manton's face.
Find anything?
Maybe he thinks we flushed Garvold away, Donna said. Brady ignored both remarks and opened the next door.
The sitting room, Manton said helpfully. My bedroom next to it.
Brady checked both of them without success.
and as he came out of the bedroom, noticed that a door at the other end of the corridor was standing slightly ajar. He moved to it quickly, pulled it open, and looked down the stairs to Manton's private entrance. He turned, his face suffused with passion.
"So, that's it. For Christ's sake, boss, how long is this farce running for?"
Donna said, turning to Manton.
"Can't you give him a couple of fivers or something? Maybe that's all he came for in the first place."
A growl of anger erupted from Brady's throat, and he grabbed at Donna's shoulders, pulling him round. All Donna's pent-up rage and frustration surged out of him like a dam bursting.
"You keep your bloody paws off me," he said viciously.
He turned, catching the punch that Brady flung at him on his left shoulder, and, at the same moment, moved in close, raising a knee into the unprotected groin. As Brady doubled over, the knee swung into his face, lifting him back. For a moment, the big policeman poised there in the doorway, clawing at the wall for support. And then he went backwards, into the dark well of the staircase. 12. As the three men stood in shocked silence crowding the doorway, there was a slight creak behind them, and Ben Garvold emerged from the linen cupboard.
"You're getting careless in your old age, Fred."
He shook his head.
"Remember the 11th commandment. Never do a copper, for it shall be returned unto you 100-fold.
He brushed past them and went down the stairs. Brady was lying on his back at the bottom, legs sprawled in an unnatural position on the stairs, head and shoulders jammed against the wall. Blood matted his hair, trickling down into his eyes, and his head moved slightly. Garvold turned and looked up at Manton, who had paused 6 or 7 steps from the bottom.
"He doesn't look too good, Fred. I wish you joy."
He opened the door and went out in one quick motion. As it closed, Manton pulled Django down beside him. "Get after him. Lose him and I'll have your ears." The door opened and closed behind the Cypriot, and Manton dropped to one knee beside Brady. The policeman opened his eyes and glared up at him. There was a strange, choking sound in his throat. Blood trickled from his nostrils, and his head lolled to one side.
"My God, he's croaked,"
Donna said in a whisper. Manton got to his feet. "What a bloody mess!"
"It was an accident,"
Donna said desperately.
"He swung at me first. You saw."
"I can just see a judge and jury taking my word for that," Manton said bitterly. "Be your age, Donna. You've killed a copper, and that's a topping job." Donna pointed a shaking finger at him.
"If I go, you go. We're in this together. Make no mistake about that."
"You don't need to rub it in," Manton said. "Even if those swine up at the town hall couldn't find any evidence to implicate me, they'd invent some."
"Then we've got to get rid of him," Donna said. "That stands to reason. What about dumping him in the canal off Granger's Wharf? That's not far away."
"That would make it look more like murder than ever," Manton said. "It's got to be cleverer than that. An accident, that's what we want. A convenient accident. Hit and run, perhaps." Donna nodded eagerly.
"That's not bad. That's not bad at all."
"Especially if we use someone else's car and dumped it later. There's one thing, though. Who else saw him come in?"
"Only Django," Donna said. "Luckily, it was the staff break before the main floor show. They were all in the kitchen. He kept Brady talking at the bottom of the stairs and buzzed for me."
He hesitated.
"There's always Garvold."
"We'll see to him later. First, we've got to get rid of our friend here. We'll take him up the alley between us to Stank's yard. Then you go and pick up a car, and don't waste any time." The alley was deserted, and they moved through the darkness, Brady's limp body a dead weight between them. Stank's yard was at the far end near the main road, and the door to it from the alley was never kept locked. It was a dark well of a place between tall warehouses due for demolition. Much used by scrap merchants, it was choked with the accumulated junk of the years. Wide gates giving access to a narrow lane leading into the main road stood permanently open. Manton leaned against the wall, trying to shelter from the driving rain, a cigarette cupped in one hand. Strangely enough, he wasn't afraid. Excited, if anything. In a strange way, it was as if he were living again for the first time in years, and he grinned ruefully. Now that would have given Ben Garvold a laugh, if you like. Someone entered the alley behind him from the main road and moved quickly along the uneven flagstones, footsteps echoing between the high brick walls. Manton stood back and waited. A moment later, Django passed the doorway, his face clear in the dim light of the gas lamp which hung at the entrance to the alley. Manton called softly to him, and Django turned and came hurrying back. He peered cautiously through the darkness.
"What's going on?"
"Brady died on us. We've got to get rid of him. I'm waiting for Donna to show up with a car." The Cypriot's breath whistled between his teeth.
"That isn't so good, Mr. Manton. I'm not so sure I like to be mixed up in a killing."
"You're in it up to your neck whether you like it or not," Manton told him brutally. "Unless you'd like me to remind someone about all that killing you did for Ioka. Now cut out the double talk and tell me about Garvold."
"He's staying at a place called the Regent Hotel in Gloin Street. It's no more than 5 minutes' walk from here. Flip it. They don't even have a night porter on duty. Just a chambermaid."
"Did you speak to her?"
"Sure."
Django chuckled, and his eyes gleamed through the darkness.
"She's a whore, Mr. Manton. I know that place. They only keep her on to oblige the customers. A pound in the top of her stocking and she'll give you 57 varieties."
"How interesting," Manton said softly. "And just how far would she be willing to go for 20 quid?
"I shudder all over to think of it," Django said simply.
The sudden roar of an engine echoed within the narrow walls, and twin headlamps picked them out of the darkness as a vehicle moved in through the main gates. It was a blue Thames van, and as they went forward, Donna got out of the driving seat.
"Best I could do. Get him in the back and let's get out of here."
There was still light traffic about, but the lateness of the hour and the heavy, constant rain had by now almost cleared the streets as Donna drove out of the yard and turned into the main road. "Don't waste time on anything fancy," Manton told him. "Any of these side streets will do."
"Maybe it's not so good to make it so near the club,"
Django said. "Use your brains," Manton told him. "He works Central Division, doesn't he? And he was seen to call at the club earlier on. It's got to be round here." Donna swung the wheel, crossing the dual carriageway, and turned into a narrow street that swung in a curve between tall warehouses towards the river. By now, it was raining even harder, and the unheated cab was bitterly cold.
"This should do it,"
Donna said, and he braked in the middle of the deserted street so that the Thames skidded on the wet asphalt. Manton opened the door and jumped out. The street had started to curve, and at this point they were out of sight of the main road, and the warehouses, lifting into the night on either side, were dark and still. "Keep the engine running," he told Donna. "Django and I can handle this." He moved to the rear of the van, opened the doors and pulled Brady out by the ankles. The Cypriot took him by the shoulders, and together they carried him round to the front of the van, and propped the body upright against the bonnet. They stood back and allowed Brady to slide to the ground, the blood that had soaked his face and shirt leaving its traces on the bonnet of the van. Manton raised his foot and smashed the near-side headlamp, glass splintering in a shower that cascaded over Brady's crumpled body.
"That should do it,"
he said, and clambered into the van, pushing Django in ahead of him.
"Maybe I should run him over or something,"
Donna said,
"just to make it look good."
As Manton hesitated, for the suggestion had its merits, the light from a car's headlamps splayed against the curved wall of a warehouse in front of them.
"Get moving,"
he said hoarsely. Donna slammed the van into reverse, and the rear wheels bounced over the curb as he swung the wheel. They shot forward, one wheel bumping over Brady's right foot, and drove away quickly as a small saloon car came round the curve behind them.
"I don't want it any closer than that,"
Donna said as they crossed the dual carriageway into another side street.
"What do we do now?"
"You can drop Django and me on the next corner," Manton said. "Then turn into Canal Street and run this thing off Granger's Wharf. We don't want to make it too easy for them. We'll see you back at the club, and make it fast. There's Garvald to take care of, remember?"
"Now that I look forward to," Donna said. "I really do."
The man at the wheel of the saloon car was past his prime, and the girl in the passenger seat was certainly not his wife, an added complication. He looked across in fascinated horror at the body which sprawled in the middle of the road, and glanced nervously at the shadows crowding from the warehouse walls.
"The rotten swine," the girl said, "didn't even stop."
Her companion nodded, opened the door and walked across to Brady. When he came back, he looked sick. "Blood all over his face. I think he's dead."
"Then we'd better get out of here,"
the girl said briskly. He turned, horror in his eyes.
"We can't just leave him here." "Why not?" she said brutally. "We certainly can't do him any good. If it makes you feel any better, we can stop at the first call box. Dial 999, but don't give your name."
He sat there staring at her and she shrugged.
"Of course, if you want to see your name in the paper."
It was all he needed. He switched on the motor and drove away quickly, leaving the horror behind him under the dim light of the old-fashioned gas lamp. After a while, the body stirred, and a strange, inhuman sob lifted in the throat. Jack Brady rolled onto his face and tried to push himself up, but the arm was broken, and he slumped forward, his blood washing across the asphalt. Waiting for them to come, as he knew they would, hanging on to that final hidden reserve that is in all men, and which refused to allow him to die. The bell of the approaching patrol car, a cry in the night, was warm and comforting, and it was only when he heard it that he let go and slid into darkness again. Ben Garvald lay on the bed smoking a cigarette and stared up at the ceiling. He'd had a lot of practice over the years, but this was different. Here he could walk out any time he felt like it. He wondered what Manton was doing about the copper, and a grin touched the corners of his mouth. Now there was a problem, but on the other hand, no skin off his nose. He checked his watch. It was 1 a.m. and he frowned, trying to plan ahead. If it was the sort of party he imagined it would be, it could run till morning. Certainly there was no point in trying to contact Bella before 4 or 5, by which time most of her guests would probably either be flat on their backs or in no fit state to know what was going on. He smiled, trying to imagine the look on her face when she first saw him. There was a light knock on the door. It opened, and the Irish girl came in with a cup and saucer in one hand.
"I made some tea."
"I'll remember you in my prayers."
She gave him the tea and laughed as she looked down at him.
"That'll be the day."
She went to the window and stood looking into the street. When he had finished his tea, she came back and sat on the edge of the bed.
"Mind if I have a cigarette?"
"Help yourself."
She took one and he produced his lighter. When she leaned forward, the nylon overall opened to the waist. She was wearing a slip, no brassiere, and her breasts were white and firm. She held his wrist tightly as she lit a cigarette, looking straight into his eyes. Garvald slid his left hand inside the neck of the overall and cupped it over a breast, the nipple hardening immediately against his palm.
"Aren't you the one?"
she said softly. He dropped the lighter, took the cigarette from her mouth, and crushed it into the ashtray on the bedside table.
"It's been a long time," he said. "A hell of a long time. I'm warning you."
Her arms went around his neck, and he slid the overall down over her shoulders as their mouths came together. He was trembling, just like a kid having it for the first time, which was strange. And the light in the room seemed to grow dimmer. She tumbled onto her back, her limbs asprawl, pulling him down into her softness. But his body seemed to have turned to water. For some reason, he was on the floor and she was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring down at him, the overall rucked up around her thighs, and her legs were the longest and most beautiful things he had ever seen. Across the bed, the door opened, and Donna came in. He was laughing, but there was also something else in his face, and when his mouth opened, no sound seemed to come out. He moved round the end of the bed, and Garvold tried to haul himself up. But it was too late. A boot swung into his side, and the girl's cry was the last thing he heard as he plunged into the dark. 13. Nick lit a cigarette and sat on the edge of the table and watched her. After a while, Wilma emptied her glass with a shudder. She looked up at him, eyes wide and staring, the mascara smudged by her tears.
I must look like hell. Could I have another?
It's your gin.
He reached for the bottle and half-filled her glass.
Things must be pretty bad when you try to go out like that.
She took the gin down in one quick swallow, made a face, and reached for the bottle again.
I thought you were my husband.
You must think the world of him.
I wouldn't cut him down if he was hanging, she laughed harshly.
I'll tell you about my husband, mister. I'll tell you all there is to know about Sammy Roscoe. He's from under a stone. When he picked me off a Hamburg street in 1945 and married me, I thought it was a miracle. In those days, I still prayed. I was only 15, but I lied about my age.
What happened?
We came home when he got demobbed. Home to this place.
She looked around her, an expression of loathing on her face.
The honeymoon lasted for as long as it took him to run through his gratuity. Then he brought the first man home.
And he's lived off you ever since?
Something like that. Come one, come all. Drunk or sober, black or white, I was never known to refuse. Sammy saw to that. The first time I tried, he knocked me senseless. Roses all the way.
Ever tried moving out?
You could say that.
She emptied her glass and ran a hand over her eyes.
Look, I've got a train to catch. I don't know who gave you my address, but I'm not playing those kind of games anymore.
I didn't come for that.
She hadn't eaten since lunch, and the gin had gone straight to her head, so that when she looked up at him, she had to concentrate hard, a frown on her face.
Who are you?
And then, in alarm,
You aren't a friend of Sammy's, are you?
Not from the sound of him,
Nick said, and took a chance.
Nick Miller's the name. I'm a pal of Ben Garvold's.
You're a friend of Ben's?
She peered up at him in bewilderment.
Come to think of it, I have seen you somewhere before.
And for some unaccountable reason she shivered.
You couldn't have, Nick told her. I'm new in town. Ben and I did some bird together at Parkhurst. I was released last October.
You've just missed him, she said. He was here a little while ago.
I was supposed to meet him outside Wandsworth yesterday, but something came up. I hear there was trouble.
They were waiting for him in the fog,
she said, staring into her empty glass. Nick filled it again quickly.
Who was Wilma?
Oh, some rat or other that Sammy knew on the inside.
She started to laugh and drank some more of the gin.
My God, he couldn't have told them much about Ben.
He's a hard man, all right.
He can take them all.
She stared dreamily into space.
But when it comes to women...
She shook her head drunkenly, slow tears oozing down her cheeks, and reached for her handbag.
See this?
She waved the £50 in Nick's face.
That's Ben for you. I'm going home. Do you understand? I'm going home.
What about Sammy?
She laughed contemptuously.
Ben gave him the hiding of his life, then tossed him out on his ear.
Good for Ben.
Nick walked to the fireplace and kept his back to her.
One thing I don't understand. Why would Sammy want to have Ben worked over when he came out of Wandsworth yesterday? It doesn't make any kind of sense.
You don't think he was working for himself, do you?
She stopped abruptly as she caught sight of his face in the mirror over the fireplace.
Go on, Wilma,
Nick said, turning.
Who was he working for?
A sudden realization came to her that something was wrong, and she shook her head vigorously and got to her feet.
I don't know. I don't remember. I've got to get out of here. I've a train to catch.
She reached for her case, but Nick beat her to it.
Was it Fred Manton?
She stared up at him, sobering rapidly, a dawning comprehension in her eyes.
You aren't any friend of Ben's.
She came closer, peering up into his face, and Nick nodded slowly.
Right every time, Wilma. I'm the law.
There was real horror in her eyes now, and she sobered completely, grabbing for the case and trying to push past him.
I've done nothing wrong. You can't hold me here. I've got a train to catch.
Nick shoved her back with all his force. Where did Ben go, Wilma?
Tell me that, and I'll run you to the station myself.
For a moment, she seemed to have lost the power of speech, and then she pointed a shaking finger at him, and the words came tumbling out.
I know now why I was afraid of you, where I've seen you before. When I was a kid in Hamburg during the war, I had a cousin just like you. Same white face, same eyes that looked through you like glass. He was in the Gestapo. When the end came, a mob hung him from a lamppost at the end of our street.
Ben, Nick said. Where is he, Wilma? I only want to chat with him. He's done nothing wrong, yet.
You could put a white-hot poker on my feet and I wouldn't tell you. He's the only man ever treated me like a human being in my life.
Nick shrugged. That's too bad. That means I'll have to take you in for questioning. You'll miss your train. Her face went very white, the mouth slack, and she stared stupidly at him.
But if I miss my train, Sammy will catch up with me again. He'll bring me back.
Her head moved slowly from side to side, and Nick said patiently,
All you have to do is tell me where Ben was going when he left here.
The strange thing was that she genuinely didn't know, and yet an inner pride, a strength she had never realized she possessed before, refused to allow her to betray the man who had helped her. She swallowed the tears, and her chin tilted.
All right, so we go to the station.
Nick sighed heavily and nodded.
That's right, Wilma. The railway station. Come on. I'll give you a lift in my car.
She stared at him incredulously, then snatched up her case and pushed him round.
I'd rather ride with the devil.
He followed her along the dark passage, down the steps into the yard, and reached for her shoulder as she turned into the street beside his car.
Don't be a fool, Wilma. I can have you there in a couple of minutes. There's a train at 12:20. We'll just make it.
Take your hands off me.
She pulled away.
From now on, I walk alone.
Her face was yellow in the lamplight and full of hate as she gazed up at him.
English police, Gestapo, what's the difference? You don't give a damn who gets hurt as long as you find out what you want to know. I hope Ben Garvald cracks your skull.
She spat on the pavement at his feet, turned and walked away, the case banging against her leg, her high heels clicking on the hollow pavement, fading into the night. Nick stood there gazing into the darkness. After a while, he got back into the Mini Cooper and drove away. He ran from the car and mounted the steps to the plain white door that was the entrance to Club 11, head down against the driving rain. He pressed the bell and looked along the wet pavement to the Flamingo, a bright splash of light in the darkness. That could come later. For the moment,
There was nothing he wanted so much as a few quiet words with Sammy Roscoe. The door opened, and he moved in past a uniformed commissionaire and found himself standing in a tiny, thickly carpeted foyer. A young girl in black stockings and not much else took his coat, and a white-haired, military-looking type came forward and smiled charmingly.
"Membership card, sir?"
"I haven't got one, but I'd like to see Miss Ryan. Tell her it's Nick Miller."
"A personal friend, sir?"
"I think you could say that. We've even pounded the same beats together." The man frowned, and Nick produced his warrant card and dropped it onto the reception desk. "Give her this with my compliments." The man's face fell, but he picked up the telephone and pressed a button. After a few moments' muttered conversation, he replaced the receiver. When he turned, the smile was back and pasted firmly into place. "Miss Ryan will be with you in just a moment, Mr. Miller. Perhaps you would care to wait at the bar. The floor show is just beginning." "I'll find my own way," Nick said. He went through a door at the end of the passage and found himself standing at the top of a short flight of steps which dropped into a crowded dining room. Above the tables was a raised catwalk, and scantily dressed showgirls were engaged in a dance routine. The tables were crowded, and the customers were exclusively men, most of them being entertained by the hostesses Club 11 supplied in such profusion. Nick ordered a drink and stood at the end of the crowded bar. After a while, there was a drum roll, and a fat and balding comedian came skipping along the catwalk, a mic in one hand. His patter was the usual mixture of crude filth and innuendo, but mixed in with it was a genuine acid wit, mostly directed at the customers themselves, a fact none of them seemed to grasp. Finally, the comedian stood to one side and took up his ancillary role as compere of the big event of the evening, and the one for which, to judge from the applause, most of the customers had been waiting. It was the usual sort of thing, famous beauties through the ages. Each time the comedian announced a name, a curtain rose at the back of the room disclosing a nude tableau and various fleshy young women depicting Helen of Troy, Eve in the garden, and so on. At various times, the girls paraded along the catwalk, displaying their ample charms in a manner the Lord Chamberlain would have found very difficult to accept. All the time, the comedian kept up a line of patter that verged on the obscene. There was sweat on the faces at the tables in the half-light beneath the catwalk, lust and desire and grasping hands that reached up to touch the legs of the girls parading above. Finally, there was a sudden gasp as a completely naked coloured girl appeared from behind the curtains and started a slow, careful promenade that reduced the room to silence and awe. She half-turned. The room was plunged into darkness, and a light bulb flashed between her ample buttocks.
10,000 volts!
The comedian cried, and as the lights came on again, the room rocked with laughter. Nick turned to reach for his drink, and found Molly standing a few feet away looking at him. She was somewhere in her late 20s, a striking redhead in a green dress that showed off to advantage a figure that was still worth looking at. There was strength in her face, a touch of arrogance, but when she looked at Nick and smiled, there was nothing but warmth there.
"It's been a long time, Nick."
"Too long." He took her hands and held them tightly for a moment. "I've been away for a year, on a course."
"So I heard. Detective Sergeant now, they tell me."
"That's right. With Central Division. Let me buy you a drink." She shook her head.
"Not here. This is strictly for the mugs, and that goes for the kind of booze we sell them too. Let's go up to my office."
She threaded her way between the tables, dropping a word here and there, mounted a few steps beside the stage, and went through a door marked private. Inside, they passed what were obviously the girls' dressing rooms, and finally came to another door which opened into a small and rather severely furnished room with filing cabinets, a desk, and several telephones. Molly opened a cabinet, took out a bottle of whisky and filled a glass. She handed it to him with a slight smile.
Irish, pot distilled. I remember what you like.
Aren't you having one?
Straight poison. I'll never have another drink as long as I live.
She grinned.
Besides, it slows you down.
He looked around the room curiously and shook his head. Somehow this doesn't seem you.
This is my office,
she said calmly, and sat down in the chair behind the desk.
Strictly business. Isn't that what you're here for?
You must read me like a book.
I should be able to. I've known you long enough, she chuckled. Remember when we first met? You were a young probationer pounding a pavement, and I was a probationer of another sort.
2:00 in the morning and raining cats and dogs.
And we'd both had enough, so I took you back to my place.
She laughed.
You thought I was the original Scarlet Woman?
He shook his head. Never that, Molly. Never that. She lit a cigarette and leaned back in her chair.
What do you want, Nick?
Ben gargled for a start. Have you seen him tonight? She seemed genuinely amazed.
Have I seen Ben? As far as I know, he's still doing time.
Not anymore. Got out yesterday. The word is he's back and looking for Bella. Molly laughed harshly.
Then I hope he finds her.
You don't like her much?
She isn't fit to clean his shoes. In my book, he's the tops. Oh, he's hard as steel. But where women are concerned...
She sighed, her face softening, and Nick said, So you're on his side?
I should say so. When I first came over from Ireland, I was a green kid of 18, didn't know the form. Before I knew where I was, the wrong mob had me under their thumb and I was being squeezed dry. Ben Garvald got me out of that. Free, gratis, and for nothing. That's his one weakness. He can't resist helping a woman in trouble.
All right, Nick said. So you haven't seen him tonight?
As it happens, I haven't. Has Bella made a complaint?
Something like that.
The Kai. I know where I'd like to see her.
Nick decided to try another line. Is Sammy Roscoe here by any chance? She nodded.
He's on duty upstairs. Don't tell me you're looking for him as well.
Just a couple of questions. Routine, mainly. Can we go up? She shrugged.
I don't see why not.
They left the office, moved along the passage, and paused outside a door which carried the legend, Health Club Section, Members Only. A new name for it, Nick said, but she ignored the remark, opened the door and led the way in. They moved along a quiet corridor, passed through a swing door and entered a long tiled room thick with steam. A fat and rather ugly middle-aged man came towards them, swathed in Turkish towels. A young woman in a white nylon smock helping him along. They moved into a cubicle and she pulled the curtain. The room was lined with such cubicles, and one of them didn't have its curtain properly drawn. As Nick passed, he glanced in and saw another fat and aging specimen lying on a couch while a young woman massaged him. She seemed to find a pair of black knickers sufficient garment in the great heat. As Molly held open the door at the end for him, she smiled.
Strictly legal, Nick. They've all got diplomas from an Institute of Physical Culture and Massage I know in London.
Some institute. The room into which they entered was white-tiled with a shower stall in one corner and a padded table in the centre. Sammy Roscoe was sitting on a chair in the corner reading a magazine. He wore a white singlet and slacks. Very ornamental, Nick said. What's he supposed to be? Roscoe looked up with a frown, then threw down the magazine and got to his feet. Who's the funny man, Molly? Nick turned to her quickly. You can leave us now.
Wait a minute,
she said in surprise. I said, leave us. His voice was hard and with the cutting edge of a razor. She turned and went out almost immediately, her face red, and Nick produced his warrant card. "I haven't got much time, so let's have some straight answers, Roscoe. You hired 2 men to attack Ben Garvald outside Wandsworth yesterday morning. Why?" Roscoe looked over his shoulder like a hunted animal.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Don't waste my time," Nick said wearily. "I've seen your wife. She told me what happened at your place earlier and what Ben Garvald did to you." He poked a finger at the livid bruise on the other man's left cheek. "He must be quite a puncher."
"That lousy, rotten bitch. Just wait till I get my hands on her. I'll make her wish she'd never been born."
"You'll have to wait a long time," Nick said. "She caught a London train about 10 minutes ago. I put her on it myself." He smiled softly. "She's gone home, Sammy." Roscoe shook his head in bewilderment.
"She couldn't. She didn't have the cash."
"Garvald saw to that. Good of him, wasn't it?" With a cry of anger and frustration, Roscoe swung a tremendous punch that Nick found no difficulty whatever in avoiding. Remembering Wilma, he moved in fast. His left hand sank in well below the belt, and his right swung to meet the descending face, splintering teeth. Roscoe staggered back, cannoned into the padded table, and slid to the tiled floor. He lay there moaning, blood trickling into his white singlet, and Nick crouched beside him. "That was from Wilma, Sammy. And don't let's have any of that assault by a police officer crap. It wouldn't get you anywhere, believe me. Not with the kind of form you've got behind you." As he got to his feet, the door opened and Molly came in. "He slipped and fell," Nick said. "Better see if there's a doctor in the house." She looked straight at him, her eyes hard.
"Don't come back, Nick. Never again as a friend. I like to know where I stand."
"What's this?" he said. "The Berlin Wall? Me on one side, you on the other?"
"Something like that."
"Suit yourself. See you sometime." He brushed past her and went out through the steam, past the cubicles and into the corridor beyond, his feet sinking into the thick carpet. Strangely enough, he felt no regret. In fact, already his mind was on his next move. It was curiosity more than anything else that took him up the steps of the Flamingo. Manton would certainly deny having any part in the attack on Garvald outside Wandsworth. Would probably deny having seen Garvald even if he had. Still, it might be worth having a look at him. Manton was in the bedroom of his private suite, hurriedly changing out of his wet clothes when the phone rang. He listened to what the man on the door had to say and nodded. "Put him in the front office. I'll be 5 minutes." He dressed quickly in a clean white shirt and dark lounge suit, his mind racing. Detective Sergeant Miller? A new boy. Certainly no one he'd ever heard of round Central Division. But what did he want? That was the thing. The one comforting thought he carried with him when he left the room was that it couldn't have anything to do with Brady. There simply hadn't been enough time. Nick was examining a framed historical map of the north of England on the wall when Manton came in, and he turned and smiled pleasantly. "Mr. Manton, sorry to trouble you, sir. My name's Miller, Detective Sergeant, Central Division. I'm trying to locate an old acquaintance of yours, Ben Garvald. I've reason to believe he arrived in town today, and I thought he might have contacted you." Manton decided to play the honest but puzzled businessman. "Everybody wants Ben Garvald. What is all this, Sergeant? As I told Mr. Brady earlier, I didn't even know Ben was out." Nick frowned. "Jack Brady's been here." "About an hour or so ago," Manton hesitated. "I hope I haven't said anything out of turn, but he came in through the front door just like you. Everybody saw him." "That's all right, Mr. Manton," Nick said. "A misunderstanding, that's all. So you can't help me with Ben?"
As I told Brady, I didn't even know he was out.
Fair enough. I won't trouble you any more then. Nick moved to the door, hesitated, and turned. Just one more thing. Does Sammy Roscoe work for you? Manton frowned.
That's right. Just along the street from here. Why? What's Sammy been up to?
Nothing really, Nick said pleasantly. But I'd get rid of him if I were you.
Why should I do that?
He tells lies, Mr. Manton. Mainly about you. Nick smiled and the door closed behind him. Manton stood there behind the desk for a moment, eyes narrowed, and then he picked up the telephone and dialed a number. 14. Harry Faulkner's house was in St. Martin's Wood, an exclusive residential area not far from Nick's own home. It was a late Victorian mansion, set back from the road in a couple of acres of ground. The whole place was a blaze of lights, and there were so many cars in the drive he found difficulty in parking. He mounted the wide steps to the porch and rang the front doorbell, but there was no reply. After a while, he tried the ornate bronze handle. The door opened to his touch, and he went inside. The house seemed to be full of people. The hall was crowded with them, and couples sat all the way up the stairs, most of them with glasses in their hands. And every bed occupied, he thought to himself wryly. He took off his cap and coat, left them on a walking stick rack in the porch, and pushed his way through the crowd, towards the sound of a driving piano with rhythm and bass accompaniment that was somehow familiar. He found himself in the entrance to a long, narrow room, flanked by French windows to the terrace outside. It had a beautifully polished parquet floor, obviously specially laid for dancing, and was as crowded as the hall outside. Chuck Laser sat at a baby grand in a corner opposite the bar at the far end. Nick was just about to push his way towards him when he felt a tap on the shoulder and turned quickly. A tall, heavily built man in his 30s faced him, a polite smile on his face. He wore a dinner jacket that had been cut by someone who knew what he was doing, but the slightly crooked line of the nose and the hard eyes made Nick immediately wary. "I saw you come in, sir. Is there something I can do for you?"
"And who might you be?"
"Craig, sir. Mr. Faulkner's manservant."
Nick almost laughed out loud. "I'd like to see Mrs. Faulkner. Do you know where she is?"
"She's rather busy right now, sir. Was it something important?"
Nick took out his warrant card. "I think you'll find she'll come running when you tell her who it is." The smile disappeared. The eyes seemed harder than ever.
"If you'd come this way."
Nick followed him through the crowd along the hall. Craig paused outside a door, took a key from his pocket, and opened it.
"Mr. Faulkner's study, Sergeant. If you'll wait in here, I'll fetch Mrs. Faulkner. I believe she's in the kitchen checking on the supper."
It was a pleasant room, lined with books from floor to ceiling. There was a magnificent walnut desk near the Adam fireplace, and a small bar in one corner, carefully designed to stay in character. From the heavy velvet curtains to the Persian carpet on the floor, everything was perfect. Too perfect. It was as if someone had called in a firm of interior decorators and ordered a gentleman's study as per the catalogue. He helped himself to a cigarette from a box containing Turkish and Virginian, another anachronism, and moved across to the shelves. From their general appearance, the books had come with the study in some kind of package deal. He took one down, examined it, and smiled. Even the pages hadn't been cut. As he replaced it, the door opened and Bella came in. It was quite incredible. She didn't look a day older. No different from the healthy young animal he'd worshipped as a kid, hanging around on the corner of Khyber Street to see her go by. The clothes were more expensive, of course. The red dress had obviously cost Faulkner a packet. The diamond brooch on one shoulder looked real. But these were inessentials. The hair was still as dark, the eyes bright,
mouth full and generous, and when she moved to meet him, the old indefinable something was still there. A complete, deep sensuality that would still move men when her hair was grey. "Miller," she said. "Nick Miller. Don't I know you?"
"A long time ago," he said. "Around the corner from your old house in Khyber Street. My mother kept a shop."
Her smile was like a bubble breaking through to the surface. "Now I remember. You're Phil Miller's kid brother. I met him at a party the other week. He told me all about you."
"I'm surprised he mentioned me in company."
She took a cigarette from the box and he gave her a light. "So, you're a detective sergeant now?" She shook her head. "And everywhere I go I see another of those television shops of Phil's. It doesn't make sense. Why aren't you working for him?"
"Phil has a flair for making money," Nick smiled. "I run to darker talents. In any case, I'm a sleeping partner."
"Isn't that illegal or something? For a policeman, I mean."
"We don't mention that."
He threw his cigarette into the fire.
"I've been trying to run Ben to earth for the past 2 or 3 hours without success. He's here in town, but that's as far as I've got."
"Ben?" she said warily, her smile vanishing. "What are you talking about?"
"Your sister made a complaint earlier this evening. Said you'd had a message from Ben saying he'd look you up. She asked us to run him down, warn him not to bother you."
"Why can't she mind her own damned business?" Bella said angrily.
"I didn't see her personally," Nick said. "But from all accounts, she was worried about you. About what might happen if Ben showed up."
"Worried about herself and that precious school of hers, more likely." Bella flashed back at him, lapsing momentarily into the harsher accent of her youth. And then she seemed to pull up short. "No, that isn't really fair. She does worry about me, always has." She smiled and shook her head. "Daft when you think about it. She's 5 years younger than me, but she started to do the thinking for both of us a long time ago."
"Can I see the letter?"
"I've got it in a drawer in the bedroom. I'll only be a second." She crossed to the only other door in the room, opened it, and went in. Nick could see a luxuriously furnished bedroom in red and gold with a reproduction 4-poster bed. She opened a drawer in a dressing table and came back carrying the letter. It was a small sheet of official prison notepaper, folded to envelope size and dated a couple of days previously. It was brief and to the point.
"See you soon, Ben."
Even the prison officer who censored mail could have taken no exception to such an innocent-sounding message.
"When did you get this?"
"The day before yesterday."
"And you haven't shown it to your husband?"
"With his temper." She shook her head and tapped her fingers impatiently on the edge of the desk. "What would be the point? It might never happen. If he does show up, it'll be more for old time's sake than anything else. Ben would never do anything to hurt me."
"Then what are you worrying about?"
She laughed. "It seems to be Jean who's doing all the worrying. Maybe you'd better have a chat with her."
"I'd like that."
"I'll see if I can find her. She may still be in the kitchen. She was giving me a hand with the supper arrangements. You can't trust these catering people out of your sight." The door closed behind her and Nick moved across to the fireplace. He was standing with one foot on the polished brass fender, gazing into the flames and thinking about Ben Garvald, when the door opened again. Some things can happen in life which have such a devastating effect that, after them, nothing can ever be quite the same again. Nick Miller was caught in such a timeless moment when he turned to find Jean Fleming standing just inside the door. She wore high-heeled shoes, dark stockings, a simple dress of black silk which was barely knee-length and left her arms bare. There was about her a tremendous quality of repose, of detachment, as she stood there looking across at him. It was as if, in some strange way, she was waiting for something. It was not that she was beautiful. The dark hair, razor-cut to the skull, gave her a rather boyish appearance, and the sallow, Irish peasant face indicated strength more than any other quality. Yet never before in his life Had he felt such an immediate and overriding attraction to another human being? "We've met before," she said. He nodded.
"A long time ago."
She moved towards him, and when he took her hands she was trembling slightly. "What are you thinking?"
"That I'd like to take you away now, this minute, to some quiet place where no one could touch us."
"Is there such a place?"
"Only in dreams."
She laughed shakily, pulled her hands free, and took a cigarette from the box on the table. He gave her a light, and she smiled. "I think you must have been about 9 years old when I first fell in love with you."
"Is that a fact now?"
"Oh, yes," she nodded seriously. "I used to hang around your mother's shop on the off chance that you might come out."
"I always thought you hated me."
"Not you. Bella. Everything male in the district from the kids upwards thought she was the last word. I never minded till you joined in."
"It would seem I've got quite a lot to make up for,"
he said calmly, and when she turned to look up at him steadily, her eyes were sea-green, so deep a man could drown in them. She took a deep breath, as if pulling herself back sharply to reality. "Bella said you wanted a word with me about Ben."
"That's right. She didn't seem very pleased about you coming to see us."
"Bella's been putting off what she should do today till tomorrow, ever since I've been old enough to understand her," Jean Fleming said. "If it was left to her, she'd pretend Ben didn't exist and never had. That's no good. No good at all."
"I've done a little checking with some of his old friends," Nick said. "He's definitely in town."
Her head came up sharply. "You've no idea where he is now?"
"None at all. I thought he might come here."
"Oh, God! I hope not." She walked away from him, obviously in deep distress, and Nick frowned.
"What can he do? Kick up a fuss? Be a little unpleasant? That's all. Anything more and we'll run him in."
"That's what Harry said." She reached out momentarily, almost as if she would recover the words, and Nick said,
"So you told him about the letter?"
She nodded. "Bella didn't want to, so I went to him behind her back. She still isn't aware that Harry knows. That's why I wasn't completely honest with Superintendent Grant. I thought that if Ben turned up in town and the police had a word with him, that would be enough."
"What did Faulkner say when you told him?"
"He laughed about it. Said he could have Ben taken care of any time he wanted. He also said I was more worried about myself than Bella in this business."
"And are you?"
"I suppose I am, if I'm honest. If Ben turned up here now, created a scene and had to be arrested, the scandal would brush off Bella within a week at the most. It could ruin me."
"The school, you mean?"
She nodded. "I can just see the newspaper reports. A headmistress with a brother-in-law released from prison after a 10-year sentence for armed robbery. They'd have a field day."
"It means a lot to you, doesn't it?"
"Oakdean," she laughed. "It isn't even mine. Not completely, anyway. When Miss Van Helfen had to retire unexpectedly and offered to sell me the school, I didn't have the necessary capital."
"Wouldn't Faulkner help?"
A muscle tightened in her right cheek. "That kind of assistance I don't need. Not from him. Miss Van Helfen suggested I should pay her a percentage of the annual profit for an agreed period."
"And it's worked out all right?"
"Another 5 years and it's all mine." There was real pride in her face, and he grinned.
"A long way from Khyber Street."
"That's what Superintendent Grant said," she smiled. "A long way for both of us." He took her hands and held them tightly.
"I'd like to see more of you, Jean. A lot more."
She moved into his arms and touched him gently on the face. "I don't think you could get rid of me if you wanted to now." They stayed there for a moment, and then she pulled gently away. "I'd like to have a few words with Bella. Then you could take me home. I didn't bring my car. Or are you staying?" He shook his head.
"I don't think so. I'd like to see Chuck Laser before I go, though. Do you know him?"
"He used to play at Ben's club in the old days. He's the best there is. I'll look for you in there after I've seen Bella." She turned to the door and he caught her hand.
"I wouldn't like to be responsible for what might happen if I do see you home."
Her face was very calm, the eyes fathomless. "Then I'll be responsible." The door closed behind her softly. For a long time he stood looking after her, and then he started to move. Life could certainly be complicated, and that was the understatement of the evening for a start. When he went into the long room, Chuck Laser was really high, way out on the edge of a cloud in a cool, quiet place where no one could touch him. After a while, he came back to earth slowly, his fingers crawling down the keyboard in a series of intricate chords, and opened his eyes. No one was listening, and half the couples on the floor kept on dancing as though the music was still playing. As Laser recognized him, Nick grinned sympathetically.
"You were on your own, man. Nobody heard."
"Depends on your point of view, General. They were all out there with me. Alive or dead, makes no difference. Thats and Bix, Jack Teagarden, Charlie Parker, Goodman, Billie Holiday, anyone there ever was or ever will be."
Nick offered him a cigarette, gave him a light.
"How about a drink?"
The American shook his head, ran the back of a hand across his forehead to wipe away the sweat.
"I need more than any drink, General, for what ails me."
"I was speaking to your doctor earlier tonight," Nick said carefully. "He seems to think there's some hope for you."
"Don't they always?"
"A new treatment," Nick said. "Not really new, but it's been tried successfully."
"What's it involve? Withdrawal?"
"With the assistance of a drug called apomorphine. Prevents withdrawal symptoms and cuts out the craving for the usual stuff."
"Sounds too good to be true."
"How did you get hooked in the first place?" Laser shrugged.
"The wrong kind of party. Too much booze. Someone gave me a shot for a giggle after I passed out. That's all it took."
Nick's hand balled up into a fist on top of the piano, the knuckles gleaming whitely, and Laser grinned.
"I know, General. That's just how I felt."
He got to his feet abruptly.
"Sit in for me for a couple of minutes, will you? I need a fix."
He pushed his way through the crowd to a door in the corner by the bar. Nick sat down, nodded to the bassman and drummer, and moved straight into a solid, pushing arrangement of St. Louis blues. He was into the third chorus when Laser returned. Nick started to slow, but the American shook his head, sat on the edge of the stool beside him, and joined in. The volume increased gradually with the tempo, Laser gauging the length of each break expertly, Nick responding in the bass. Quite suddenly, there was something there. Something different that had the couples on the floor turning in surprise to move towards the piano, crowding in, drawn by something that was real, that was elemental as life itself. Without changing the tempo, Laser moved into How High the Moon, and Nick, challenged by the brilliant phrasing, countered with a rhythm pattern that had the American crying out in delight, head thrown back. His hands found a richer theme, and Nick balanced with an intricate series of chords, dissolving into an 8-bar break that left his arms aching. He started to slow, and Laser followed him, down to the valley after the mountaintop. The quiet places, where they finally faded in a minor key. People were applauding all around, and Laser grinned, his eyes shining feverishly.
"You've been there, General. You've been there."
Jean pushed through the crowd, her face glowing with surprise, and reached out to take his hand as he got to his feet.
"One of my minor vices," Nick said with a grin. "Are you ready to go?"
There was a slight tap on his shoulder, and he turned to find Craig standing there, a polite, remote smile on the craggy face.
"Mr. Faulkner's compliments, sir. If you'd be kind enough to follow me, I'll take you to him. He'd like a few words before you leave."
15. Although Nick had never met Harry Faulkner personally, he had seen him at a distance on many occasions, and knew that his brother met him now and then at the clubs of the sort frequented by the wealthier businessmen of the town. Respectable businessman with wide interests, philanthropist, sportsman, chairman of several charities. That was the image he liked to cultivate. Harry Faulkner had come a long way from the riverside slum where he'd first seen the light of day, and he wore his possessions for all to see. Like the fresh gardenia in his buttonhole daily, his house in St. Martin's Wood, his cars, his beautiful young wife. And he had won all these things, his position in society, by breaking the law, or, at least, by using it for his own ends. All his life he had worked on the fringe of the underworld, using his brains to make others do the things he wouldn't do himself, always careful so that whatever happened, whatever went wrong, nothing could touch Harry Faulkner. He was sitting at a desk in his study when Nick was shown in, a stockily built man of middle height who carried his 60 years lightly. Even the iron-grey hair somehow gave an impression of force and vitality. Craig withdrew, and Faulkner got to his feet and came round the desk, hand outstretched, a pleasant smile on his face. "So, you're Nick. I've heard a lot about you. Play golf at the club with your brother regularly."
"Is that so?"
Nick said.
"How about a drink? Whiskey all right? Irish if you have it."
He sat on the edge of the desk as Faulkner went behind the bar. He was wearing one of the most beautiful dinner jackets Nick had ever seen, superbly cut and somehow right up to date without being too far out. His pleated shirt front gleamed in the firelight. The cufflinks had just the right touch of ostentation. There wasn't a hair out of place as he busied himself with the drinks, looking like something in an advertisement for good whiskey in one of the better magazines. He was too perfect. It was as if someone had given him a list containing all the characteristics of a gentleman, and he had ticked them off one by one. He handed Nick one of the glasses and sat down behind the desk again. The whiskey was Jameson's, and Nick savoured the inimitable flavour with conscious pleasure.
"Excellent," he said.
"Glad you like it." Faulkner carefully fitted a cigarette into a silver holder and leaned back in his chair. "I've just had a little chat with Bella about this whole business. It's a pity that damned sister-in-law of mine can't keep her nose out of other people's affairs."
"She seems to think it is her affair."
"She would," Faulkner said. "All she can think of is that precious school of hers."
"So you're not worried about Ben Garvold turning up here and causing any trouble?"
"He wouldn't be such a mug," Faulkner said crisply, his accent slipping a little. "I can look after my own. If Garvold doesn't know that by now, then it's time he learned."
"An interesting point."
Nick swallowed a little more of his Jamesons.
"Someone tried to teach Ben a lesson outside Wandsworth when he was released yesterday morning. From what I hear, they came badly unstuck."
"These things happen all the time," Faulkner said blandly. "All you need's a little bit of fog, and every tearaway in town turns out to see what he can pick up."
"Strange you should say that," Nick said. "Although we didn't have any fog up here, it was quite thick around Wandsworth yesterday morning."
Faulkner had stopped smiling.
"What's that supposed to mean?" "It means that a lump of dung called Sammy Roscoe arranged the hit outside Wandsworth. He made a mistake. So did Fred Manton."
Faulkner's face was quite expressionless.
"And what's Manton got to do with this?" "That's the interesting part. From what I can make out, he was acting as a middleman for a friend. Now I wonder who that could be."
When Faulkner answered, his accent had slipped right back to the canal docks, and his eyes sparkled viciously. "If you've got anything to say, spit it out, and make sure you can make it stick, because I'll take you all the way." Nick swallowed the rest of his Jamesons, walked to the bar, and helped himself to another.
"All right. It goes something like this. When Bella got that note from Ben the other day, she didn't want to tell you, because she's the kind who thinks that if you close your eyes to a situation and pretend it's not there, maybe it'll go away. But her sister's built differently. She decided, on balance, that it would be better if you were told. So, you had a word with Manton. You told him to arrange a reception for Ben when he got out of Wandsworth. The only kind of reception you thought he'd understand. Nick grinned. You made a bad error there.
Finished? Faulkner asked.
I wonder what he wants with Bella, Nick said. Maybe he'd like her back. She might even go with him. From what I hear, they used to be pretty thick in the old days.
Faulkner's anger overflowed like hot lava, and he jabbed viciously at a button on the desk.
Who in the hell do you think you're talking to?
Big Harry Faulkner, the punter's friend, Nick said. Businessman philanthropist, a dream at the orphans' Christmas party every year. Also thief, whoremaster, and pimp.
He emptied his glass and put it down on top of the bar.
Tell me something, Faulkner. I know those Gascoigne Street brothels of yours can supply any kind of female anyone ever wanted, but is it true you run a special line in the male variety as well?
The door opened and Craig entered. He moved to the desk and Faulkner, his face ashen, raised a trembling hand.
Throw him out!
Craig turned slowly to face Nick, his fingers opening and closing.
You know, I didn't like the look of you from the moment you walked in.
He seemed very sure of himself. When he was about 3 feet away, he swung a tremendous punch that carried everything he had. Nick moved in close, catching the blow with a karate block delivered with his left hand, and kicked the big man viciously on the shin, lifting his right knee into the unprotected face as Craig doubled over. He lay on his back, moaning, a hand to his mouth, blood trickling between his fingers.
Get up, Craig! Get up!
Faulkner ordered.
I don't think he's going to be quite that stupid.
Nick walked across to the door. He turned with it half open, the dark eyes sending a cold shiver through Faulkner.
There's more to this than shows on the surface, Faulkner. Much more. I'll be back when I find out what it is.
Jean was standing at the entrance to the long room, a light evening coat over one arm, a jewelled bag swinging from the other.
What did Harry want? Nothing special. Ready to go.
Before she could answer, Chuck Laser pushed through the crowd.
Leaving, General?
Nick nodded. It's been sweet, but we've got to go.
Mind if I string along? I've had enough of this week.
Nick turned to Jean with a grin.
A chaperone. That just about settles everything.
I wouldn't be too sure, she said as he held her coat for her, and when they moved towards the door, they were laughing. Faulkner moved round the desk and kicked Craig in the side.
Go on, get out!
Craig scrambled away from him, dodging another blow, got to his feet, and wrenched open the door. As it closed behind him, Faulkner went to the bar and poured himself another whiskey. He emptied the glass in 2 swallows, coughing as the liquor burned its way into his stomach. For some strange reason, Miller reminded him of his teacher at Dock Road Elementary, old Walter Street, who'd had a hard war in the trenches in the first lot and walked with a limp. He remembered the first time he'd met Street after leaving school. He was 19, already living on the earnings of 3 women, dressed up to the nines in the best money could buy. He'd been a mug, really, trying to come the big man, and old Walter in his shabby trench coat had looked at him as if he were a lump of dung he'd be glad to scrape off his shoe. He hurled the glass into the fireplace, moved across to the bedroom, and opened the door. Bella was standing in front of the mirror by the bed, pulling the red dress over her head. The flame-coloured slip she was wearing had lifted over her rounded haunches, and white flesh gleamed at the top of a dark stocking.
What are you doing?
He demanded hoarsely. Ringing the changes. I'm wearing the black one next. Give me a hand, will you? This damned zip has broken. He stood beside her, reaching to pull the dress over her head, conscious of the warmth, the sweetness. He slid his hands under the armpits, cupping the full breasts, pulling her hard against him. For God's sake, Harry, she said impatiently. There are 120 people out there. As she turned, all the rage, all the anger and frustration boiled over, and he slapped her across the face. "Don't tell me what to do!" he shouted. "I'm Harry Faulkner, understand? And you're my wife, and you'll do whatever I say!" She started to back away, fear on her face, and the sight of it made the blood race through his veins like fire. He grabbed for the neck of the slip, ripping it from top to bottom, and she staggered, falling back across the bed. He flung himself on her, hands sliding across her breasts, mouth reached for hers, and as always, she responded, running her fingers through his hair, kissing him passionately. And it was no good. It was just like all the other times. The strength, the emotion drained out of him, and he pushed himself up and looked down at her, a dazed expression in his eyes. When he turned to the mirror, an old man stared out at him. "Can I get dressed now?" she said calmly. He walked to the door like a dead man, opened it, and turned, moistening dry lips. "I'm sorry, Bella. I don't know what's got into me." "That's all right, Harry." She stood looking at him, magnificent, the torn slip hanging around her waist. But there was only pity in her eyes, and that was not what he wanted. He closed the door, went to his desk, and pressed the buzzer. There was still a power he could command, a certain kind of power. That was better than nothing. After a while, the door opened and Craig came in, his lips bruised and swelling.
"Yes, Mr. Faulkner."
"Has Miller left?"
"About 5 minutes ago. It looked to me as if he was taking your sister-in-law home."
"Just her type." Faulkner ground his cigarette viciously into the ashtray. "It's time he was cut down to size, Craig. And I mean cut. Are you with me?"
"Perfectly,"
Craig said, his face wooden.
"I'll see to it, Mr. Faulkner."
"I wouldn't waste any time if I were you. He mightn't be at the schoolhouse long."
15 minutes is all it takes, Mr. Faulkner."
Craig withdrew, and Faulkner went to the bar and poured himself a large tonic water. He drank it slowly, savouring the freshness, and after a while the bedroom door opened and Bella appeared. She looked quite beautiful, her face freshly made up, a 3/4-length dress of black lace moulding her magnificent body. "Ready, Harry?" she said brightly. He took both her hands and shook his head. "My God, but I'm proud of you, Bella. You're the most beautiful damned thing in here tonight." She kissed his cheek affectionately and took his arm. When they opened the door to return to the party, they were smiling. 16. The flat overlooked the schoolyard, and when Nick drew the curtain and peered into the night, rain hammered relentlessly into the asphalt and fog crowded the spiked railings, yellow in the gold of the street lamps.
"How many kids have you got?"
he called. Jean Fleming answered from the bedroom. 153. I could double it with no trouble, but you can't get the staff these days. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of her through the half-open door beside the bed, her supple body outlined boldly under the nylon slip as she unfastened her stockings. He watched as she continued to undress, curiously detached about the whole thing, not even conscious of the overwhelming physical attraction he had experienced earlier. The secret graces of a woman's body. Something utterly fundamental to life itself. Something of the quiet places where a man could find peace. Was this what he wanted? He turned and looked down into the rain again, and from the music room below, the sound of Chuck Laser's playing rose into the night. He was working his way through all the standards, Berlin, Cole Porter, Rodgers and Hart, the kind of stuff nobody seemed to be writing anymore. A hint of summer that had gone, and memories only now. Jean came into the room wearing a pair of dark trews and a quilted jacket, her face wiped clean of makeup so that she seemed startlingly young and innocent. "What would you like?" Coffee or tea?
Tea, if that's all right with you. Then I must be going.
Her smile was replaced by a slight frown. Must you? He nodded.
I'm still on duty.
She went into the kitchen and filled the kettle, and he leaned in the doorway watching her. She prepared a tray, spooned tea into an old brown pot, then sat on a stool, hugging her knees, waiting for the kettle to boil. They had lost something, some essential contact they had found earlier, and Nick searched quickly for the right note.
It's much larger than I expected.
The school? She nodded. At first there was just this old house, and then Miss Van Helfin had extensions made. We have additional classrooms at the rear now. You can only see them properly in daylight.
How long have you been here?
5 years. Ever since I qualified. When Ben was arrested, I didn't think I'd be able to continue my training. The principal of the teaching college where I was supposed to be going wrote to say he couldn't offer me a place after all.
What did you do?
At first I cried. Then I got mad. She smiled. Funny how a kick in the teeth brings out the best in you. Somehow a teaching college wasn't good enough after that, so I decided to go to university. Bella couldn't help. She had enough on her plate. But I managed to get a small grant from the local authority. I made it up by working in the vacations. One year I even took a job as a barmaid in the evenings.
That must have been tough.
It wasn't as bad as it sounds. When I got my degree, I came here to work for Miss Van Helfin. She was marvellous.
Things always seem to come out right in the end if you live right.
As the kettle boiled, she moved to the stove and started to fill the teapot. What about you?
Nothing as complicated. Phil was keen on me going to university, and the way the business expanded, I certainly never had to worry about money. I went to the London School of Economics and read law.
And then found you didn't want to become a lawyer?
Something like that.
But why the police?
Why not?
You know what I mean.
Perfectly. I get it from Phil at least twice a day. Labourers in uniform, a working man's profession. Big men, small brains. Isn't that how it runs?
I didn't say that.
No one ever does, but that's roughly what they mean.
He was suddenly angry. He walked back into the other room, opened the window and leaned into the rain. She followed him in, placed the tray on the table and moved to his side. I'm sorry, Nick. Truly, I am. He grinned tightly.
People are funny. A solicitor misappropriates a client's funds. A schoolmaster criminally assaults a child. They get what they deserve. No more, no less. But no one would dream of attacking either of their professions as a whole. That kind of reasoning never applies where the police are concerned.
I said I was sorry.
When the chips are down, people always are. When they need help, they can't reach a telephone fast enough.
She placed a hand on his sleeve, and when she spoke, her voice was strangely subdued. It means a lot to you, doesn't it? He looked down at her, no expression in those strange dark eyes, but there was a harsh finality in his voice.
I wouldn't be anything else. Not now or ever, Jean.
And then she smiled, and her hand reached up to touch his face in a gesture that meant more than any kiss. That's all right then, isn't it? Come and have your tea. They sat by the fire in companionable silence, and Nick drank his tea and watched her. She closed her eyes and rested her head against the back of the chair, looking strangely defenceless.
Tell me something, he said. About Ben. Are you worried? Really worried, I mean.
She opened her eyes, and it was there. No need for her to try to put it into words. All my life I wanted to get out of Khyber Street, and I managed it, Nick. I'm where I want to be in a calmer, more ordered world. And now Ben has come back to spoil it all. The knuckles of her hands gleamed whitely as her fingers interlaced. God, how I hate him. Nick leaned forward, a slight frown on his face.
You really mean that, don't you?
I've always hated him. She got to her feet and walked to the window. I was 14 when he married Bella, and from the day she brought him back to live with us, my life became a sort of nightmare."
She turned suddenly.
"No, that isn't quite true. It's just that whenever I turned, he seemed to be there watching me. When I was dressing or undressing, I'd find him in the doorway. That smile on his face."
She shuddered visibly, and Nick's throat went dry. "Go on."
"There isn't anything else. Not what you mean, anyway. He was too clever for that. But there were other things."
She stared into the past.
"He was so damned strong. When he put those great hands of his on me, there was nothing I could do. Nothing."
"Didn't you ever try speaking to Bella?"
"I threatened to do just that, but he only laughed. Said she wouldn't have believed a word, and he was right."
Nick got to his feet and took her in his arms gently. When he pulled her close, she started to tremble. "That was a long time ago. Long gone. Ben Garvold will never trouble you again. I promise you that."
She stared up into his face, and then her hands slid around his neck, pulling down his head, her mouth opening beneath his. As the blood surged in his temples, Nick slid his hands over her buttocks, holding her fiercely against him. Through the turbulence, he was aware that she was repeating his name over and over again, and he closed his eyes and hung on, waiting for the roaring to diminish. After a while, he opened them again and smiled down at her. "I wonder what the Sunday supplements would make of this. I can see the headlines now. Case of the amorous detective." She smiled up at him, her eyes bright. "To hell with the Sunday supplements." "I know," he said, "but I've still got to go." She sighed deeply and pushed herself away from him. "Any chance of your coming back?" "I'm afraid not. I'll give you a ring tomorrow. Maybe we could have dinner." "I'd better give you my number." "Isn't it in the book?" "Only the school office, not the flat," she smiled. "A trick of the trade. If it was, I'd have 6 parents phoning through every evening. I'd never know a moment's peace." She rummaged in a drawer, found a folded piece of notepaper, and quickly scribbled her name and telephone number on it. She folded it again, slipped it into his inside pocket, and smiled up at him. "No excuses now?" "None at all." "Especially if you have this." She took a Yale key on a ring from her pocket and held it up. "If you can get back before breakfast, let yourself in." "Won't you be in bed?" "I should imagine so." She smiled delightfully, and he pulled her close and kissed her again. "Now let's get out of here before I'm completely corrupted." Chuck was still sitting at the upright piano in the corner of the music room, playing by the light of the street lamp that drifted in through the window. "End of score," Nick called softly from the doorway. Chuck ended on a fast run of intricate chords, swung round, and stood up. "I'm with you, General. Where to now?" "I want to check in at headquarters," Nick said. "I can drop you off at your place if you like." They moved into the small porch a few yards from the side gate in the railings. The rain still hammered down through the fog, and Jean shivered. "Rather you than me." He grinned down at her. "Pity the poor copper. I'll see you." They walked across the yard, opened the side gate, and moved along the narrow pavement. The street was little more than an alley and bordered on the other side by a high stone wall. The Mini Cooper was parked under an old-fashioned gas lamp, and Nick took the keys from his pocket as he stepped off the pavement to reach the off-side. From the lighted porch, Jean called his name urgently. As he started to turn, a fist lifted into his face, and some inexplicable reflex caused him to duck so that the blow glanced from his cheek. He was aware of sharp pain as a metal ring sliced his skin like a razor, and then his hand swung expertly as he turned, catching his assailant across the side of the neck. The man staggered back towards the outer darkness beyond the light thrown out by the gas lamp, and Nick was aware of others. 3, perhaps 4. He couldn't be sure because they came out of the fog with a sudden rush like a rugby forward line. One of them held an iron bar in both hands. As he came within striking distance, it swung up and down, the man grunting with the effort. Nick ducked, and the bar thudded across the roof of the car. He lifted his foot savagely into the man's crutch. The bar rang against the cobbles, and the man collapsed with a choking cry. There was no time for words. 2 more came boring in, one of them wielding a bone-handled razor, the blade gleaming dully in the rain. Nick reached for the wrist, turning his head to avoid a blow from the other, and was aware of Jean Fleming's face beyond the man's shoulder, contorted with anger, teeth bared. She hooked her fingers into long, greasy hair, dragging the man's head back, and Nick concentrated on the other. He swung in, pushing the razor away from him, and applied a wrist lock. The man screamed, dropping the razor, and Nick delivered an elbow strike at close quarters that produced a cry of agony. The man fell backwards, got to his feet, and stumbled away. Nick turned and found Laser rolling in the flooded gutter, grappling with a man in an old trench coat. Jean was against the wall, struggling furiously. Nick moved in fast, grabbed the man by the collar with both hands and sent him staggering into the fog. At the same moment, Laser's assailant rolled on top, got to his feet, and went after his comrades fast. There was silence. Only the rain hissing down. Jean struggling to catch her breath. A slight moan from the one who had carried the iron bar. Laser, sitting in the gutter, got to his feet with a queer, choking laugh.
"What brought that little lot on?"
"I think you must have hurt somebody's feelings." Nick turned to Jean.
"You all right?"
She laughed shakily.
"You're damned right I am. What on earth was it all about?"
"I don't know, Jean."
He shook his head.
"There's more to this whole business than meets the eye. Much more."
There was a slight noise behind them, and as he swung round, the man who was lying face down on the pavement beside the car reached for the iron bar and started to his feet. Laser moved across quickly, pulled it easily from his grasp, and slammed the man hard against the car.
"Another move like that, and I'll bend this across your skull."
The man hung there, hands clawing across the roof for support, head down, and Nick took Jean by the arm and led her to the gate.
"Mix yourself a stiff drink. You've earned it. Then go to bed."
She looked up at him anxiously, her face pale in the lamplight. "What about you?"
"I'll take this character down to Central with me. Not that I expect to get very much out of him. On the other hand, we should be able to put him away for a couple of years, which is something."
"Can you get back later on?"
"I'll try. I really will."
He took her hand and held it tightly for a moment.
"You looked good in there."
"The Khyber Street brand goes clear to the bone," she said. "You can never quite get rid of it." She took a handkerchief from her pocket and reached up to dab the blood on his right cheek. "That's a nasty cut. It needs looking at." He caught her wrist gently, pulled her close in his arms, and kissed her. And it was like nothing he had ever experienced before, touching something deep inside him, fierce yet gentle. She stared up at him, an expression of wonder in her eyes, and then she smiled, and it was as if a lamp had been turned on inside. She reached up and touched his face once, then ran through the rain across the yard to the porch. 17. The pale green walls of the interrogation room seemed to swim out of the shadows caused by the strong central light hanging above the table at which sat Charles Edward Foster, head in hands, his entire body one great ache. Nick stood at the window and looked into the deserted, rain-swept street outside. His cheek throbbed painfully, and he gingerly prodded at the broad strip of sticking plaster with a finger end. It was a little after 2:15. He yawned, took out a crumpled packet of cigarettes, and extracted the last one. He was in the act of lighting it when the duty inspector entered.
"I filled in the charge sheet for you. I'll remember you in my will. I think your next move should be to the infirmary. That's a nasty cut you've got there. Probably needs a stitch or two."
Foster raised his head.
Never mind that bastard. What about me? I need a doctor if anyone does, after what he did. Just wait till my solicitor gets here.
And just what did he do to you, Charlie?
Superintendent Grant said from the doorway. Foster contrived an expression that was a mixture of innocent mystification and hurt dignity.
Kicked me in the crutch he did, Mr. Grant. You've got a right one here, I can tell you.
The inspector handed the charge sheet to Grant without a word.
Presumably this little lot has got nothing to do with the case at all.
Grant walked across to a side table on which were laid neatly the iron bar, bone-handled razor, and length of bicycle chain which had been left on the scene of battle by Foster's friends. Foster lapsed into sullen silence, and Grant looked inquiringly at Nick.
"All right, are you?"
"He needs a few stitches in that face, if you ask me, sir," the duty inspector put in. Grant nodded.
"Have somebody take this cowboy downstairs, will you, Jack? I'll have a word with him later."
The inspector nodded, took Foster by the arm, and led him out. Grant sat on the edge of the table and lit his pipe.
"You've heard about Brady?"
"When I brought Foster in. What happened exactly?"
"Looks like a hit and run. We had an anonymous 999 call, but that doesn't mean anything. Probably some good citizen who didn't want to dirty his hands by getting mixed up in police business." He sighed. "What a night. A factory break-in at Mask Lane that'll push the crime figures up by £7,000 at least. God knows how many smash and grabs in the fog, 3 robberies with assault, obviously the same artist, and 1 attempted rape. On top of that, this Brady business."
"How is he?"
"There's the preliminary report if you're interested."
"It doesn't look too good, does it?" Nick said, handing the casualty report back to Grant.
"They turned out a consultant, and I had a word with him after his examination. Apparently the skull fracture's the only really serious part. The rest is just trimmings. As things are at the moment, he doesn't see why Jack shouldn't pull through."
He sighed and applied another match to his pipe.
"I'd like to know what he was doing in Canal Street, though."
Nick crushed his cigarette into the ashtray.
"Did you know that after leaving here he went looking for Ben Garvold?"
Grant stared at him blankly, a look of genuine amazement on his face.
"What in the hell are you talking about? Ben Garvold is your pigeon."
"Which didn't stop Brady visiting the Flamingo before me to ask Fred Manton if Garvold had been around."
"You're sure about this?"
"Manton told me himself," Nick shrugged. "I can't see any reason for him to lie."
Grant frowned heavily, his teeth clamped hard on the stem of his pipe.
"I wonder what Jack was playing at."
"I think it's simple enough," Nick said. "He finds me pretty hard to take. Perhaps he thought he'd be proving something if he got to Garvold first." Grant sighed heavily.
"You could be right. In any case, we won't know anything for sure until he regains consciousness."
"What about the car that hit him?"
"A needle in a haystack on a night like this. But we'll find it, never fear."
Grant applied yet another match to the bowl of his pipe.
"You'd better fill me in on what you've been up to. You've certainly stamped good and hard on somebody's toes when they go to the expense of putting Charlie Foster and his gallant band onto you."
Nick filled in the details quickly, leaving nothing out. When he was finished, Grant sat there, a frown on his weather-beaten face. "What do you think?" Nick asked after a while.
"I think it stinks," Grant said. "To high heaven. When you get cautious birds like Fred Manton and Harry Faulkner allowing themselves to be dragged down, there must be a reason."
He stood up abruptly.
"Find Ben Garvold, Miller. He's the key."
Nick picked up his cap and coat from a chair and grinned tightly. "It's a great life if you don't weaken."
"Not at 2:30 in the morning with the sodding Asian flu seeping into your bones, it isn't," Grant said. "I'll have Aspro coming out of my ears if I take any more. Keep in touch. I'll be at that factory in Mask Lane if you need me."
He walked away along the corridor to his office, and Nick pulled on his coat and cap and went downstairs to the main entrance. Chuck Laser leaned in a corner, eyes closed. Nick nodded to the desk sergeant and touched Laser on the shoulder.
Let's go, America. He moved out through the glass doors and paused at the top of the main steps beside a tall pillar, pulling up his collar against the rain.
What happens now?
Laser demanded as he joined him. Nick grinned. For you, bed. I'll drop you off at your place. I'm still on duty till 6, and a lot later than that if I don't find Garvald.
It's that important, is it?
Chuck Laser hesitated.
Look, you meant what you said earlier, didn't you? About only wanting a chat with Ben. I mean, he hasn't done anything, has he?
Not that I know of, but he could certainly clear a few things up for us, Nick frowned. Don't tell me you know where he is. Laser made his decision and sighed.
He said something about the Regent Hotel, General. It's not far from City Square. That doesn't mean he'll be in, mind you.
Maybe not, but it's something to go on, Nick said, and together they hurried down the steps to the Mini Cooper. When they went into the foyer of the Regent Hotel, it was deserted. Nick rang the bell, and after a while the door to the office opened and the Irish girl came out, sleep in her eyes. She straightened the skirt of her nylon overall and yawned.
What could I do for you?
Police, Nick said. I'm looking for a man called Garvald. Ben Garvald. I understand he's staying here. Probably booked in this evening. Something moved in her eyes, but it was quickly gone, and she managed a puzzled frown.
There's been some mistake. We don't have any Mr. Garvald staying here.
He could be using another name. A big, tough-looking Irishman, aged about 40.
No, we've nobody like that.
She shook her head positively.
As a matter of fact, we've only had 2 new guests in the last 3 days, and they were a couple of Indian gentlemen.
Can I see the register? She produced it from beneath the counter without a flicker, and he opened it. The last signatures halfway down a page were 2 days old. The Indians she had mentioned. If the book was any guide, she was certainly telling the truth.
Satisfied, Sergeant,
she said brightly. Nick smiled and closed the register. Sorry you've been troubled. Must be some other hotel. Laser had said nothing throughout the interview, but when they got outside into the street, he grabbed Nick by the sleeve.
The Regent Hotel, Gloin Street. That's what the man said, General.
I know, Nick said. She's lying. It's stuck out a mile. Give it a couple of minutes and we'll go back in. He lit a cigarette and stood there on the bottom step just inside the porch, staring into the rain, feeling suddenly tired. He hadn't got his second wind yet. That was the trouble. He flicked the cigarette through the darkness in a gleaming curve, nodded to Laser, and pushed the glass door open softly. The foyer was deserted again, but the office door stood ajar. He moved forward quietly and gently raised the flap of the reception desk. The Irish girl was standing at the office desk, a handbag open in front of her. She took a wad of notes from it quickly, put one foot on a chair, slid back her skirt and pushed the notes into her stocking top. Laser clapped his hands together gently.
Now that's what I really call a show.
The Irish girl swung round, straightening her skirt, alarm on her face. For a moment she seemed shaken and uncertain, and then obviously decided to brazen it out.
Hey, is that nice, sneaking up on a girl like that?
Oh, we didn't think you'd mind. Nick took her hands. What's your name, sweetheart?
Aren't you the one?
As he pushed her back against the desk, she put her arms around his neck.
And what would the chief constable say to this, I wonder?
He likes us to have our fun. After all, that's what keeps us going. He leaned down to kiss her and at the same moment slid his right hand quickly up a warm leg. She started to struggle, but he found what he was looking for and grinned as he held up the wad of notes.
Give me that, damn you,
she said, striking out at him, trying to grab his hand.
What in the hell do you think you're playing at?
He shoved her away and counted the money quickly. 20 quid and all in oners. He shook his head. You've never had this much together at any one time in your life before."
"You give me my money!"
she spat, tears of rage in her eyes. He flung it in her face, and as she staggered back with a cry, grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her viciously. 10 seconds. That's all I'm going to give you. Garvald was here, wasn't he? She cracked wide open, terror in her eyes, arms up before her face to block the blow she expected to follow.
"Don't hit me, for God's sake! I'll tell you! I'll tell you!"
Nick stood back and waited, and after a moment or two, the words came tumbling out.
"He came in this evening, about 9 o'clock. He didn't sign the book because I forgot to ask him to."
"Did he go out?"
"Not as far as I know. He was in at 1 o'clock when the men came for him."
"Who were they?" She hesitated, and he took a quick step towards her, his voice grating. "I said, who were they?"
"One of them was a bloke I met at a party a few weeks ago. A Greek or a Cypriot or something. They called him Django. I don't know who the other was. He had a wall eye, that's all I can tell you."
"Max Donner," Laser put in quickly. "He and Django are a couple of heavies. Manton keeps them around to handle the rough stuff."
Nick nodded and turned back to the girl. "So they gave you 20 quid. What for?"
"I had to take Mr. Garvald a cup of tea. Django put something in it. Knockout drops, I suppose. I think they were afraid of him."
"And it worked?" She nodded.
"They took him away in a car. I don't know where to."
Nick turned to Laser and the American shrugged.
"Maybe the Flamingo?"
"I shouldn't think it's very likely," Nick said, "but we can try." They turned to the door and the Irish girl grabbed his sleeve.
"I didn't mean any harm. They said they were friends of his, that they were just playing a joke on him."
"Do I look as if I came over on a banana boat?" Nick tapped her gently on the side of the face with his open hand. "You've got 20 quid, and there's a boat train leaving for Liverpool around 6 a.m. Be on it." He turned and walked out, leaving her standing in the middle of the room. She stood there gazing at the open doorway for a while, a dazed expression on her face, then got down on her hands and knees wearily and started to pick up the money. There was plenty of activity outside the Flamingo, mainly cars driving away, and Nick stood in a doorway opposite the Mini Cooper and smoked a cigarette as he waited for Chuck Laser. The plot was thickening with a vengeance, so much was evident, but the reasons were still far from clear. One thing was certain. Whoever wanted Ben Garvald out of the way must have a pretty good reason. The American came round the corner from the alley and joined him in the doorway.
"No sign of them. Manton isn't there either."
"You're sure?"
"Absolutely. I even went upstairs and searched his private apartment. Let myself out of the side door." He shrugged. "Maybe he's in the river already. Ben, I mean."
"Is there anywhere else they could take him? Somewhere secluded or out of the way, perhaps?" Laser frowned, and then suddenly his face lit up.
"Why didn't I think of it before? There's an old Georgian house on the edge of town near Risecroft. They call it the Grange locally. Stands on its own in a couple of acres."
"Is it Manton's?" Laser shook his head.
"Another of Faulkner's buys. He's going to turn it into a swish country club. But Manton's in charge out there. At the moment, there's only a caretaker. Weird old boy called Bluey Squires. Used to be on the door at the Flamingo till he broke a leg."
Risecroft. That was half a mile beyond the city boundary, which, strictly speaking, brought it within the jurisdiction of the county constabulary. Nick considered that along with several other important facts and made his decision. "Let's get moving," he said, and went down the steps to the Mini Cooper. 18. The Grange was the sort of place that had been built in grey Yorkshire stone on the high tide of Victorian prosperity by some self-made megalomaniac.
Vast Gothic chimneys lifted into the night from the pointed roof, and the grounds were surrounded by a 10-foot wall. Nick parked in a narrow lane some 30 or 40 yards from the main gate, opened a door, and got out.
It looks like a bad set for Wuthering Heights.
Laser slid behind the wheel and grinned.
Wish me luck, General. Maybe they'll give me a medal or something.
Play it by ear, Nick told him. If Manton is there, you know what to say. I'll wait for you here.
The American slammed the door and drove away rapidly. The iron gates stood open, and he followed the drive between a double line of poplar trees leading up to the great dark pile of the house. No light showed anywhere, and he took a narrower path that went round the side to a cobbled yard. Light streamed from a rear window, falling across Manton's Jaguar, and Laser switched off the engine. As the sound died in the night, a dog started to bark inside the house, hollow and menacing, touching something elemental inside him so that he shivered. As he got out of the Mini Cooper, the house door opened, a shaft of light picking him from the night.
"Who is it?"
a hoarse voice croaked.
"It's Chuck Laser, Bluey,"
the American replied.
"I've been looking for Fred. Thought he might be here."
Squires was 60 and looked older. Tousled grey hair fell across a broad forehead, and he was badly in need of a shave. He carried a shotgun under his left arm, and his right hand was clamped firmly around the collar of a magnificent black and silver Alsatian, who strained eagerly towards Laser, the growl rising from deep inside his throat like a volcano about to erupt.
"He's pretty busy," Squires said. "Is it important?"
"You're telling me it is." Laser moved forward.
"Are Donna and Django here?"
The old man glared at him suspiciously.
"You want to know a hell of a lot, don't you?" "What's all the mystery? I've been here before, haven't I?" All right, the old man said. "I suppose you'd better come in."
They entered what had obviously been the main kitchen of the house in its great days, a large, stone-flagged room with a black kitchen range and stove running along one side. It was dirty and untidy. The table in the centre cluttered with unwashed dishes, a couple of empty milk bottles, half a loaf of bread, and several opened cans of food. The narrow bed in the corner was unmade. Squires gave the Alsatian an order, and it crouched in front of the fire, staring unwinkingly at the American.
"You wait here. I'll get Manton."
He leaned the shotgun against the wall and went out. Laser sat on the edge of the table. After a while, the door opened again, and Manton entered, Donna behind him. Manton had an overcoat hanging from his shoulders against the cold, and he was frowning. "I thought you were supposed to be playing at Faulkner's party."
"I left,"
Laser said simply.
"Some lousy copper turned up asking about Ben Garvold, CID sergeant called Miller."
"Ben Garvold?" Manton said. "But he's still inside."
"Not anymore, he isn't. They released him yesterday. According to this guy Miller, he's right here in town."
"What do they want him for?"
"A routine inquiry. That's what the man said. But I figured you should know, Fred. You and Ben haven't been so close in the old days. Maybe this copper will be calling on you next."
"You did right, Chuck. Thanks a lot." Manton hesitated. "This bloke Miller, did he mention my name?" Laser shook his head.
"He went off in one hell of a rush. Seems some detective or other was on the receiving end in a hit-and-run earlier tonight. He's in the infirmary now, hanging on by a thread."
There was a stifled exclamation from Donna in the doorway, and the skin seemed to stretch a little more tightly across Manton's face. He managed a ghastly smile. "Sorting that little lot should keep them out of mischief till the morning. Thanks for the good word, Chuck. You did right to come."
"That's all right, then."
Laser got to his feet.
"I'll be making tracks. It's time for some shut-eye."
He moved to the door, opened it, and turned with a grin.
"See you at the club tomorrow."
The door closed behind him, and a small trapped wind raced round the room, looking for a way out, and died in a corner. It was Donna who broke the silence first.
"If Brady pulls through and talks—"
15 years each, Manton said in a whisper. There isn't a judge in the country who would give less.
"We could be in Liverpool by morning,"
Donna said.
"A quick passage to Spain and no questions asked. I know the right people."
That kind of thing costs money.
"Plenty in the safe at the club. 7, maybe 8 grand.
Faulkner's, not mine.
We could go a long way."
Manton made his decision and nodded. There's just one thing. What if the coppers are onto us already? They could be hanging around the club right now waiting for us to show.
"That's an easy one,"
Donna shrugged, his face quite calm.
"Send Django. He'll find out for us."
But will he go?
"I don't see why not,"
Donna grinned.
"Especially if you don't tell him the score."
Manton started to chuckle and shook his head. You're a hard bastard, Donna.
"It's the only way,"
Donna replied.
"What about Garvald?"
No point in hanging on to him any longer. He should still be out cold. We'll take him with us and dump him on the side of the road going over the moors. Squires limped into the kitchen from the passage.
"Django's gone to check on the bloke upstairs, Mr. Manton. How long is he going to be with us?"
Before Manton could reply, there was a high-pitched cry from somewhere deep inside the house, and he swung round quickly. That sounded like Django. Without a word, Donna snatched up the shotgun and ran along the dark passage. Ben Garvald drifted up from a wall of darkness and opened his eyes. The room was festooned with cobwebs, giant grey cobwebs that undulated slowly. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, fighting the panic which rose inside him. When he opened them again, the cobwebs had almost disappeared. He was lying on a narrow bed against one wall of a small room. A shaded light hung down from the ceiling, and curtains were drawn across the window. He swung his legs to the floor and sat on the edge of the bed for a while before trying to stand. There was a bad taste in his mouth, and his tongue was dry and swollen. Whatever had gone into that tea had been good. Damned good. He got to his feet and staggered across the room, steadied himself against the wall, turned and moved back to the bed. After a while, the cobwebs disappeared completely, and everything clicked back into place. His room at the hotel, the Irish girl with her cup of tea. He remembered that. And then Donna had arrived, which could only mean one thing. The copper who'd gone down the stairs at the club had snuffed it. An interesting situation. He got to his feet again and checked the door. It was securely fastened, a mortise deadlock from the look of things, and there was no transom. He crossed to the window and drew back the curtains. The sash lifted easily, and he looked out. He was on the top floor, and the gardens lay 40 feet below in the darkness. The nearest window was a good 10 feet away to the left, and impossible to reach. He closed the window, moved back to the bed to consider the situation, and a key rattled in the lock. For a moment he hesitated, then quickly got back on the bed and closed his eyes. The door opened and someone walked across. Garvald waited as a hand gripped his shirt front to shake him gently, opened his eyes, and looked into the startled face of Django. The Cypriot managed one cry of alarm before Garvald's right fist sank into his stomach. Django keeled over, gasping for air, and Garvald got to his feet and moved out of the room quickly, closing the door behind him. He descended a flight of stairs to the next landing, and Donna's voice drifted up from the hall below.
"Django! Django, what's going on?"
Garvald opened the nearest door, stepped into the darkness of the room beyond, and waited. There was a step on the bare floorboards, and Donna moved into view, the shotgun held at waist level. Garvald moved out into the corridor, the edge of his hand swinging down with numbing force against Donna's right arm. Donna grunted and dropped the shotgun.
"Watch it, Manton! Garvald's on the loose!" Donner called, and threw himself at the big man, the fingers of his left hand hooking for the eyes. From the hall below came a terrifying banshee howl as Squires released the Alsatian. Donner and Garvald swayed together for a moment, and then the dog erupted into the corridor, skidding on its haunches. With a tremendous heave, Garvald sent Donner staggering along the corridor towards the stairhead. He dropped to one knee, picked up the shotgun, and thumbed back the hammer. The dog was already halfway along the corridor when he started to swing the barrel. It leapt forward and he fired, the blast catching it in mid-air. The Alsatian gave a sort of strangled whimper and fell against the wall where it lay on the floor, kicking feebly. There was a hoarse cry of anger, and Squires appeared at the other end of the passage to join Donner, Manton at his shoulder. As all three started forward, Garvald threw the shotgun at them, turned, and ran back along the corridor. A narrow service staircase dropped into darkness, and he thundered down it and found himself in a stone-flagged passage at the bottom. He wrenched open the door at the far end and ran into the courtyard. The light from the kitchen window falling across the cobbles showed him the 10-foot wall on the far side and a narrow door. He wrestled ineffectually for a moment with its rusted bolts, then turned to the place where the stable joined the wall. With the aid of a drain pipe and using the sill of the stable window as a middle step, he pulled himself onto the sloping roof. He swung across the wall, hung by his hands for a moment, and dropped into wet grass. He got to one knee and an arm slid around his throat. A hand applied pressure savagely. As he moved, the pressure increased, completely cutting off the supply of air to his lungs. A match flared, and Chuck Laser said,
"Lay off, General. It's Ben."
Nick released his grip. Garvald stayed on one knee for a moment, shaking his head, a hand at his throat. Then he got to his feet. "Where's your car?" "At the end of the lane." "Then let's get moving." Nick grabbed his arm. "Not so fast, Garvald. We heard what sounded like a shotgun blast inside there a minute or so ago." "You're damned right you did. The old sod they had running this dump put his Alsatian on me. I had to finish it off. You going to arrest me for that?" "Could be. Depends on how you answer my questions. Let's get moving." They hurried back along the lane to the main road. The Mini Cooper was parked under some trees, lights out, and Nick opened the door. "Get in the back." Garvald obeyed without hesitation, his mind working furiously. He had already wasted a great deal of time, and things seemed to be getting completely out of hand. Far better to pick up what he had come for and get out of town fast. But first he had to get rid of Miller, and from the look of him, that wouldn't be easy. "How did you know where I was?" The American turned in his seat to face him.
"I remembered you saying you had a room at the Regent Hotel. The Irish bird who does the night shift there filled us in on the rest with a little persuasion."
"I'd like to fill her in, the bitch." Garvald lit a cigarette and leaned back. "What's all this then, Chuck? You playing at being an aide to the CID or something?"
"For God's sake, Ben, I was trying to help you."
"Sounds pretty thin to me." Garvald turned to Nick. "Why the witch hunt? I'm as clean as a whistle. Only got into town a few hours ago." "When I started looking for you earlier tonight, Garvald, it was only to warn you to stay away from Bella. So she's behind it." Garvald chuckled. "She's safe enough, copper. I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole." "Then you came back for the money," Nick said calmly. "Your share of the take from that Steel Amalgamated job. The best part of 8,000 quid. Nothing else fits." Garvald, searching desperately for a way out, played a hunch. "How's Brady?"
"For Christ's sake, Ben, what do you know about Brady?"
Chuck Laser cried. Nick cut in, his voice cold and hard. "What about Brady, Garvald?" "One of your blokes, isn't he?" Garvald said. "Turned up at the Flamingo earlier, looking for me. There was some kind of a row, and Donner knocked him down the stairs of Manton's private entrance."
He was found lying in a street near the river, Nick said. Looked like a hit and run.
Now I call that neat. Garvold smiled softly. That would be Manton's idea. Takes a fine, twisted mind like his to think up a touch like that.
You're sure about this?
I saw it happen. I was hiding in a linen cupboard in the same corridor. Garvold laughed harshly. Why in the hell do you think Manton and his boys picked me up at the Regent? They killed the copper and I was the only witness. I can imagine what they intended to do with me.
The irony is that Brady isn't dead, Nick said. He's still unconscious, but they think he stands a fair chance of pulling through.
And Manton doesn't know that.
He does now. Laser turned to Nick. I was making conversation with him in the kitchen, trying to be natural. I mentioned about Brady being in hospital and so on in passing. Come to think of it, he and Donna both looked pretty sick about it.
They'll have to run, Garvold said calmly. No other choice. He sat back, well content, and lit a cigarette. The Peelers looked after their own. From this moment on, anything else would have to take second place to the Brady affair, and they wouldn't rest till they had Manton and his friends with the cuffs on, which caused him no pain at all. Manton was a rat. He'd had something like this coming to him for years. Nick's problem was a more immediate one. With no radio telephone, he was unable to communicate with headquarters, and without help, it would be quite impossible for him to nail Manton and his two tearaways. The problem solved itself as Manton's Jaguar skidded out of the lane no more than 20 yards away and drove off fast towards town. Nick didn't hesitate. He pressed the starter and the Mini Cooper shot away, tyres spinning slightly on the wet asphalt.
You've got a hope, Garvold laughed.
You've been out of circulation a long time, Nick said.
This is the original wolf in sheep's clothing.
The Mini Cooper touched 70 miles an hour in exactly 31 seconds, and the needle continued to swing, until on the dual carriageway leading to the outer ring road, they almost touched 90.
God in heaven! What is this thing?
Ben Garvold shouted. Nick grinned, concentrating all his attention on the lights of the Jaguar in front, gleaming through the heavy rain.
The greatest invention since the horse.
As they emerged from the dual carriageway, he braked, then accelerated into a shallow corner, and the Mini Cooper shot round, all four wheels glued to the ground. The Jaguar was no more than 50 yards ahead now, and going well. Garvold leaned over the seat and touched Nick on the shoulder. You'll be on your own. Have you thought of that, copper? 3-1, and Donna's the kind who'd sell his sister if he was short of beer money. Nick ignored him, concentrating wholly on the Jaguar, gauging the distance between them, timing his move in advance to the last fraction of a second. He was right on the big car's tail now. Quite suddenly, he dropped into third, pulled out, and jammed his foot hard on the accelerator. The Mini Cooper moved alongside the Jaguar, and he took the little car in close and started to brake. As he swung the wheel, he glanced across. Only one man sat in the other car, the driver. And as he too braked hard, the Jaguar skidded, its near side wheels cutting into the grass banking at the side of the road. As it came to a halt, Nick pulled in ahead, switched off his own engine, and jumped out. Django was just a little slower. He scrambled out of the Jaguar and started to run. A hand grabbed him by the shoulder, spun him round, and sent him crashing back against the car. He reacted with the habitual criminal's usual blend of outraged innocence and aggression.
Hey, what in the hell is this?
A hand was clamped around his throat so viciously that he cried out in agony and swung wildly at the pale blur of the face in front of him. For the second time that night, a fist lifted into his stomach. As he lay with his face in the wet grass, his arms were jerked behind him. Steel bracelets snapped into place with a cold finality, and fear moved in his very bowels. Laser had got out of the passenger seat and stood beside the open door of the Mini Cooper, staring through the darkness towards the Jaguar. He was aware of a sudden movement inside and turned quickly.
Ben Garvold was sliding behind the wheel. He grinned as he reached for the starter. "I've got things to do, Chuck. Maybe I'll be seeing you, but it isn't likely. Give Miller my respects."
In other circumstances, I'd have enjoyed hating him.
As the engine roared into life, he pushed hard, catching Laser full in the face, sending him staggering backwards. As the American recovered his balance, the door slammed and the Mini Cooper faded into the night. 19. It was just after 3, and for at least 20 or 30 of the guests who refused to go home, the party was still going strong. Harry Faulkner had taken over the barman's duties in the long room, and half a dozen couples danced to a record player. Bella had long since reached the stage when the gin was beginning to stick in her throat, and all at once a strange thing happened. Every face she looked into seemed weak and evil and selfish, and when she turned quickly to a mirror, what she saw there repelled her most of all. Too much to drink, that's what it was. What she needed was a good soak in a hot tub and about 12 solid hours of sleep. She crossed the hall, went into the library, and locked the door. The bathroom was in black-veined marble and gold, the bath itself half set into the tiled floor. She turned on the water, then returned to the bedroom and undressed quickly, throwing her dress and underclothes carelessly on the bed. She stood in front of the dressing-table mirror for a full minute, examining her magnificent body in detail. The breasts were still high and firm, her flesh unmarked, but there was a perceptible thickening around the waist, and the way the skin was starting to bulge beneath her chin boded ill. She went into the bathroom and stepped down into the hot water, revelling in the sense of physical release it always gave her. She lay there, looking up at the ceiling, going over the evening's events in her mind, thinking about Ben. The strange thing was that she could form no clear mental picture of how he looked. Still, it had been a long time. She sat up and reached for the soap, and was immediately conscious of a slight draught as if the door was open. When she turned, Ben was standing there, smiling down at her. He stuck a cigarette in his mouth and grinned. "A long time, Angel, but you still look good to me." And she wasn't afraid. Which was strange, because she thought that she would be. She looked up at him and something stirred in her. A memory of her youth, perhaps, when nothing had ever seemed to matter very much except having a good time. And then Ben had come into her life. This handsome, smiling Irish devil, who could put the fear of God in any man who ever crossed him, but who was everything a woman could desire. She pushed herself up and stood there, the water draining from her breasts, steam curling from her rounded limbs. "You'd better pass me a towel." He was still smiling, the sight of her having no apparent effect. He dropped his cigarette to the floor, pulled a bath towel from the rack, and crossed to her. "What do you want me to do, Angel? Dry your back?" "It wouldn't be the first time," she said calmly. He draped the towel around her shoulders, then in one quick movement scooped her up into his arms. She could feel the heart move in her, the hollowness in her stomach as she looked up at him, and a sudden, indolent warmth seeped through her limbs. She slid her damp arms around his neck, the towel slipping to her waist, her breasts crushed against him, and as he turned and walked into the bedroom, her mouth found his, her tongue working passionately. She pulled away and rubbed her cheek against his. "Ben, oh Ben," she whispered. "I know, Angel. Isn't love grand?" He dropped her on the bed and stood back, a grin on his face. "By God, you must warm the cockles of poor old Harry Faulkner's heart." She lay there, raised on one elbow, the towel covering less than half of her beautiful body, and glared up at him, fire in her eyes. "All right, then. What do you want?" "My money, Angel. That's all. 7,850 quid.
No fortune, but what my old granny back in County Antrim would have called a respectable portion. Not much to show for 9 years in the nick, but it'll give me a start." She lay there staring up at him, a slight fixed frown on her face, and he stopped smiling. "You've still got it, haven't you?" She nodded and sat up, pulling the towel around her shoulders. "Not here, though." He frowned. "That's not so good. I was hoping to be out of town by breakfast. I would have thought that would have suited you, too." "I've got a motor cruiser moored at Higgins Wharf on the river," she said. "Harry bought it for my birthday last year. The money's there. I'll be glad to see the back of it." "That's fine," Garvald said. "I've got a car. I'd say it shouldn't take us more than 10 minutes to get there from here." She got to her feet and stood there, still holding the towel about her. "If you'd kindly get the hell out of here, I could get dressed. You'll find a drink in the other room." "Time was," he said, and started to laugh. He was still laughing when he went into the library. The moment the door closed, Bella sat on the edge of the bed and reached for the telephone. She dialed a number quickly, and the receiver at the other end was lifted almost at once. "He's here," she said. "We'll be leaving in 10 minutes." The receiver at the other end was replaced immediately, and Bella dropped her own into its cradle and dressed quickly in slacks, knee-length Cossack boots, and a heavy sheepskin coat. She stood in front of the dressing-table mirror to fasten a silk scarf peasant fashion around her head. Last of all, she moved across to a bureau, unlocked a drawer with a small key, and took out a Smith & Wesson .38 caliber automatic. For a long moment she looked down at it, gripping the handle so tightly that her knuckles gleamed white to the bone. Then she slipped the gun into her pocket and went into the library. Bluey Squires sat at the kitchen table and stared vacantly into space, a glass in one hand, a bottle in the other. He was thinking about his dog, and he looked across at the bundle in the corner by the fire, covered with an old sack. The strange thing was that he didn't blame Garvald. It was all Manton's fault. Manton and that wall-eyed bastard Donna. If they hadn't brought Garvald to the Grange in the first place, the whole damn thing would never have happened. There was the sound of a car drawing up outside in the yard, and he got to his feet, went to the window, and peered into the rain. The Jaguar was parked a couple of feet from the front door, and he unlocked it quickly. What happened then was like something out of a strange, distorted dream. The near side door of the Jaguar opened, and a large man moved out with surprising speed. A man with creased, weather-beaten features which Squires instantly recognised. He stood there with his mouth open, and a hand like a dinner plate wrapped itself around his throat, and Grant said softly,
"Where are they, Bluey? I want 'em, and I want 'em quick."
He released his grip, and Squires took a great, sobbing breath.
"Upstairs, Mr. Grant. Manton's got an office on the first floor. It's the only other room in the house that's furnished."
He moved back as the room seemed to fill with policemen, and Grant said,
"Right then, Bluey. If you want to come out of this with a whole skin, this is what you're going to do."
Manton swallowed his whiskey and looked at his watch for the 5th time in as many minutes. "He's taking his own sweet time." Donna laughed harshly.
"Maybe the scuffers have got him."
He sat on the edge of the desk, the shotgun across his knees, a cigarette smouldering in one corner of his mouth, his good eye half closed, the other fixed, staring unpleasantly. He was more than a little drunk, and he reached for the bottle to pour himself another. "Lay off that stuff," Manton said angrily. "You're going to need all your wits about you if we're to see this night through."
"Your days of telling me what to do are over, Mr. Manton,"
Donna said, pouring himself another whiskey. Manton took a step towards him and pulled up short as someone knocked on the door. He moved across quickly. "Who is it?"
"It's me, Mr. Manton,"
Bluey Squires called.
"Django's back."
Manton felt the relief surge through him in a great wave, and he turned the key. In the same moment, the door swung in on him.
He was aware of Grant with a face like some avenging god and Miller at his side, eyes like dark holes in a bone-white face. And beyond them, the others. Big men in blue uniforms surging forward like a tidal wave, pouring over him. Donna started to swing the shotgun too late. As it came up, Nick tossed an office stool that deflected the barrel and the weapon discharged harmlessly into the floor. Grant jumped the last 10 feet, one great fist connecting solidly high on Donna's right cheekbone. A moment later, Donna was struggling on the floor beneath the weight of 4 good men. It took another 2 to get him down to the van. 20. As they neared the centre of the town, the fog became thicker, and Garvold turned the Mini Cooper off the main road and continued towards the river, keeping to the back streets. "Where did you get the car?" Bella asked. "A friend loaned it to me." They continued in silence for a little while longer, and then she spoke again. "It's been a long time, hasn't it, Ben? Since we were together like this, I mean."
"Too long, Angel,"
he replied, and there was a sharp finality in his voice. She seemed to realize it, took out a gold case and put a cigarette in her mouth. "What are you going to do next?"
"Once I have the money," he grinned. "I'm going home, Bella. Back to the old country. An uncle of mine has a farm in Antrim and no one to follow him. I've had enough of cities."
She stared at him in genuine astonishment and then started to laugh. "You, a farmer? I'll believe that when I see it."
"Stranger things have happened."
"Name me one."
"You selling yourself as an old man's bed warmer," he said with a brutality that stunned her into silence.
As they approached the river, they saw no other traffic and moved into an area of dark canyons flanked by great warehouses shuttered and barred for the night. Garvold braked to a halt at her direction underneath a lamp in a narrow alley beside a gate. Through the iron bars he could see the riding lights of barges moored on the far side of the river glowing through the fog. But the only sound was the lapping of water against the wharf pilings. "We'll have to walk from here," she told him. He got out and moved round to join her. The main gates were locked, but a small Judas at one side opened to her touch and they passed through. 1 or 2 ancient gas lamps bracketed to the warehouse walls gave some kind of light, but the fog rolling in from the river reduced visibility considerably. They passed a door with a sign above it which read, "Higgins Wharf, General Office," and continued across the black shining cobbles to the final lamp at the end of the old warehouse. Beyond that, the railings and wooden planks of the wharf disappeared into the fog and darkness of the river. "Damn," Bella said. "The light's out at the end of the pier. You can't trust these blasted watchmen for more than 10 minutes at any one time."
"Is the boat tied up out there?" She nodded.
"You wait here. I'll go back to the office for a hand lamp. I've got a key." She walked away quickly, the sound of her leather boots on the cobbles dying away almost at once. Garvold took out a cigarette, lit it, and stood there staring gloomily into the fog. By rights, he should have been feeling great, because for the first time in his life he was really trying to break out of something. Instead, he felt strangely sad. The lamp above his head, the wharf in front of him stretching into darkness, seemed unreal and transitory, as if they might dissolve into the fog at any moment.
"The years that those locusts have eaten."
As the quotation jumped into his mind, it carried with it a memory of his old grandmother, her Bible on her knee, reading on a Friday night to a boy who still had life ahead of him, with all its hopes and dreams and breathless wonderment. He heard her steps on the cobbles again and started to turn.
"That didn't take long."
He was aware of only one thing in that final, frozen second of life when time seemed to stand still: the muzzle of the gun that was thrust out towards him. Flame exploded in the night, and he staggered backwards against the wooden railing of the wharf. He half-turned, clutching at it for support, and as the railing splintered and broke, The second bullet caught him in the back and sent him over the edge into an eternal darkness. 21. When Harry Faulkner went into the main CID office at police headquarters, it was exactly 4:15. The first person he saw was Chuck Laser, who sat at a vacant desk playing Patience, a mug of tea beside him.
"What in the hell are you doing here?"
Faulkner demanded in bewilderment.
"I'm what they call an aide to the CID,"
Laser said.
"Fascinating work, but the pay stinks."
The door to Grant's office opened and a young constable came out. "In here, Mr. Faulkner. Superintendent Grant would like a few words with you." Grant was sitting at his desk in his overcoat. Sweat glistened on his forehead, and he wiped it away with his sleeve, took a strip of Aspero from his pocket, and popped two into his mouth. He swallowed some tea from the pint pot at his elbow and made a face.
"Fill it up with something drinkable, there's a good lad."
The constable took the pot and retired, and Faulkner sat down in the chair on the other side of the desk, a frown on his face.
"And what's all this about, then?"
"We've arrested Fred Manton,"
Grant said, applying a match to his pipe.
"I thought you'd like to know, you being his employer and so on."
Faulkner was too old a bird to be drawn. He took a cigarette from his case and lit it with a brass lighter.
"What's the charge?"
"At the moment, I'd say attempted murder of a police officer."
Faulkner's face went grey.
"You know what you're doing?"
"Too bloody right I do," Grant said. "If you're interested, he was going to do a bunk with all the ready cash he could lay his hands on. Your money, of course."
"The bastard," Faulkner said. "After all I've done for him."
"I'm sending a couple of officers to the Flamingo now," Grant said. "They'll have a warrant empowering them to make a thorough search of Manton's office and apartment. I think you should be there as owner, just to confirm that everything's in order. I'd particularly like to see an inventory of the contents of the safe."
"Anything to help,"
Faulkner said calmly.
"You know me."
"Somehow that's what I thought you'd say. You'll find Detective Constable Carter and a uniformed officer waiting for you downstairs."
Faulkner moved to the door, opened it, and stood back as the young constable entered with Grant's tea.
"Just one more thing, Mr. Faulkner," Grant said. "If you could return here with the two officers when the search has been completed, I'd like a general statement from you concerning Manton."
"Is that really necessary?"
"I'd appreciate any help you can give me. Any help at all."
Faulkner looked at him, a slight frown on his face, as if he couldn't quite understand which way things were going, and then he shrugged.
"See you later, then."
The door closed behind him, and Grant reached for the pot of tea and carried it to his lips. He made a face and hurriedly put the pot down again. "It's freshly made, sir," the young constable said defensively.
"It's not your fault, lad," Grant said. "It's me. I'm getting too damned old for this game. I last saw a bed 20 hours ago, I've a temperature of 102, and my mouth tastes like a Russian wrestler's armpit."
"Is there anything I can do, sir?"
"Yes. Find yourself a decent job while you're still young enough to get out."
Grant got to his feet, moved to the door, opened it, and turned.
"If you quote me on that, I'll have you skinned."
As he moved through the outer office, Laser looked up and shook his head.
"You look like something the tomb just threw up."
"Nothing to how I feel."
Grant walked along the corridor, opened the door of the interrogation room, and went in. Manton sat at the table in the centre, his head in his hands. The uniformed constable in the chair by the door got to his feet. Grant nodded, moved across to the table, sat in the chair opposite Manton, and lit a cigarette. Rain drummed against the window, and the grey-green walls seemed to swim out of the shadows. There was a smell of stale cigarette smoke and fog, sharp and acrid. Manton's head was aching, and when he touched the side of his face, there was a 3-inch split in the skin, swollen and tender where someone's fist had landed during the fight at the Grange.
"All right. We'll try again."
Grant's voice seemed to come from deep under the sea.
"From the beginning."
"I want a lawyer,"
Manton said in a washed-out voice.
"I know my rights."
"You're going to need one before I'm through with you," Grant said. "Now let's have it."
"All right, damn you." For the third time, it was Ben Garvold. He was upstairs at the club visiting me when Brady arrived. Garvold wanted to get away, and Brady tried to stop him. It was as simple as that.
"So Garvold tossed him downstairs?"
They were fighting. I don't think Ben meant to play it that way. It just happened.
And what a sweet touch that remark is. They broke the mould the day they made you.
"That's my story, and I'm sticking to it," Manton said stubbornly.
"Until Jack Brady regains consciousness. What happens if he tells us something different?"
"Maybe he won't come round. He fell a long way."
"Tell me again what happened after the fall. I like that bit."
"Garvold had a car parked round the back. He thought Brady was dead, so he carted him away over his shoulder. Said he was going to dump him somewhere and make the whole thing look like an accident."
"And you, Donna and Stavru just stood around and watched?"
"Garvold told us to stay out of it. He said he might just as easily swing for 2 as 1.
"Which frightened you all to death, I'm sure."
The door opened and Nick entered. "How's he doing? Still the same yarn?"
"Word for word. He and Donna must have been doing their homework together."
Nick handed him a foolscap form without a word. Grant read it quickly and started to laugh.
"This is fine by me. Let our friend here see it. Then take him downstairs and book him."
He slapped the form down on the table and walked out without a word to Manton, who picked it up with shaking hands, a frown on his face. City Police. Prisoner's voluntary statement. In all cases where a prisoner is arrested on a charge of felony or other serious charge, the officer arresting should at once, when charging him, warn him that he is not obliged to say anything, but that anything he may say may be taken down in writing and used in evidence. Having administered this caution, the officer will write on this form as nearly as possible, word for word, any statement bearing on the charge which the prisoner may make. This statement must then be forwarded through the superintendent of the division to the chief constable, to be retained by him until the trial of the prisoner.
"My name is Alexios Stavru, known to my friends as Django Stavru, and I am employed as assistant manager at the Flamingo Club in Gascoigne Square. I was near the staff entrance just after midnight when Mr. Brady comes in and says he wants Ben Garvold. I told him I didn't even know who Garvold was, not knowing then that he was upstairs with Mr. Manton. Frank Donner arrived, and there was more argument. Mr. Brady forced his way upstairs, but Garvold had gone, so he started to search the rooms. Donner told Mr. Manton to give him a couple of fivers to get rid of him. Mr. Brady got very angry. There was an argument. Donner kicked him in the crotch, and Mr. Brady fell down the stairs to the private entrance. Garvold then came out of the linen cupboard where he'd been hiding. He left by the side door, and Mr. Manton told me to go after him. I followed Garvold to the Regent Hotel in Gloin Street. When I went back, I found Mr. Manton hiding in Stanks's yard near the club. He told me that Brady was dead and that Donner had gone to lift a van. They were going to dump Mr. Brady in a street somewhere and make it look like a hit-and-run accident. I told Mr. Manton I didn't want to be mixed up in it, but he threatened me. He knows I was a member of IOCA for 5 years during the troubles in Cyprus, and that I am in this country on a false passport. We left Mr. Brady in a street near the river after making it look like an accident. Donner wanted to run over him with the van just to make it look good, but another car came and we had to leave. Donner dumped the van off Granger's Wharf. Afterwards, on Mr. Manton's orders, We picked up Garvald at the Regent Hotel and took him to the Grange at Ricecroft, because he was a witness to what had happened, but he got away. Mr. Manton told me to take his Jaguar and go to the Flamingo and bring him what was in the safe. He said his boss, Mr. Faulkner, had been on the phone and needed ready cash because of a run on the house at one of his gambling clubs. On my way to the club, I was arrested by Mr. Miller, who told me the true facts and how Mr. Brady wasn't dead after all. That's all I got to say, and it's the truth. I swear this on my mother's grave.
Signed, Alexios Stavro. Manton sat staring at the statement for a long moment after he had finished it. Nick reached over and took it from his hands.
Anything to say?
If you can make it stick. If you can't... Manton helped himself to a cigarette from the packet on the table, and Nick gave him a light.
Fair enough, Manton. There's just one more thing. What about Garvald? Why did he come back? Is the cash from that Steel Amalgamated job still lying around somewhere?
Why should I make it easy for you bastards? They're paying you enough, aren't they? Manton pushed back his chair. Take me downstairs and let's get it over with. I could do with some sleep.
You'll have plenty of time for that where you're going. There isn't much else to do.
As they turned to the door, it opened and Grant entered. His face was hard and set. The lines scoured deep. He nodded to the constable.
Take him down, will you? I'd like a word with Sergeant Miller.
The door closed behind them, and Nick shook his head.
He'll hang on to that lie until he sees whether Jack Brady pulls through or not. Understandable, I suppose. He's got nothing to lose now. They found your car, Grant said. Where? Higgins Wharf on the river. Parked just up the street from the entrance. The gate was open, so the beatman thought he'd have a look round in case Garvald was there.
And was he? Grant nodded.
He's lying on a mudbank at the far end of the wharf. From the sound of it, he's been shot to death.
22. The big black van that was known throughout the department as the Studio was already parked by the pier at the end of Higgins Wharf when Nick and Grant arrived. A couple of constables were rigging an arc lamp powered by the van's emergency lighting system under the supervision of Henry Wade, the detective sergeant in charge of the studio. Wade was a large, fat man, with several chins and horn-rimmed spectacles that made him look deceptively benign. He wore a heavy overcoat and Homburg hat, and looked like a prosperous backstreet bookie. When he moved slowly. But in his line of country, only brains counted, and those he had to a remarkable degree.
"Quick work, Henry,"
Grant said as they approached. "Makes a change to get something interesting," Wade replied. "We were at a break-in at Parsons' Foundry when I got the call." He looked at Nick curiously. "Who was this? The college boy?" Nick ignored him and moved past the van to the end of the pier as someone switched on the arc lamp and light flooded down across the splintered rail. Ben Garvald lay on his back in the mud, one leg twisted underneath him, right arm outstretched, fingers curling slightly. The eyes were wide open, fixed on a point in eternity a million light-years away, and there was a slight, bewildered smile on his mouth, as if he couldn't quite believe in what was happening to him. It was almost as if he might scramble to his feet at any moment. But that wasn't possible because of the ragged hole in the neck just beneath his chin, and the blood-soaked rent in his raincoat below the left breast where the second bullet had emerged. Nick stared down at the body, hands in pockets, dark eyes brooding in the white face. 6 or 7 hours since he'd heard Ben Garvald's name for the first time. Since then, a composite picture of the man had emerged from records, at first shadowy and insubstantial, flesh growing on the bones as people who had known him had their say, and finally, 10 minutes conversation face to face. And in the end, he'd known Ben Garvald better than any of them. Did this explain the strange sense of personal loss he now felt as he looked down at the body below?
"He doesn't look too good, does he?"
Grant commented. Nick shook his head. "I don't know what happened, but he deserved better than this." Grant stared at him curiously, then turned to Wade, who was pulling on a pair of gumboots.
"Going down now, Henry?"
"In a minute. You want the lot, do you?"
"Every damn thing in the book. Casts of any footprints, just in case the killer went down to make sure he was dead, and photograph everything in sight. And don't forget Miller's car." He turned to Nick. "Sorry about that, but you'll have to leave it."
As Wade went over the edge of the pier to the mudbank, Grant beckoned to the young constable who had been standing patiently by the van, his cap streaming with the heavy rain. "Johnson, sir, 802, Central Division."
"You're the lad who found him, eh?"
"That's right, sir."
"Let's have it then."
"I got the nod about Detective Sergeant Miller's car when I made a point with my sergeant at 3:30, sir. It was exactly 4:15 when I came across it."
"Did you examine it at all?"
"Only to try the doors, sir. They were locked."
"So you decided to have a look inside?"
"It seemed the logical place, and the Judas gate was unlocked. I thought whoever it was might still be around, so I took a walk along the wharf and checked the doors. I was just going to turn back when my torch picked out the smashed railing." Grant glanced at the mud-encrusted leggings.
"I see you went down to him."
"With his eyes open like that, I wasn't sure whether he was alive or dead at first. I pulled his wallet out and found his discharge papers and so on. That told me who he was. I made straight for the nearest telephone and reported. Then I came back and waited." Which must have taken nerve, Grant reflected, thinking of the fog and the darkness and what lay in the mud below the pier.
"Ever done any aids to CID work, lad?"
"No, sir."
"We'll have to see what we can do then, won't we? Hang on here until I tell you to go. I might need you later on, and there should be a cup of tea going in a minute or two if I know the studio bunch."
Johnson tried hard to conceal his pleasure, and failed. At that moment, Henry Wade, who had been crouching beside Garvald's body, looked up, the light from the arc lamp glinting on his spectacles. "I'll tell you one thing, sir. He hasn't been here long." Grant turned to Nick.
"He couldn't have been, could he? When was it he took off in your car?"
"About 3:00.
"Let's assume he'd been dead for at least half an hour when Johnson found him. That leaves about 45 minutes to fill. I wonder what he was doing."
"He only had one purpose in coming back," Nick said. "I'm sure of that now."
"The cash from the steel amalgamated job. You still believe in that?"
"More than ever." Grant leaned against the van and took the cigarette Nick offered.
"Let's assume you're right. If that cash existed, who would Garvald have left it with? His driver, the man we couldn't catch? If Manton was the wheelman on that job, it would give us another motive for some of the things that have happened tonight."
Nick shook his head. "Ben wrote to Bella from prison just before he got out," he said. "See you soon, Ben." Why? He didn't love her anymore. He told me himself he wouldn't have touched her with a 10-foot pole, and I believed him.
Which means he wanted to see her for only one reason.
To recover the money she'd been looking after for him all these years. The only weakness I can see in the argument is Bella herself. Knowing her, I would have thought she would have spent it long ago.
"Not a chance," Grant said. "I kept tabs on her for at least a year after Ben went down the steps, just in case she started spending heavily and proved us wrong about that cash going up in flames. She never did. Worked as a waitress for most of the time, then got a job at one of Harry's clubs. From then on, she was in clover. He chased her for long enough, believe me, and she made him pay for the privilege."
A car drew up behind them, and a tall, ascetic-looking man in a dark overcoat, a university scarf wrapped around his neck, got out. He carried an old black bag in one hand and nodded to Grant in a familiar manner.
"Can't they pick a more convenient time, for God's sake?"
"Sorry, Professor," Grant said. "You'll need gumboots for this one. They'll let you have a pair inside.
The professor leaned over the rail and shuddered.
I see what you mean.
He put down his bag and turned to the van, and Grant took Nick by the arm and led him a few paces away.
I've been thinking. By a stroke of luck, Harry Faulkner can only be in one of two places, at the Flamingo or back at headquarters, waiting to see me about the Brady affair. That leaves Bella on her own. It might be an idea if you paid her a visit.
What line shall I take?
You can start by saying we need her to identify Garvold's body. As his ex-wife, she's the nearest thing to next of kin he's got.
The news could hit her pretty hard. I got the impression she still had a soft spot for him.
That's what I'm counting on. See what her reaction is. If she breaks down, get to work on her straight away while the going's good. No telling what you might come up with. You can take my car. If anything unusual happens, let me know by radio.
He turned as the professor emerged from the van in a pair of gumboots a size too large, and Nick moved away quickly, glad to be going. At least this gave him something concrete to do that might conceivably lead somewhere. Grant's car was parked outside the gate in the alley, and the driver sat behind the wheel smoking a cigarette.
The superintendent's staying here, Nick told him. You can run me up to Harry Faulkner's place in St. Martin's Wood.
He reached for the door handle and the driver said, "What about the Yank, Sergeant? He's been walking up and down the alley like a cat on hot bricks since you went in." Chuck Laser moved out of the shadows into the light of the solitary lamp above the gate. He looked like a dead man walking. The skin stretched tightly over the emaciated face, the dark fringe beard accentuating the sallowness of his skin. His eyes asked the question, and Nick gave him the answer.
It's Ben, I'm afraid. Shot twice at close quarters from the look of it. Do you want to go in?
The shock was obviously very great, and something seemed to go out of Laser in a long sigh. He shook his head.
What would be the point?
Can I give you a lift?
Where to?
Laser shook his head.
He was a nice guy. Too nice to go out this way.
He turned to walk away, and Nick said urgently,
Chuck, you wouldn't do anything silly, would you?
Laser shrugged.
Does it matter, General? Does anything really matter in this lousy world?
We'll find who did it. We'll run them down.
So what? It won't bring Ben back. Christ Jesus, General. Don't you ever stop to ask yourself what it's all supposed to be about?
He started to walk away, and Nick went after him quickly, catching his arm. I'm going up to see Bella, Chuck. We'll need her for the official identification. Come with me. You can stay in the car if you like.
What's the angle?
Let's just say one good man gone is enough for one night. I probably couldn't take another. Laser stared at him somberly for several moments without speaking, and then nodded twice, as if understanding. Together they walked back to the car. 23. The house in St. Martin's Wood was still ablaze with lights as they drove up, but only 4 cars were parked in the drive. Music from the record player still sounded faintly through the curtained windows of the long room, and Nick turned to Laser.
Want to come in with me? Sounds as if the party's still going strong.
Why not? Maybe they could do with a good piano man.
They went up the steps together. The door was locked, and Nick pressed the bell button hard, keeping his thumb in place for a good half-minute. When the door finally opened, Craig stared out. The side of his face was swollen and angry-looking, a purpling bruise already in evidence. From the look of his eyes, he had been drinking, and he glared.
What in the hell do you want? The party's over.
Doesn't sound that way to me.
Nick pushed him back with a good stiff arm and walked inside. The hall was empty, but in the long room 2 couples still circled the floor aimlessly, and a man in a dinner jacket slept on a Regency divan near the fireplace. Laser walked down the room to the record player, turned it off, sat at the piano and started to play. Craig slammed the front door,
grabbed Nick by the arm and jerked him round. Nick pulled himself free with no difficulty.
"Do that again, and I'll put you through the wall. Where's Mrs. Faulkner? Got a warrant?"
"As it happens, I don't need one. Now, where is she?"
"I saw her going to her room about half an hour ago. I think she'd had enough."
"Go and dig her out. Tell her I want a word with her."
Craig opened his mouth to give an angry reply, but obviously thought better of it. He moved away along the hall, and Nick walked down to the piano. Laser grinned tiredly.
"We've been here before, General."
"A long night, Chuck." "A hell of a long night," Nick said. "How about a drink?"
"I could certainly use one."
Nick went behind the bar, found a couple of clean glasses and a bottle of scotch, and went back to the piano. He gave Laser a generous measure, filled his own glass to the brim, and took it down in one easy swallow.
"Careful, General. That way it can get to be a habit,"
Laser said. As the warm glow spread throughout his entire body, Nick poured himself another, then leaned against the piano, the music reaching out to enfold him. It was 5 o'clock in the morning at the fag end of a long night, and he was tired. Too tired to think straight, and that wouldn't do. Because somewhere, just below the level of consciousness, something was nagging away at him. One piece of the jigsaw that was key to this whole business, and he was damned if he could think what it was. Craig appeared at his elbow and bowed ironically.
"She isn't feeling too well. You'll have to wait till tomorrow, copper."
"Tomorrow's already here."
Nick shook his head.
"You want to get with it, Craig. You're slipping."
He walked down the room, disregarding Craig's sudden cry, and moved along the hall to the library. As he opened the door to go in, Craig caught up with him and grabbed at his shoulder. Nick sent him staggering back across the hall, slammed the door, and locked it. The fire in the grate had burned low, but the lamp was still lit on the desk. He moved across to the bedroom door and knocked. There was no reply, and when he tried to open the door, he found it was locked. He knocked again.
"Bella, this is Nick Miller. I've got to speak to you."
There was silence for a moment, then a soft footfall, the click of a key. When he opened the door, she was moving across to the fireplace. She wore a negligee of black silk, the sleeves trimmed with mink, and her face was very pale, the eyes like dark shadows. She picked up a glass from the side table, poured a double gin, and turned to face him, curiously defiant. "What's Harry been up to, then? Don't tell me you've managed to pin something on him after all these years."
"Harry?"
Nick frowned, and then he remembered.
"You've got it all wrong, Bella. Fred Manton's the one who's gone in too deep. He was going to make a run for it with the contents of the safe at the Flamingo. Harry was invited down to check on things, that's all."
A stranger stared out from the mirror behind her. A man in a blue raincoat whose dark eyes beneath the peak of a semi-military cap stared through and beyond. She shivered and swallowed some of her gin hurriedly. "Is that all you wanted to say?"
"No. I came to tell you that Ben won't bother you anymore."
There was something in her eyes, but only for a moment, and her head went back. "Is that a fact? Well, you can tell him to go to hell as far as I'm concerned."
"He wouldn't hear me," Nick said calmly. "He's lying on his back in the mud at the end of Higgins Wharf, Bella. Somebody put a couple of bullets in him."
Until then, it had been only a nightmare compounded of the rain and the fog and the night, something to be shrugged off in the light of morning, to be forgotten as quickly as any bad dream. But now, in one terrible visionary moment of clarity, she saw him lying there in the mud, the smile hooked into place. And it was only then that the full force of what had happened hit her. She dropped the glass and put out a hand as if to ward him off, and her head turned from side to side, her face contorting until the vomit rose in her throat, and she staggered across to the bathroom, a hand to her mouth. She leaned over the sink, her shoulders heaving, and Nick stood in the door and watched her, strangely calm. It was as if he stood outside himself, outside of both of them. But that was the whiskey talking. He stood in the shadows of the other room, looking in at himself, and this woman, and knew with the most tremendous certainty that he was standing right on the brink of something. He caught her by the shoulder and jerked her round. "Why did Ben come back in the first place, Bella? It was to pick up the money, wasn't it? The money you've been keeping for him all these years. His share of the Steel Amalgamated heist." She pushed him hard against the wall and staggered into the other room. "Get out!" she screamed. "Go on, get out!" "He was here tonight, wasn't he?" "No, it isn't true. I haven't seen Ben Garvald in 9 years." She tried to rush past him. He grabbed her by the arm and swung her back across the bed. She lay there staring up at him, terror in her eyes, and he leaned over her. "He told me he wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole, and I believed him. So why else would he want to see you? It had to be the money." He reached into his inside breast pocket and pulled out his wallet and various papers, scattering them on the bed, searching through them with one hand while he held her wrist with the other. He found the letter, opened it quickly, and held it in front of her. "He wrote from prison warning you he was coming, didn't he? There's his letter." Her face shattered like a mirror breaking. He released his grip on her wrist and looked at the letter, a frown on his face. And what he saw there hit him low down in the stomach like a kick from a mule. As she started to sob hysterically, he grabbed her by the throat and forced back her head. "Right, you bitch. And now we'll have the truth." 24. It was almost 6 a.m. when Jean Fleming opened the side gate and went into the schoolyard. In the grey light of early morning, the fog had receded, but rain still hammered down as relentlessly as ever, drifting in a curtain before the wind. She ran into the porch, searching for her key with one hand, a carton of milk in the other, and a newspaper tucked under one arm. She finally got the door open and paused, a slight frown on her face. Someone was playing the piano in the music room. Nick was tired. More tired than he had ever known. It had been a long night, and now the graveyard shift was ending. He glanced up as Jean opened the door. She placed the carton of milk and the newspaper on top of a desk, untied the damp scarf which had covered her head, and ran her fingers through her dark hair as she came forward. She was wearing her heavy sheepskin coat, Cossack boots, and a hand-tailored tweed skirt, and stood so close that he only had to reach out to touch her. He wondered whether this ever happened more than once in a lifetime. This strange blend of love and desire and the flesh that was almost physical in its pain. "You look beautiful," he said, continuing to play. "More beautiful than I ever believed a woman could look at this hour in the morning. Did you manage to get some sleep?" "Not really. I was waiting for you."
"But I told you I wouldn't be able to make it before the end of my shift."
"Are you finished now?"
He looked up at the clock on the wall. "Not quite. 10 minutes to go."
She smiled. "You've come to have breakfast with me?"
He shook his head. "No, Jean. I've come to take you downtown."
"Downtown?"
The smile was still there, but the eyes had frozen hard.
"To police headquarters, you mean?"
"That's right. I'm arresting you for the murder of Ben Garvald."
And she didn't try to deny it. That was the strange thing. She stood there looking at him, somehow completely detached, outside of all this, the sallow peasant face quite composed. Nick stopped playing. He took a packet of cigarettes from his pocket, pushed one in his mouth, and searched for matches. He found them, lit his cigarette, and coughed as smoke caught at the back of his throat. "May I have one?" He pushed the packet along the top of the piano and gave her a light. She inhaled deeply and looked down at him, quite calm. "Hadn't you better get on with it?"
"All right."
He started to play again, his hands moving slowly over the keys, a progression of quiet, sad chords that were autumn and winter rolled into one. One or two things about this business had been nagging away at me all night. The letter, for example. The one Ben was supposed to have sent to Bella. Supposed?
He had to go and see Chuck Laser to find out who she'd married, never mind where she lived. How in the hell could he have written to her? "I suppose you helped yourself to a little prison notepaper when you last saw him." Easy enough. There's always a supply on hand in the visiting room.
"You'd have difficulty in proving that."
"I don't think so."
He took a folded sheet of blue notepaper from his wallet and laid it down on top of the piano. Printed at the top was the legend, "In replying to this letter, please write on the envelope, number, name, prison." This side of the sheet was blank. When he turned it over, Jean Fleming's name and telephone number were written on the other side in her own hand. He produced Ben's letter written on the same notepaper and placed it beside the other. Jean sighed. "That was rather careless of me." It was the ease with which she accepted it, her ice-cold calm, that horrified him. "This is all pretty circumstantial, Nick. I'd need a reason."
"You had one. Ben had to be stopped from ever returning here because once he found out there was no money waiting for him, you couldn't be sure how he would react. You checked on his release date, then forged the letter."
"To frighten Bella?"
"Only partly. You wanted something to show Harry Faulkner. You knew he'd arrange things. A show of force, perhaps, that would frighten Ben away. You made a mistake there. Ben Garvold wasn't the sort of man to be frightened by anything. You came to us just to make it look good."
"You've been to Bella?"
He nodded. "Once I told her how much I'd worked out for myself, she soon came across with the rest. She even told me about the divorce, how Ben suggested she go through with it as a blind to allay any possible suspicion by the police that she just might have that money."
"Did she tell you she was Ben's driver when he pulled the Steel Amalgamated job?"
You were her alibi. You swore to the police that she hadn't been out of the house all night and, afterwards, blackmailed her. You put the screws on your own sister. She knew that all you had to do was open your mouth and she'd get 5 years.
"I needed that money,"
she said calmly. "I realize that now," he said. 4 years at university. Did you really work as a barmaid at nights, by the way? And then there was this place. You said you were paying Miss Van Helfen a percentage of your profits each year. You didn't tell me you gave her a down payment of £3,000. She did. I hauled her out of bed and spoke to her on the phone half an hour ago. A nice old girl. She hopes you haven't done anything wrong, by the way." Her iron composure cracked, and she slammed a fist down hard on top of the piano.
"I had to get out of Khyber Street, Nick. You can understand that. I had to."
"And what about Ben?"
"He was going to spoil everything. If he'd had some sense, if he'd stayed away, none of this would have happened."
"Bella told me how you arranged things. That if Ben turned up, she was to give him a phony story about the money being hidden on board a boat she was supposed to have moored at Higgins Wharf. You asked her to bring the gun for protection only. You were going to bribe Ben to go away. That's what you told her." Jean shrugged.
"Poor Bella. She could never really handle anything when the going got rough. I had to do it all for her, even when I was a kid. You'll never find the gun, you know."
"That doesn't matter. We'll run a nitrate test on your hands. That'll show whether you fired a gun recently. And the mud on that wharf, a lab analysis of the dirt on your boots should tie in pretty closely. Then there's your car. If it was parked for long in the alley outside the wharf, we can prove that too." He shook his head. "You never stood a chance."
"Didn't I?"
"You know what your biggest mistake was? You told me you hated Ben, that from the age of 14 on he wouldn't leave you alone."
Nick shook his head.
"If there was one thing I learned during the past 8 hours, it was this. Where women were concerned, Ben Garvelt was the original gentleman. He'd have cut off his right hand before he'd have harmed a 14-year-old kid."
"I wanted him,"
Jean said simply.
"Do you know that? I used to lie in bed nights and burn for him, and he never laid a finger on me."
He got to his feet, dropping his cigarette to the floor, and she moved in close, hands sliding around his neck, breasts pushing hard against him.
"Nobody needs to know, Nick. You could handle it somehow. I know you could."
"If I wanted to," he said slowly. "And there's the rub. To use the words of a man who was worth a dozen of you any day, I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot barge pole, Angel." She cracked completely, fingers hooked, clawing at his eyes. As he grabbed her wrists, the language came bursting out like a dam overflowing. All the filth of Khyber Street, the gutter years, pushed down, hidden away in some dark corner of the mind, now rising to the surface. Grant came through the door, moving with incredible speed for a man of his weight, a constable at his shoulder. He caught her wrists, pulling her away.
"All right, lad. I'll take her."
The constable took her other arm and she went through the door between them, looking over her shoulder, face twisted with hate, the stream of filth never ending, fading across the yard into the rain. He stood staring into space, feeling for a cigarette mechanically. He placed it in his mouth and a match flared. He turned, looked into the dark, tortured face of Chuck Laser for a moment, then leaned to the light.
"A long night, General."
Nick didn't reply. He walked out of the room, passed along the corridor and stood in the porch, staring out at the driving rain. "A long night," he repeated slowly.
"Look, I know how you feel,"
Chuck Laser said awkwardly.
"But she's a woman after all. They'll go easy on her."
"Go easy on her?" Nick turned, eyes burning in the white face, and all the anger, the self-loathing, the frustrated passion seemed to erupt from his mouth in a single sentence. "God damn her. I hope they hang the bitch." That was The Graveyard Shift by Jack Higgins, read by Guy Mott. Book 2. Brought in Dead by Jack Higgins. 1. The girl was young, and might have been pretty once, but not now. Her right eye was almost closed, the cheek mottled by livid bruises, and her lips had been split by the same violent blow that had knocked out 3 teeth. She hobbled painfully into the line-up room supported by a woman PC. A pathetic, broken figure, with a blanket over her shoulders to conceal the torn dress. Miller and Brady were sitting on a bench at the far end of the room, and Brady saw her first. He tapped his companion on the shoulder, and Miller stubbed out his cigarette and went to meet her. He paused, noting her condition with a sort of clinical detachment, and the girl shrank back slightly from the strange young man with the white face and the eyes that seemed to stare right through her like dark glass. Detective Sergeant Nicholas Miller was tired. More tired than he had been in a long, long time. In the 10 hours he had already spent on duty, he had served as investigating officer at 2 burglaries, a factory break-in, and a closing hours brawl outside a pub near the market
in which a youth had been slashed so badly across the face that it was more than likely he would lose his right eye. This had been followed, almost immediately, by a particularly vile case of child cruelty which had involved forcible entry, in company with an NSPCC officer, of a house near the docks, where they had found 3 children huddled together like animals, almost naked, showing all the signs of advanced malnutrition, squatting in their own dirt in a windowless box room that stank like a pigsty. And now this. Compassion did not come easily at 5 o'clock on a dark February morning. But there was fear on this girl's face, and she had suffered enough. He smiled, and his whole personality seemed to change, and the warmth reached out to envelop her, so that sudden, involuntary tears sprang to her eyes.
"It's all right," he said. "Everything's going to be fine. Another couple of minutes and it'll all be over."
He turned to Detective Constable Brady.
"Let's have them, Jack."
Brady nodded and pressed a red button on a small control panel on the wall. A hard white light illuminated a stage at the far end of the room, and a moment later a door opened and 6 men filed in, followed by 2 constables who marshalled them in line. Miller took the girl gently by the arm, but before he could speak, she started to tremble violently. She managed to raise her right hand, pointing at the prisoner who stood number 1 in line, a great ox of a man, his right cheek disfigured by a jagged scar. She tried to speak. Something rattled in her throat, and she collapsed against Miller in a dead faint. He held her close against his chest and looked up at the stage.
"Okay, Maciek, let's be having you."
A thick-set 14-stone Irishman with fists like rocks, Detective Constable Jack Brady had been a policeman for 25 years. A quarter of a century dealing with human wickedness in all its forms. Of walking daily in squalor and filth and a gradual erosion of the spirit had left him harsh and embittered. A hard, cruel man who believed in nothing. And then a curious thing had happened. Certain villains, now serving collectively some 25 years in one of Her Majesty's prisons, had thrown him down a flight of stairs, breaking his leg in 2 places and fracturing his skull, later leaving him for dead in a back street. Most men would have died, but not Jack Brady. The priest was called, the last rites administered, and then the surgeons took over, and the nurses and physiotherapists. And in 3 months he was back on duty with a barely perceptible limp in his left leg. The same, but not the same. For one thing, he was noticed to smile more readily. He was still a good, tough cop, but now he seemed gifted with a new understanding. It was as if, through suffering himself, he had learned compassion for others. The girl painfully signed her name at the bottom of the typed statement sheet, and he helped her to her feet and nodded to the woman PC. "You'll be all right now, love. It's all over." The girl left, sobbing quietly, and Miller came in holding a teletype flimsy.
"Don't waste too much sympathy on her, Jack. I've just heard from CRO she's got a record. 4 previous convictions, including larceny, conspiracy to steal, breaking and entering, and illegal possession of drugs. To cap that little lot, she's been on the trot from Peterhill Remand Home since November last year." He dropped the flimsy on the table in disgust. "We can certainly pick them." "That still doesn't excuse what Maciek did to her," Brady said. "Underneath that surface toughness, she's just a frightened little girl." "Sweetness and light," Miller said. "That's all I need."
He yawned, reaching for a cigarette. The packet was empty, and he crumpled it with a sigh.
"It's been a long night."
Brady nodded, applying a match to the bowl of his pipe.
"Soon be over."
The door opened and Maciek entered, escorted by a young probationer constable. The Pole slumped down on one of the hard wooden chairs at the table, and Miller turned to the probationer.
I could do with some tea and a packet of cigarettes.
See what the canteen can offer, will you? The young constable went on his way briskly, for Miller was a particular hero of his. Nick Miller, the man with the law degree who had made detective sergeant with only 5 years' service. All this and an interest, so it was rumoured, in his brother's business that enabled him to live in a style to which few police officers were accustomed. As the door closed, Miller turned to Maciek.
Now then, you bastard, let's get down to it.
I've got nothing to say, Maciek said woodenly. Brady laughed harshly, and there was a heavy silence. Maciek looked furtively at Miller, who was examining his fingernails, and said desperately, "All right, so I knocked her around a little. Bloody little tart. She had it coming." "Why?" Brady demanded. "I took her in," Maciek said. "Gave her a place to stay, the best of everything. Then I find her sneaking out at 2 a.m. with my wallet, my watch, and everything else of value she could lay her hands on. What would you have done?" He sounded genuinely aggrieved, and Miller picked up the girl's statement.
She says here that you've been living together for 5 weeks.
Maciek nodded eagerly. "I gave her the best there was."
"What about the men?"
"What men?"
"The men you brought round to the house every night. The men who called because they needed a woman."
"Do me a favour," Maciek said. "Do I look like a pimp?"
"Don't press me to answer that,"
Miller told him. "You've kept the girl under lock and key for the past 2 weeks. When she couldn't take any more, you beat her up and threw her out. You try proving that."
"I don't need to. You said you'd been living together as man and wife."
"So what? It's a free country."
"She's just 15.
Maciek's face turned grey. "She can't be."
"Oh, yes she can. We've got her record card."
Maciek turned desperately to Brady. "She didn't tell me."
"It's a hard, cruel world, isn't it, Maciek?"
Brady said. The Pole seemed to pull himself together. "I want a lawyer."
"Are you going to make a statement?" Miller asked.
Maciek glared across the table. "You get stuffed," he said viciously. Miller nodded.
"All right, Jack. Take him down and book him. Make it abduction of a minor and rape. With any luck and his record, we might get him 7 years.
Maciek sat there staring at him, horror in his eyes, and Jack Brady's iron fist descended, jerking from the chair.
"On your way, soldier."
Maciek stumbled from the room, and Miller turned to the window and pulled the curtain. Rain drifted across the glass in a fine spray, and beyond, the first light of morning streaked the grey sky. The door opened behind him, and the young probationer entered, the tea and cigarettes on a tray. "That'll be 6 bob, Sarge." Miller paid him and slipped the cigarettes into his pocket.
"I've changed my mind about tea. You have it. I'm going home. Tell Detective Constable Brady I'll phone him this afternoon."
He walked along the quiet corridor, descended 3 flights of marble stairs, and went out through the swing doors of the portico at the front of the town hall. His car was parked at the bottom of the steps with several others, a green Mini Cooper, and he paused beside it to light a cigarette. It was exactly 5:30, and the streets were strangely empty in the grey morning. The sensible thing to do was to go home to bed, and yet he felt strangely restless. It was as if the city lay waiting for him, and, obeying a strange, irrational impulse, he turned up the collar of his dark blue Swedish trenchcoat against the rain and started across the square. For some people, the early morning is the best part of the day, and George Hammond was one of these. lockkeeper in charge of the great gates that prevented the canal from emptying itself into the river basin below, he had reported for duty at 5:45, rain or snow, for more than 40 years. Walking through the quiet streets, he savoured the calm morning with a conscious pleasure that never varied. He paused at the top of the steps at the end of the bridge over the river and looked down into the basin. They catered mainly for barge traffic this far upstream, and they floated together beside the old Victorian docks like basking sharks. He went down the steps and started along the bank. One section of the basin was crammed with coal barges, offering a convenient shortcut to the other side, and he started to work his way across. He paused on the edge of the final barge, judging the gap between the thwart and the wharf. He started his jump, gave a shocked gasp, and only just managed to regain his balance. A woman stared up at him through the grey-green water. In a lifetime of working on the river, George Hammond had found bodies in the basin before, but never one like this. The eyes stared past him, fixed on eternity, and for some inexplicable reason he knew fear. He turned, worked his way back across the river, scrambled up on the wharf and ran along the bank. Nick Miller had just started to cross the bridge as Hammond emerged from the top of the steps and leaned against the parapet, sobbing for breath. Miller moved forward quickly. "Anything wrong?"
"Police!"
Hammond gasped.
"I need the police!"
"You found them," Miller said crisply. "What's up?"
"Girl down there in the water,"
Hammond said.
"Other side of the coal barges beneath the wharf."
"Dead?" Miller demanded. Hammond nodded.
"Gave me a hell of a turn, I can tell you."
"There's an all-night cafe on the other side of the bridge. Phone for a patrol car and an ambulance from there. I'll go down and see what I can do." Hammond nodded, turned away, and Miller went down the steps quickly and moved along the bank. It had stopped raining, and a cool breeze lifted off the water so that he shivered slightly as he jumped for the deck of the first coal barge and started to work his way across. He couldn't find her at first, and then a sudden eddy of the current swirled, clearing the flotsam from the surface, and she stared up at him. And she was beautiful. More beautiful than he had ever known a woman to be. That was the strangest thing of all. The body had drifted into the arched entrance of a vault under the wharf and hung suspended just beneath the surface. The dress floated around her in a cloud, as did the long golden hair, and there was a look of faint surprise in the eyes. The lips parted slightly as if in wonder at how easy it had been. Up on the bridge there was the jangle of a patrol car's bell, and in the distance the siren of the approaching ambulance sounded faintly. But he couldn't wait. In some strange way this had become personal. He took off his trench coat and jacket, slipped off his shoes, and lowered himself over the side. The water was bitterly cold, and yet he was hardly conscious of the fact as he swam into the archway. At that moment, the first rays of the morning sun broke through the clouds, striking into the water so that she seemed to smile as he reached under the surface and took her. A line of broad steps dropped into the basin 20 yards to the right, and he swam towards them, standing up when his knees bumped a shelving bank of gravel, lifting her in his arms. But now she looked different. Now she looked dead. He stood there knee-deep, staring down at her, a lump in his throat, aware of a feeling of personal loss. "Why?" he said to himself softly. "Why?" But there was no answer. Could never be. And as the ambulance turned on the wharf above him, he went up the steps slowly. The girl cradled in his arms so that she might have been a child sleeping. 2. Detective Superintendent Bruce Grant, head of the city's Central Division CID, stood at the window of his office drinking a cup of tea and stared out morosely at the driving rain. He had a slight headache and his liver was acting up again. He was getting old, he decided. Old and fat through lack of exercise, and the stack of paperwork waiting on his desk didn't help. He lit a cigarette, his first of the day, sat down and started on the in-tray. The first report was headed, "Found dead, unidentified." Grant read it through, a slight frown on his face, and pressed the button on his intercom.
"Is Sergeant Miller in?"
"I believe he's in the canteen, sir," a neutral voice replied.
"Get him for me, will you?"
Miller arrived 5 minutes later, immaculate in a dark blue worsted suit and freshly laundered white shirt. Only the skin that was stretched a little too tightly over the high cheekbones gave any hint of fatigue.
"I thought you were supposed to be having a rest day," Grant said.
"So did I, but I'm due in court at 10, when Maciek is formally charged. I'm asking for a 10-day remand. That girl's going to be in hospital for at least a week." Grant tapped the form on his desk.
"I don't like the look of this one."
"The girl I pulled out of the river?"
"That's right. Are you certain there was no identification?"
Miller took an envelope from his pocket and produced a small gold medallion on the end of a slender chain. "This was round her neck." Grant picked it up.
"St. Christopher."
"Have a look on the back." The engraving had been executed by an expert. "To Joanna, from Daddy, 1955. Grant looked up, frowning.
"And this was all?"
Miller nodded. "She was wearing stockings, the usual in underclothes, and a reasonably expensive dress. One rather sinister point. Just beneath the maker's label there was obviously some sort of name tab. It's been torn out." Grant sighed heavily.
"Do you think she might have been put in?"
Miller shook his head. "Not a chance. There isn't a mark on her."
"Then it doesn't make sense," Grant said. "Suicide's an irrational act at the best of times. Are you asking me to accept that this girl was so cold-blooded about it that she took the time off to try to conceal her identity?"
"It's the only thing that makes sense."
"Then what about the chain? Why didn't she get rid of that too?"
"When you habitually wear a thing like that, you tend to forget about it," Miller said. "Or maybe it meant a lot to her, especially as she was a Catholic."
"That's another thing. A Catholic committing suicide."
"It's been known."
"But not very often. There are times when such things as statistical returns and probability tables have their uses in this work. Or didn't they teach you that at the staff college? What have missing persons got to offer?"
"Nothing yet," Miller said. "There's time, of course. She looks old enough to have been out all night. Someone could conceivably wait for a day or two before reporting her missing."
"But you don't think so?"
"Do you?" Grant looked at the form again and shook his head.
"No. I'd say anything we're going to find out about this one we'll have to dig up for ourselves."
"Can I have it?" Grant nodded.
"Autopsy isn't mandatory in these cases, but I think I'll ask the county coroner to authorize one. You never know what might turn up."
He reached for the phone, and Miller went back into the main CID room and sat down at his desk. There was an hour to fill before his brief court appearance, a good opportunity to get rid of some of the paperwork in his in-tray. For some reason he found it impossible to concentrate. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, and her face rose out of the darkness to meet him. Still that faint look of surprise in the eyes, the lips slightly parted. It was as if she was about to speak, to tell him something,
but that was impossible. God, but he was tired.
He settled back in his chair and cat-napped, awaking at exactly 5 minutes to 10, feeling curiously refreshed. But when he went downstairs and crossed the square to the county court building, it wasn't the Maciek case he was thinking about. The city mortuary was at the back of the medical school, a large, ugly building in Victorian Gothic with stained glass windows by the entrance. Inside it was dark and cool, with green-tiled walls and a strange aseptic smell that was vaguely unpleasant. Jack Palmer, the senior technician, was sitting at his desk in the small glass office at the end of the corridor. He turned and grinned as Miller paused in the doorway.
"Don't tell me. Let me guess."
"Anything for me?" Miller asked. "Old Murray's handled it himself. Hasn't had time to make out his report yet, but he'll be able to tell you what you need to know. He's cleaning up now." Miller peered through the glass wall into the white-tiled hall outside the theatre and saw the tall, spare form of the university professor of pathology emerge from the theatre, the front of his white gown stained with blood.
"Can I go in?"
Palmer nodded. "Help yourself." Professor Murray had removed his gown and was standing at the sluice, washing his hands and arms when Miller entered. He smiled, speaking with the faint Scots accent of his youth that he had never been able to lose. "Hardly the time of year to go swimming, especially in that open sewer we call a river. I trust you've been given suitable injections."
"If I start feeling ill, I'll call no one but you," Miller said. "That's a promise."
Murray reached for a towel and started to dry his arms. "They tell me you don't know who the girl is."
"That's right. Of course, she may be reported missing by someone within the next day or two."
"But you don't think so. May I ask why?"
"It's not the usual kind of suicide. The pattern's all wrong. For one thing, the indications are that she did everything possible to conceal her identity before killing herself." He hesitated. "There's no chance that she was dumped, is there? Drugged beforehand or something like that?"
Murray shook his head. "Impossible. The eyes were still open. It's funny you should mention drugs, though."
"Why?"
"I'll show you."
It was cold in the theatre, and the heavy antiseptic smell could not wholly smother the sickly sweet stench of death.
Her body lay on the slab in the centre of the room, covered with a rubber sheet. Murray raised the edge and lifted the left arm. "Take a look." The marks of the needle were plainly visible, and Miller frowned.
"She was a junkie?"
Murray nodded. "My tests indicate that she had an injection consisting of 2 grains of heroin and 1 of cocaine, approximately half an hour before she died."
"And when would you say that was?"
"Let's see now. You pulled her out just before 6, didn't you? I'd say she'd been in the water about 5 hours."
"Which means she went in at 1 a.m.
"Or thereabouts. One can't be exact. It was a cold night."
"Anything else?"
"What can I tell you? She was about 19, well-nurtured. I'd say she'd been raised in more than comfortable surroundings."
"Was she a virgin?"
"Anything but. 2 months pregnant." He shook his head and added dryly, "A young woman very well acquainted with the sexual act."
"What about her clothes?"
"A chap was here from your forensic department. He took them away along with the usual things, scrapings from under the fingernails, hair samples, and so on." Miller moved to the other side of the slab, hesitated, and then pulled back the rubber sheet, revealing the face. Murray had closed the eyes, and she looked calm and peaceful, the skin smooth and colourless. Murray covered her again gently, his face sombre.
I think she was someone who had suffered a great deal. Too much for one so young.
Miller nodded, unable to speak. That strange, aching dryness clutched at his throat again, and he turned away quickly. As he reached the door, Murray called softly, "Nick." Miller turned. "Keep me posted."
"I'll do that," Miller said, and the rubber doors swung together behind him.
As he went out into the pale morning sunshine, Jack Brady crossed the car park to meet him. "Grant thought you might need some help on this one. Have they finished the autopsy?"
Miller nodded. Murray said she went into the river somewhere around 1 a.m. She was pregnant, by the way.
Brady nodded calmly. "Anything else?"
"She was a junkie. Heroin and cocaine."
"That should give us a lead." Brady took a buff envelope from his overcoat pocket. "I've checked with forensic. They'll have a report ready by noon. These are from photography." Miller opened the envelope and examined the prints it contained. Those photography boys certainly knew their job. She might almost have been alive, an illusion helped by the fact that the photos had been taken before Murray had closed her eyes. Brady took one and frowned. "A damned shame. She looks like a nice kid."
"Don't they always?"
Miller slipped the other prints into his pocket.
"I think I'll go and see Dr. Das. He knows just about every junkie in town."
"What about me?" Miller took the gold St. Christopher from his breast pocket and handed it over.
"You're a good Catholic, aren't you, Jack?"
"I go to Mass now and then."
Maybe the girl did.
There's an inscription on the other side. Work your way round the parish priests. Someone may recognize her photo or even the medal. "More shoe leather," Brady groaned.
"Good for your soul, this one. I'll drop you off at the cathedral if you like."
They got into the car, and Brady glanced at his copy of the girl's photograph again before putting it away in his wallet. He shook his head. "It doesn't make sense, does it? Have you any idea what it's like down there on the docks at that time in the morning?"
"Just about the darkest and loneliest place in the world," Miller said.
Brady nodded. "One thing's certain. She must have been pretty desperate. I'd like to know what got her into that state."
"So would I, Jack," Miller said. "So would I."
And he released the handbrake and drove rapidly away. Drug addicts are possibly the most difficult of all patients to handle. And yet Dr. Lal Das specialized in them. He was a tall, cadaverous Indian, with an international reputation in the field, who persisted in running a general practice in one of the less salubrious parts of the city, a twilight area of tall, decaying Victorian houses. He had just finished his morning calls and was having coffee in front of the surgery fire when Miller was shown in. Das smiled and waved him to a seat.
"A pleasant surprise. You will join me."
"Thanks very much." Das went to the sideboard and returned with another cup.
"A social call?" "I'm afraid not."
Miller produced one of the photos.
"Have you ever seen her before?"
Das shook his head.
"Who is she?" "We don't know. I pulled her out of the river this morning."
"Suicide?"
Miller nodded.
"Professor Murray did an autopsy. She'd had a fix about half an hour before she died."
"What was the dosage?"
2 grains of heroin, 1 of cocaine."
"Then she can't have been an addict for long. Most of my regulars are on 5, 6, or 7 grains of heroin alone."
"There were the usual track marks in her arm?"
"Only a few."
"Which would seem to confirm my theory." Das sighed.
"What a tragedy. She looks such a pleasant child."
He handed the photo back.
"I'm sorry. I can't help. You have no idea as to her identity at all."
"I was hoping she might be a registered addict."
Das shook his head emphatically. "Definitely not.
We have a new scheme operating under which all registered addicts must attend my clinic at St. Gregory's Hospital on Saturday mornings.
Is this as well as their visits to their own doctor?
Das nodded. Believe me, Sergeant, if she was registered, I would know her.
Miller swallowed the rest of his coffee. I'd better get moving. Got a lot of ground to cover.
Why not have a chat with Chuck Laser? Das said. If anyone could help, he could.
That's an idea, Miller said. How is he these days? Still dry?
For 10 months now. A remarkable achievement, especially when one considers that his intake was of the order of 7 grains of heroin and 6 of cocaine daily.
I hear he's running a small casino club now.
Yes, the Barclay in Cork Square. Very exclusive. Haven't you been?
I got an invitation to the opening, but I couldn't make it. Does he still play a good jazz piano?
Oscar Peterson at his best couldn't improve on him. I was there last Saturday. We were talking about you.
I'll drop in and see him, Miller said. Where's he living now?
He has an apartment over at the club. Very pleasant. He'll probably be in bed now, mind you.
I'll take that chance.
They went out into the hall. Das opened the front door and shook hands formally. If I can help in any way.
I'll let you know,
Miller said, and he ran down the steps to the Mini Cooper and drove away. Cork Square was a green lung in the heart of the city, a few sycamore trees scattered here and there, the whole surrounded by quiet, grey stone Georgian houses, most of them occupied by consultant physicians and barristers. The entrance to the Barclay Club was a cream-painted door, its brass handle and plate shining in the sunlight. Even the neon sign was in perfect taste with the surroundings and had obviously been specially designed. Miller pulled into the curb, got out, and looked up at the front of the building.
"Hey, Nick, you old so-and-so, what gives?"
The cry echoed across the square, and as he turned, Chuck Laser moved out of the trees, a couple of Dalmatians straining ahead of him on twin leads. Miller went to meet him, leaving the path and crossing the damp grass.
"Hello there, Chuck. What's all this?"
He bent down to pat the eager dogs. The American grinned.
"Part of my new image. The customers love it. Gives the place tone. But never mind that. How are you? It's been too long."
He was bubbling over with genuine pleasure, the blue eyes sparkling. When Miller had first met him, almost a year previously during a murder investigation, Laser had been hopelessly hooked on heroin, with the gaunt, fleshless face of an emaciated saint. Now there was meat on his bones, and the neatly trimmed dark fringe beard combined with the expensive sports coat to give him a positively elegant appearance. He slipped the dog's leads, and the Dalmatians moved into the flower beds as he and Miller sat down on a bench.
"I've just seen Das. He told me he'd been to the club. Gave me a glowing report."
Miller offered him a cigarette.
"On you too."
Laser grinned.
"No need to worry about me, Nick. I'd cut my throat before I'd take another shot."
He lit his cigarette and exhaled smoke in a blue cloud.
"What did you want with Das? Business?"
Miller produced one of the photos and passed it across.
"Know her?"
Laser shook his head.
"Can't say I do."
He frowned suddenly.
"Hey, isn't that a morgue photograph?"
Miller nodded.
"I pulled her out of the river this morning. Trouble is, we can't identify her."
"Suicide?"
"That's right.
The autopsy showed she was an addict. I was hoping she might be registered, that Das might know her."
"And she isn't? That makes it difficult."
"What's the drug market like now, Chuck?" Miller said. "Where would she get the stuff?"
"Difficult to say. I've been out of circulation for quite a while, remember? As far as I know, there isn't any really organized peddling, if that's what you mean. Remember where you first met me?"
Miller grinned. "Outside the all-night chemist's in City Square."
"That's where it changes hands. Most registered addicts see their doctor at his evening surgery and usually get a prescription dated for the following day. Legally, they can have it filled from midnight onwards, which is why you always find a bunch waiting in the all-night chemists in any big city round about that time. The non-registered users hang around outside hoping to buy a few pills. They're usually in luck. Quite a few doctors tend to overprescribe."
"So all I have to do is go down to City Square at midnight and pass her photo around?"
"If she was an addict, someone will recognize her, that's for sure. The most exclusive club in the world."
"Thanks very much," Miller said. "I didn't get any sleep last night either."
"You shouldn't have joined."
Laser chuckled, and then his smile faded. Miller glanced across to the club as a dark blue Rolls eased into the curb. The first man to emerge was built like a pro wrestler, shoulders bulging massively under a dark blue overcoat. The driver came round to join him, a small, wiry man with jet black hair, and held open the rear door. The man who got out was large and rather fleshy, with hair so pale that it was almost white. He wore a single-breasted suit of dark grey flannel that was straight out of Savile Row, a white gardenia in the buttonhole, and carried himself with the habitual arrogance of a man who believes that he exists by a kind of divine right. The small man said something to him, and they all turned and glanced at Laser and Miller. "Friends of yours?" Miller said as they moved across the grass. Laser shook his head.
"I wouldn't say that exactly. The fancy boy is Max Vernon. Came up from London about 4 months ago and bought out Harry Faulkner. Took over his betting shops, the Flamingo Club, everything."
"What about his minders?"
"The big boy's called Carver, Simon Carver. The little guy's the one to watch, Stratton. I don't know his first name."
"Have they been leaning on you?"
Laser bared his teeth in a mirthless grin. "Nothing quite so obvious. Let's say I've got a very nice little business, and Mr. Vernon would like a piece of the action. For a consideration, of course. All nice and legal. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in selling."
Vernon paused a couple of yards away, Carver and Stratton on either side of him.
"Hello there, old man," he said cheerfully. "I was hoping to find you in. Time we had another little chat."
"Not in my book it isn't,"
Laser replied.
Carver took a step forward, but before anything could develop, Miller said quickly,
"That's an old Etonian tie you're wearing. Did you know that?"
Vernon turned, his smile still hooked firmly into place. "How very gratifying. You're the first person to recognize it since I've been here. Of course, we are a little far north."
"Dangerous country," Miller said. "We've been known to roll boulders down the hillside on unwary travellers, stone strangers."
"How fascinating." Vernon turned to Laser. "Introduce me to your friend, Chuck."
"A pleasure," Laser said. "Nick Miller, Detective Sergeant, Central CID."
Vernon hesitated momentarily and then extended his hand. "Always a pleasure to meet the law."
Miller stayed where he was on the bench, hands tucked casually into his pockets. "I can't say it's mutual."
"You watch your mouth, copper,"
Carver said harshly.
He started to move. Laser whistled twice, and the Dalmatians arrived on the run. They stood beside him, pointing at Carver, something rumbling deep down in their throats. Carver hesitated, obviously uncertain, and Miller laughed.
"Know why they call them carriage dogs, Carver? They were specially bred during the 18th century as travelling companions to take care of highwaymen. Something glowed deep in Carver's eyes, and Vernon chuckled. "That's damned good, damned good." He grinned at Carver. "See, you learn something new every day of the week." He turned away without another word and walked back to the rolls, Carver and Stratton hurrying after him. Laser leaned down to fondle the ears of the two dogs, and Miller said softly, "I think you could have trouble there, Chuck."
"If it comes, I'll handle it."
Miller shook his head. "You mean I'll handle it, and that's an order." He got to his feet and grinned. "I've got to get moving." Laser stood up and produced a small, gold-edged card from his breast pocket.
"I know it's illegal to do it this way, but there's a membership card. Why not drop in? It's been a long time since I heard you play piano."
"I might just do that," Miller said, and he turned and walked away across the grass. As the Rolls-Royce moved out into the main traffic stream, Max Vernon leaned forward and slid back the glass panel of the partition. "This chap Miller," he said to Carver. "Know anything about him?"
"Not a thing."
"Then start digging. I want to know everything. Everything there is to know."
"Any special reason?"
Carver said. "Well, let me put it this way. The only other copper I've ever met who made a practice of wearing 60-guinea suits is doing a 5-stretch in the Ville for corruption." Carver's eyes widened, and Vernon closed the glass panel, leaned back in his seat, and lit a cigarette, a slight smile on his face. 3. Henry Wade was fat and balding, and his several chins and horn-rimmed spectacles gave him the deceptively benign air of a prosperous publican or backstreet bookie. He was neither. He was head of the department's forensic section, with the rank of detective inspector, and the ready smile concealed a brain that in action had the cutting edge of a razor. When Miller went into the small office at one end of the police lab, he found Wade at his desk, filling in a report, covering the paper with neat, italic script that was his special pride. He turned and smiled. "Hello, Nick. I was wondering when you'd turn up." "Anything for me?" "Not much, I'm afraid. Come on, I'll show you." Miller followed him into the lab, nodding to the bench technicians as he passed. The girl's clothing was laid out neatly on a table by the window. Wade went through the items one by one. The stockings are a well-known brand sold everywhere, and the underwear she bought at Marks & Spencer's, along with just about every other girl in the country these days. "What about the dress?"
"Reasonably expensive, but once again, a well-known brand name available at dozens of shops and stores. One interesting point. Just below the maker's label, a name tab's been torn out." He picked up the dress, pointing with a pair of tweezers, and Miller nodded.
"I noticed."
"I had a hunch about that. We matched up a piece of the tab that was still attached to the dress, and my hunch paid off. It's a cash label. You must have seen them. Little white tabs with the individual's name woven in red. People buy them for school children or students going away to college."
Miller nodded. "Thousands of people, including my sister-in-law. Her 2 kids have them sewn into just about every damned thing they own. Is that all?"
"No, one other thing. When we checked the nail scrapings, we discovered a minute quantity of oil paint. There were 1 or 2 spots on the dress, too."
"An artist?" Miller said. "That's something."
"Don't be too certain. Lots of people do a little painting these days." Henry Wade grinned and slapped him on the shoulder. "You shouldn't have joined, Nick, lad. You shouldn't have joined."
Grant was still working away at his desk when Miller peered round the door. "Got a minute?"
Just about.
Grant sat back and lit a cigarette.
How's it going?
So far, not so good. But it was something else I wanted to mention. What do you know about a man called Vernon?
Max Vernon? The bloke from London who took over Faulkner's casino and betting shops?
Grant shrugged.
Not much. The chief introduced him to me at the Conservative ball. Obviously a gentleman. Public school and all that sort of thing.
Right down to his old Etonian tie. Miller suppressed a strong desire to burst into laughter. He's leaning on Chuck Laser.
He's what?
Grant said incredulously. It's true enough, Miller said. I was chatting to Laser in the square outside his place when Vernon turned up with a couple of heavies named Carver and Stratton. No comic vaudeville act, those two, believe me. Vernon wants a piece of the Berkeley Club. He'll pay for it, of course. All nice and legal. But Chuck Laser better play ball or else. Grant was a different man as he flicked one of the switches on his intercom.
Records? Get on to CRO in London at once. I want everything they've got on Max Vernon and 2 men now working for him called Carver and Stratton. Top priority.
He turned back to Miller.
What happened?
Nothing much. Vernon didn't say anything in the slightest way incriminating. On the face of it, he's making a perfectly legitimate business offer.
Did he know who you were?
Not until Laser introduced us. Grant got up and walked to the window.
I don't like the sound of this at all.
It certainly raises interesting possibilities, Miller said. Those houses Faulkner was running in Gascoigne Square, his call girl racket, has Vernon taken those over too?
An intriguing thought.
Grant sighed heavily.
It never rains but it pours. Try and look in this afternoon at about 3. I should have heard from CRO by then.
When Miller went back into the main CID room, a young PC was hovering beside his desk. I took a message for you while you were in with the super sergeant.
Who from?
Jack Brady. He said he was ringing from St. Gemma's Roman Catholic Church in Walthamgate. He'd like you to join him there as soon as you can.
Anything else?
Yes. He said to tell you that he thinks he's traced the girl. The lights in the little church were very dim, and down by the altar the candles flickered, and the figure of the Virgin in the chapel to one side seemed to float there in the darkness. For Miller, this was unfamiliar territory, and he paused, waiting as Jack Brady dipped a knee, crossing himself reverently. The man they had come to see knelt in prayer at the altar, and when he got to his feet and came towards them, Miller saw that he was very old, the hair silvery in the subdued light. Brady made the introductions. Father Ryan, this is Detective Sergeant Nick Miller. The old man smiled and took Miller's hand in a grip that was surprisingly firm. Jack and I are old friends, Sergeant. For 15 years or more he ran the boxing team for me at the Dockside Mission Boys Club. Shall we sit in the porch? A pity to miss the sunshine. It's been a hard winter. Brady opened the door, and Father Ryan preceded them. He sat on the polished wooden bench that overlooked the quiet graveyard with the row of cypress trees lining the road beyond the high wall. I understand you might be able to help us with our inquiry, Father, Miller said. The old man nodded. Could I see the photo again? Miller passed it across, and for a moment there was silence as Father Ryan examined it. He sighed heavily. Poor girl. Poor wee girl. You know her? She called herself Joanna Martin. Called herself? That's right. I don't think it was her real name. Might I ask why? Father Ryan smiled faintly. Like you, I deal with people, Sergeant. Human beings in the raw. Let's say one develops an instinct.
Miller nodded. I know what you mean.
She first came to my church about 3 months ago. I noticed something different about her at once. This is a twilight area. Most of the houses in multiple occupation, the tenants constantly coming and going. Joanna was obviously the product of a safer, more ordered world. She was out of her element.
Can you tell us where she lived?
She had a room with Mrs. Kilroy, a parishioner of mine. It's not far from here. I've given Detective Constable Brady the address.
Somehow, the fact that he had used Brady's official title seemed to underline a new formality in the interchange. It was as if he were preparing himself for the question that he knew must come. I know this must be a difficult situation for you, Father, Miller said gently. But this girl had problems, and they must have been pretty desperate to make her take the way out that she did. Can you throw any light on them? Brady cleared his throat awkwardly and shuffled his feet. The old man shook his head. For me, the secrecy of the confessional must be absolute. Surely you must be aware of that, Sergeant. Miller nodded. Of course, Father. I won't press you any further. You've already helped us a great deal. Father Ryan stood up and held out his hand. If I can help in any other way, don't hesitate to get in touch. Brady was already moving away. Miller started to follow and hesitated. One more thing, Father. I understand there could be some difficulty regarding burial because of the manner of death. Not in this case, Father Ryan said firmly. There are several mitigating circumstances. I intend raising the matter with the bishop personally. I may say with some certainty that I foresee little difficulty. Miller smiled. I'm glad. Forgive me for saying so, but you appear to have some personal interest here. May I ask why? I pulled her out of the river myself, Miller told him. Something I'm not likely to forget in a hurry. I know one thing. I'd like to get my hands on whoever was responsible. Father Ryan sighed. It's a strange thing, but in spite of the fact that most people believe priests to be somehow cut off from the real world, I come face to face with more human wickedness in a week than the average man does in a lifetime. He smiled gently. And I still believe that, at heart, most human beings are good. I wish I could agree, Father, Miller said somberly. I wish I could agree. He turned and walked away quickly to where Jack Brady waited at the gate. Mrs. Kilroy was a large, unlovely widow with flaming red hair that had come straight out of a bottle and a thin mouth enlarged by orange lipstick into an obscene gash. I keep a respectable place here. I've never had any trouble before, she said as she led the way upstairs. No trouble, Mrs. Kilroy, Brady said persuasively. We just want to see the room, that's all, and ask a few questions. The landing was long and dark, its polished lino covered by a thin strip of worn carpeting. The door at the far end was locked. She produced a bunch of keys, opened it, and led the way in. The room was surprisingly large and furnished in Victorian mahogany. The curtains at the only window were partially closed, the traffic sounds outside muted and unreal as if from another world, and a thin bar of sunlight fell across the floor, adding a new richness to the faded colours of the old Indian carpet. It was the neatness that was so surprising, and the cleanliness. The bed had been stripped, the blankets folded into squares and stacked at one end of the mattress, and the top of the dressing table had quite obviously been dusted. Miller opened one or two of the empty drawers, closed them again, and turned. And this is exactly how you found the room this morning?
Mrs. Kilroy nodded. "She came and knocked on my door last night at about 10 o'clock.
Had she been out?
I wouldn't know. She told me she'd be moving today."
Did she say why?
Mrs. Kilroy shook her head. "I didn't ask. I was more interested in getting a week's rent in lieu of notice, which was the agreement."
"And she paid?"
"Without a murmur. Mind you, there was never any trouble over her rent, I'll say that. Not like some."
Brady had busied himself during the conversation in moving around the room, checking all the drawers and cupboards. Now he turned and shook his head. "Clean as a whistle." Which means that when she left, she must have taken everything with her. Miller turned to Mrs. Kilroy. "Did you see her go?"
"Last time I saw her was about 10:30. She knocked on the door and told me she'd some rubbish to burn. Asked if she could put it in the central heating furnace in the cellar."
"Have you been down there since?"
"No need. It has an automatic stoking system. Only needs checking every 2 days."
"I see." Miller walked across to the window and pulled back the curtains. "Let's go back to when you last saw her. Did she seem worried or agitated?"
Mrs. Kilroy shook her head quickly. "She was just the same as she always was."
"And yet she killed herself less than 3 hours later."
"God have mercy on her."
There was genuine horror in Mrs. Kilroy's voice, and she crossed herself quickly. "What else can you tell me about her? I understand she'd been a tenant of yours for about 3 months."
"That's right. She arrived on the doorstep one afternoon with a couple of suitcases. As it happened, I had a vacancy, and she offered me a month's rent in advance in lieu of references."
"What did you think of her?"
Mrs. Kilroy shrugged. "She didn't really fit in. Too much of the lady for a district like this. I never asked questions. I always mind my own business. But if anyone had a story to tell, it was her."
"Father Ryan doesn't seem to think Joanna Martin was her real name."
"I shouldn't be surprised."
"What did she do for a living?"
"She paid her rent on time and never caused any trouble. Whatever she did was her own business. One thing, she had an easel set up in here. Used to paint in oils. I once asked her if she was a student, but she said it was only a hobby."
"Did she go out much? At night, for instance?"
"She could have been out all night and every night as far as I was concerned. All my lodgers have their own keys." She shrugged. "More often than not, I'm out myself."
"Did anyone ever call for her?"
"Not that I noticed. She kept herself to herself. The only outstanding thing I do remember is that sometimes she looked really ill. I had to help her up the stairs one day. I wanted to call the doctor, but she said it was just a monthly. I saw her later that afternoon and she looked fine."
Which was how one would expect her to look after a shot of heroin. And Miller sighed. "Anything else?"
"I don't think so." Mrs. Kilroy hesitated. "If she had a friend at all, it was the girl in number 4, Monica Gray."
"Why do you say that?"
"I've seen them going out together, mainly in the afternoons."
"Is she in now?"
"Should be. As far as I know, she works nights in one of these gaming clubs."
Miller turned to Brady. "I'll have a word with her. You get Mrs. Kilroy to show you where the furnace is. See what you can find." The door closed behind them, and Miller stood there in the quiet, listening. But there was nothing here. This room had no personality. It was as if she had never been here at all, and, after all, what did he really know about her? At the moment, she existed only as a series of apparently contradictory facts. A well-bred girl, she had come down to living in a place like this. A sincere Catholic, she had committed suicide. Educated and intelligent, but also a drug addict. None of it made any sense at all, and he went along the corridor and knocked at number 4. There was an immediate reply,
and he opened the door and entered. She was standing in front of the dressing table, her back to the door, and dressed, as far as he could judge in that first moment, in stockings and a pair of dark briefs. In the mirror, he was aware of her breasts, high and firm. And then her eyes widened. "I thought it was Mrs. Kilroy." Miller stepped back into the corridor smartly, closing the door. A moment later it opened again, and she stood there laughing at him, an old nylon housecoat belted around her waist.
"Shall we try again?"
Her voice was hoarse, but not unattractive, with a slight Liverpool accent, and she had a turned-up nose that gave her a rather gamin charm. "Miss Gray?" Miller produced his warrant card. "Detective Sergeant Miller, Central CID. I wonder if I might have a word with you." Her smile slipped fractionally, and a shadow seemed to cross her eyes as she stepped back and motioned him in.
"What have I done now? Overparked or something?"
There were times when the direct approach produced the best results, and Miller tried it now. "I'm making inquiries into the death of Joanna Martin. I understand you might be able to help me." It had the effect of a physical blow. She seemed to stagger slightly, then turned, groped for the end of the bed, and sank down. "I believe you were pretty good friends," Miller continued. She stared up at him blindly, then suddenly got to her feet, pushed him out of the way, and ran for the bathroom. He stood there, a slight frown on his face, and there was a knock on the outside door. He opened it to find Jack Brady waiting. "Any luck?" Miller asked. Brady held up an old canvas bag. "I found all sorts in the ashpan. What about this, for instance?" He produced a triangular piece of metal, blackened and twisted by the fire, and Miller frowned. "This is a corner piece off a suitcase." "That's right." Brady shook the bag in his right hand. "If the bits and pieces in here are anything to go by, I'd say she must have put every damned thing she owned into that furnace." "Including her suitcase? She certainly wasn't leaving anything to chance." Miller sighed. "All right, Jack. Take that little lot down to the car and put in a call to HQ. See if they've anything for us. I shan't be long." He lit a cigarette, moved to the window, and looked out into the back garden. Behind him, the bathroom door opened and Monica Gray emerged. She looked a lot brighter as she came forward and sat on the edge of the bed.
"Sorry about that. It was rather a shock. Joanna was a nice kid."
She hesitated and then continued.
How did it happen?"
"She jumped in the river." Miller gave her a cigarette and lit it for her. "Mrs. Kilroy tells me you were good friends." Monica Gray took the smoke deep into her lungs and exhaled with a sigh of pleasure.
"I wouldn't say that exactly. I went to the cinema with her sometimes in the afternoons, or she came in for a coffee, mainly because she happened to live next door."
"You never went out with her at any other time?"
"I couldn't. I work nights. I'm a croupier at a gaming club in Gascoigne Square, the Flamingo."
"Max Vernon's place?" She nodded.
"Have you been there?"
"A long time ago." "Tell me about Joanna. Where did she come from?" Monica Gray shook her head.
"She never discussed the past. She always seemed to live entirely in the present."
"What did she do for a living?"
"Nothing as far as I could tell. She spent a lot of time painting, but only as a hobby. I know one thing. She was never short of money."
"What about boyfriends?"
"As far as I know, she didn't have any."
"Didn't that seem strange to you? She was an attractive girl."
"That's true, but she had her problems."
She appeared to hesitate and then went on.
"If you've seen her body, you must know what I'm getting at. She was a junkie."
"How did you know that?" I went into her room to borrow a pair of stockings one day and found her giving herself a shot. She asked me to keep quiet about it.
Which you did. Monica Gray shrugged.
None of my affair how she got her kicks. It was one hell of a shame, but there was nothing I could do about it.
She was a Catholic, Miller said. Did you know that? She nodded.
She went to church nearly every day.
And yet she killed herself after burning everything she owned in the central heating furnace downstairs and ripping the name tab out of the dress she was wearing when she died. It's only by chance that we've managed to trace her this far, and when we do, nobody seems to know anything about her. Wouldn't you say that was peculiar?
She was a strange kid. You could never tell what was going on beneath the surface.
Father Ryan doesn't seem to think that Joanna Martin was her real name.
If that's true, she certainly never gave me any clue.
Miller nodded, turned, and paced across the room. He paused suddenly. The table against the wall was littered with sketches, mainly fashion drawings, some in pen and ink, others colour-washed. All showed indications of real talent. Yours, he said. Monica Gray stood up and walked across.
That's right. Like them.
Very much. Did you go to the College of Art?
For 2 years. That's what brought me here in the first place.
What made you give it up? She grinned.
40 quid a week at the Flamingo, plus a dress allowance.
Attractive alternative. Miller dropped the sketch he was holding. Well, I don't think I need bother you any more. He walked to the door, paused, and turned. Just one thing. You do understand that if I can't trace her family, I may have to ask you to make the formal identification. She stood there staring at him, her face very white, and he closed the door and went downstairs. There was a payphone fixed to the wall by the door, and Brady leaned beside it, filling his pipe. He glanced up quickly. Annie Joy? Not really, but I've a feeling we'll be seeing her again. I got through to HQ. There was a message for you from Chuck Laser. Apparently he's been passing round the copy of the photo you gave him. He's come up with a registered addict who sold her a couple of pills outside the all-night chemist's in City Square just after midnight. If you guarantee no charge, he's agreed to make a statement. That's all right by me, Miller said. You handle it, will you? I'll drop you off at Cork Square and you can go and see Chuck right away. I've a phone call to make first. Anything special? Just a hunch. The girl liked to paint. We've established that. Another thing. That name tab she ripped out of her dress was a type commonly bought by students. I'm wondering if there might be a connection. He found the number he wanted and dialed quickly. The receiver was picked up almost at once at the other end, and a woman's voice said, "College of Art?" "Put me through to the registrar's office, please." There was a momentary delay, and then a pleasant Scottish voice cut in. "Henderson here. Central CID Detective Sergeant Miller. I'm making inquiries concerning a girl named Joanna Martin, and I've a good reason to believe she might have been a student at your college during the last couple of years. Would it take you long to check?" "No more than 30 seconds, Sergeant," Henderson said crisply. "We've a very comprehensive filing system." A moment later he was back. "Sorry, no student of that name. I could go back further if you like." "No point," Miller said. She wasn't old enough. He replaced the receiver and turned to Brady. "Another possibility we can cross off." "What now?" Brady demanded. "I still think there's a lot in this idea of Father Ryan's that Martin wasn't her real name. If that's true, it's just possible she's been listed as a missing person by someone or other. You go and see Chuck Laser, and I'll drop round to the Salvation Army and see if a chat with Martha Broadrip produces anything." Brady grinned. "Don't end up beating a drum for her on Sundays." But Miller had to force a smile in reply, and as he went down the steps to the car, his face was grim and serious. At the best of times, a good copper was guided as much by instinct as solid fact. And there was something very wrong here. Something much more serious than appeared on the surface of things. And all his training, all his experience told him as much. 4. The small office of the Stone Street Citadel was badly overcrowded. Half a dozen young men and women working busily surrounded by green filing cabinets, double-banked to save space. "I'll see if the Mage is in her office," said Miller's escort, a thin, earnest young man in blazer and flannels, and he disappeared in search of Martha Broadrib. Miller leaned against a filing cabinet and waited, impressed, as always, at the industry and efficiency, so obviously the order of the day. A sheet of writing paper had fallen to the floor, and he picked it up and read the printed heading quickly. "Missing relatives sought in any part of the world. Investigations and inquiries carried out in strictest confidence. Reconciliation Bureau. Advice willingly given." The biggest drawback to tracing a missing person, from the official point of view, was that there was nothing illegal about disappearing. Unless there was a suspicion of foul play, the police could do nothing, which produced the ironical situation that the greatest experts in the field were the Salvation Army, who handled something like 10,000 British and foreign inquiries a year from their headquarters in Bishopsgate, London, and who were constantly in touch with centres throughout the country, such as the Stone Street Citadel. The young man emerged from the inner office, his arm around the shoulders of a middle-aged woman in a shabby coat who had obviously been weeping. He nodded briefly without speaking, and Miller brushed past them and went in. Major Martha Broadrib was exactly 5 feet tall, her trim, uniformed figure bristling with a vitality that belied her 60 years. Her blue eyes were enormous behind steel-rimmed spectacles, and she had the smooth, unused face of an innocent child. And yet this was a woman who had laboured for most of her life in a China mission, who had spent 3 terrible years in solitary confinement in a communist prison camp. She came forward quickly, a smile of genuine affection on her face. "Nicholas, this is nice. Will you have a cup of tea?" "I wouldn't say no," Miller said. "Who was that who just left?"
"Poor soul. Her husband died a year ago." She took a clean cup and saucer from a cupboard and moved to the tea tray that stood on her desk. "She married one of her lodgers last month. He persuaded her to sell the house and give him the money she received to buy a business."
"Don't tell me. Let me guess," Miller said. "He's cleared off?"
"That's about the size of it."
"She's been to the police?"
"Who told her that, as he hadn't committed a criminal offence, they were powerless to act." She stirred his tea briskly. "4 lumps, and much good may it do you."
"Do you think you'll find him?"
"Certain to," she said. "And he'll face up to his responsibilities, and do right by the poor woman after I've had the chance of talking to him. I'm certain of that."
Another one who thought most people were good at heart. Miller smiled wryly, remembering their first meeting. On his way home one night, he had answered an emergency call simply because he happened to be in the vicinity, and had arrived at a slum house near the river in time to find a graceless, mindless lout doing his level best to beat his wife to death after knocking Martha Broadrib senseless for trying to stop him, breaking her right arm in the process. And the very next day, she had visited him in the Bridewell, plaster cast and all. She lit a cigarette, her one vice, and leaned back in her chair. "You look tired, Nicholas." "I feel tired," he said. "A perpetual state these days. But don't let's go into that. He passed one of the photos across. Ever seen her?
Martha examined it with a slight frown. This is a mortuary photo, isn't it?
That's right. I pulled her out of the river this morning.
Suicide?
There was an expression of real grief on her face.
Poor child. Poor child.
No ordinary suicide, Miller said. This girl did everything she could to destroy her identity before she died. He sketched in the main facts, and she nodded somberly.
So Father Ryan thinks that Joanna Martin wasn't her real name?
He got that impression, which the other two people I've spoken to who knew her confirm. Coming to see you was just a hunch, really. I was hoping that somebody might have put out a search for her, that you might recognize her photo. Martha nodded and held up the medal.
She still hung on to Joanna. Interesting, that. They nearly always do hang on to their Christian name. It's as if they're afraid of losing themselves entirely.
She gave him back the medal and made a few notes on her pad.
Let's see what we've got. About 19, fair hair, blue eyes, well-spoken, educated, obviously from a superior background, and an artist. We'll look under the name of Martin first, just in case, and we'll check the Christian name.
I didn't know you could do that.
As I said, so many of them hang on to their Christian names that it's worth cross-indexing, and Joanna isn't very common these days. We'll see what we've got here, and I'll also put through a call to London. Should take about 15 minutes.
Before he could reply, the phone on her desk rang. She took the call and then held out the receiver.
For you. Detective Constable Brady.
Martha went into the outer office and Miller sat on the edge of the desk. What have you got? Plenty, Brady said. I've just had a session with a character named Jack Fenner. He's been a registered addict for just over a year now. He makes a living as a dance band drummer. I think I've seen him around, Miller said. Small, fair-haired. That's him. He says he had a prescription for heroin and cocaine filled at the all-night chemist's in City Square at midnight on the dot. Joanna Martin stopped him on his way out and offered him a couple of quid for enough pills for a shot. His story is that he felt sorry for her, said she had the shakes. No chance of a mistake? Definitely not. Brady laughed harshly. In fact, this is where it gets interesting. Fenner says he's seen her before. Where? At Max Vernon's place, the Flamingo, about 6 weeks ago. The regular drummer was ill that night, and Fenner stood in for him. Apparently, it was Vernon's birthday, and he threw a big private binge. Fenner remembers the girl because Vernon kept her with him for most of the evening, which Fenner says is highly unusual. Apparently, our Max prefers variety. Now that is interesting, Miller said. Fenner's certain he's never seen her at any other time. Dead certain. Is it important that he should have? Could be. Look at it this way. The girl wasn't a registered addict. We know that. So where did she get the stuff from? If she'd been working the prescription racket outside the all-night chemist's regularly, Fenner would have seen her many times. An addict needs at least one fix a day, remember? Usually more. Which means that someone must be peddling the stuff. Could be. Behind Miller, the door opened as Martha Broadrib returned, and he added hastily, I've got to go now, Jack. I'll see you back at the office in half an hour. He turned, eyebrows raised inquiringly, and Martha shook her head.
I'm sorry, Nicholas. Not a thing. There was one Joanna on file, that's all. A West Indian nurse.
Miller sighed and stood up. Never mind, Martha. It was just a hunch. Thanks for the tea, anyway. I'll leave you a copy of the photo just in case. He dropped it on the desk, and as he turned, she placed a hand on his arm, concern on her face.
You're worried about this one, aren't you? There's no need to be. Something will turn up. It always does.
He grinned and kissed her briefly on the forehead. Don't work too hard, Martha. I'll be seeing you. The door closed behind him. She stood there, staring blankly at it for a moment, then took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders, sat down at her typewriter, and started to work. Brady was sitting on the other side of Grant's desk when Miller looked round the door of the superintendent's office. Grant waved him in at once.
Jack's been filling me in on your progress so far. You don't seem to be doing too badly. At least you've got a name for her now.
Which doesn't seem to mean a great deal, Miller said. I'm afraid Martha Broadrib couldn't help at all.
Never mind, Grant said. Something will turn up.
Miller smiled. The second time I've been told that today. Anything through from CRO on Max Vernon and Company yet? Grant nodded, his face grim.
And it doesn't make pleasant reading.
Brady started to get up, and the superintendent waved him down.
You might as well hear this, Jack. I'll be circularizing the information anyway.
He put on his reading glasses and picked up the white flimsy that had been delivered from records 10 minutes earlier.
Let's start with his two bully boys, and a nice pair they are. Benjamin Carver, 35. Last known profession, salesman. 4 previous convictions, including 5 years for robbery with violence, conspiracy to steal, larceny, grievous bodily harm. He's been pulled in for questioning on 23 other occasions.
And Stratton?
Even worse. Mad as a March hare and twisted with it. William Billy Stratton, 34. 3 previous convictions, including a 5 stretch for robbery with violence. Remember the Knavesmire Airport bullion robbery?
He was in on that. Grant nodded.
The psychiatrists did what they could for him during his last stretch, but it wasn't much. Psychopathic tendencies and too damned handy with a shiv. The next time he stands in the dock, it'll be for murder, mark my words.
And Vernon?
Nothing.
You mean he's clean? Miller said in astonishment.
As a whistle.
Grant dropped the flimsy on the table.
6 years ago he was invited to help Scotland Yard with their inquiries concerning the Knavesmire Airport bullion robbery. The interview lasted exactly 10 minutes, thanks to the best lawyer in London.
And that's all?
All that's official.
Grant picked up another flimsy.
Now let's look at what they have to say about him unofficially. Believe me, it'll make your hair stand on end. Maxwell Alexander Constable Vernon, 36. Younger son of Sir Henry Vernon, managing director of the Red Funnel shipping line. From Eton, he went to Sandhurst and was commissioned in the Guards.
Only the best, eh? Grant nodded.
The rot set in when he was seconded for duty with a Malayan infantry regiment during the emergency. Vernon proved so successful at rooting out the communists in his area that he was awarded the DSO. Then they discovered he'd been indulging in an orgy of sadism and torture. No one could afford a public scandal at the time, so he was simply persuaded to resign his commission. His family disowned him.
He took to crime.
That's what it looks like. Organised prostitution. He started with a call girl racket. Illegal clubs, protection, dope peddling, anything that pays. That's our Maxwell. And he's a bright boy. Don't make any mistake about that. The Knavesmire Airport heist was only one of 6 big jobs he's probably been behind during the past 5 or 6 years.
Why move up here, though? Brady put in. It doesn't make sense.
I'm not so sure,
Grant said. "Since the middle of last year, there's been open warfare in London between the four most powerful gangs, mainly over the protection racket. These things always run to a pattern. The villains carve each other up, in this case they're even using shooters, and the police stand by to pick up the pieces when it's all over. Nobody wins that kind of fight, and Vernon was clever enough to realise that. As soon as he heard the first rumblings, he sold out to one of his rivals and dropped out of sight." "To reappear here," Brady said. Grant got to his feet and paced to the window. "I've always thought this might happen one day, that the London mobs would start looking for fresh fields. I'll have to have a word with the old man about it." He shook his head. "I'd love to know what Vernon's been up to since he's been here." "Maybe Chuck Laser could give me a few pointers," Miller said. Grant swung round, his face brightening. "That's a thought. See what you can get out of him." "I'll do my best," Miller said. "But don't expect too much. To a certain extent, Laser's on the other side of the fence, remember? I'll keep you posted." He returned to the main CID room and Brady followed him. "What now?" "About the girl?" Miller shrugged. "I'm still considering. There are one or two interesting possibilities." He pulled a packet of cigarettes out of his pocket, and the gold medal and chain fell to the floor. Brady picked it up and examined the inscription again. "At least we know one thing for certain. Her Christian name." Miller paused in the act of lighting his cigarette. "My God, I must be losing my touch." "What do you mean?" Brady asked. "I'm remembering something Martha Broadrip told me. How most people who go missing hang on to their Christian name. There's a pretty obvious psychological explanation for that. It's such a common behaviour pattern that they cross-index missing persons under their Christian names as well." "And where does that get us?" Brady demanded, looking puzzled. "She still couldn't help, could she?" "No, but I'm wondering whether we might have just a little bit more luck at the College of Art," Miller said simply. "This must be her," Henderson said suddenly, turning from the file and handing Miller a white index card. He was a small, greying Scot, with a pleasant, lined face, obviously fascinated by the present situation, which had turned what would otherwise have been a day of dull routine into a memorable one. Miller read the details on the card aloud, and Brady made notes. "Joanna Maria Craig. Address Rosedene, Grange Avenue, St. Martin's Wood." Brady pursed his lips in a soundless whistle. "Pretty exclusive. We were certainly on the ball there." "Apparently she dropped out of the course just over 3 months ago," Miller said. "It says here, see personal file." "That's what I'm looking for." Henderson had opened another filing cabinet and was flicking rapidly through the green folders it contained. He nodded suddenly, took one out, and opened it as he turned. After a while he looked up and nodded. "I remember this case now, mainly because of her father." "Her father?" "That's right. A hell of a nice chap. I felt sorry for him at the time. He's managing director of that new firm out on the York Road, Gulf Electronics." "Why do you say you felt sorry for him?" "As I recall, she was giving him a hard time. When she first started here, everything was fine, and then, about 4 months ago, she seemed to go to pieces. Cutting lectures, not turning her work in on time, that sort of thing. We called him in to discuss the position." He frowned suddenly. "Now I remember. He brought his other daughter with him. Charming girl. A schoolteacher, I believe. It emerged during the interview that he was a widower." "What happened?" "He promised to try and straighten the girl out, but I'm afraid he had no luck in that direction. There was a nasty incident about a week later with one of the women lecturers. Harsh words,
and then the girl slapped her in the face. Naturally, she had to go after that.
Miller sat there in silence for a moment, thinking about it, and then got to his feet. He held out his hand.
"You've helped us a great deal, Mr. Henderson."
"Anything else I can do, don't hesitate to get in touch," Henderson said.
Outside, the pale afternoon sun picked out the vivid colours of the mosaic in the concrete face of the new shopping precinct on the other side of the road, and Miller paused at the top of the steps to light a cigarette. Jack Brady looked up at him, eyebrows raised, and Miller sighed.
"And now comes the unpleasant bit."
St. Martin's Wood was on the edge of the city, an exclusive residential area not far from Miller's own home. The houses ran very much to a pattern. Turn-of-the-century mansions in grey stone, each one standing in an acre or two of garden. The house they were seeking stood at one end of a quiet cul-de-sac behind a high stone wall. Miller turned the Cooper in through the gates and drove along a wide gravel drive, braking to a halt at the bottom of a flight of shallow steps which led to the front door. The bell push was obviously electronic, the sound echoing melodiously inside, and after a while the door was opened by a pleasant-faced young maid in a nylon working overall.
"Yes, sir,"
she said to Miller.
"Is Mr. Craig at home by any chance?"
"Colonel Craig,"
she said in a tone of mild reproof,
"is in London at the moment, but we're expecting him home tonight." "Who is it, Jenny?"
a voice called, and then a young woman appeared from a door to the right.
"The gentlemen wanted to see the Colonel, but I've told them he isn't at home," the maid said. "All right, Jenny, I'll handle it."
She came forward, an open book in one hand.
"I'm Harriet Craig. Is there anything I can do?"
She was perhaps 22 or 3, and nothing like her sister. The black, shoulder-length hair framed a face that was too angular for beauty, the mouth so wide that it was almost ugly. And then, for no accountable reason, she smiled, and the transformation was so complete that she might have been a different person. Miller produced his warrant card.
"I wonder if we could have a word with you, Miss Craig."
She looked at the card and frowned.
"Is anything wrong?"
"If we could go inside, miss," Brady said gently.
The drawing room into which she led them was beautifully furnished in excellent taste, and purple and white hyacinths made a brave splash of colour in a pewter bowl that stood on the grand piano. She turned, a hand on the mantel-shelf.
"Won't you sit down?"
Miller shook his head.
"I think it might be a good idea if you did."
She stiffened slightly.
"You've got bad news for me, is that it?"
And then, as if by intuition,
"Is it my sister? Is it Joanna?"
Miller produced one of the photos from his inside pocket.
"Is this her?"
She took the photo from him almost mechanically, and her eyes widened in horror. When she spoke, it was in a whisper.
"She's dead, isn't she?"
"I'm afraid so," said Miller gently. "She was taken out of the river at dawn today. To the best of our knowledge, she committed suicide."
"Suicide? Oh, my God!"
And then she seemed to crack, to break into 1,000 fragments, and as Miller's arms opened to her, she lurched into them, burying her face against his chest, like some small child, seeking comfort and strength in a world she could no longer understand. Jack Palmer lifted the sheet, and for a brief moment Harriet Craig looked down on the dead face of her sister. She swayed slightly, and Miller's grip tightened on her elbow. "All right to use your office for 10 minutes, Jack?"
"Help yourself."
It was warm in the tiny glass office after the cold outside. Miller sat her in the only chair and perched on the edge of the desk. Jack Brady leaned against the door, notebook and pencil ready.
"I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you some questions," Miller said. She nodded, gripping her handbag so tightly that her knuckles gleamed white.
"That's all right."
"Were you aware that for the past 3 months your sister was living at a house in Grosvenor Road under the name of Joanna Martin?" She shook her head.
"No. In fact, it doesn't make sense. We understood she was in London. We've had 3 letters from her, and they were all postmarked Chelsea."
"I understand there was some trouble at the College of Art," Miller said. "That she had to leave. Could you tell me about that?"
"It's rather difficult to explain. Joanna was always a sweet kid, very talented but a little naive. That's why my father thought it would be better to let her attend the local college and live at home instead of going away."
She took a deep, shuddering breath, and when she continued, her voice was much stronger.
"And then, 3 or 4 months ago, she seemed to change overnight. It was as if she'd become a different person."
"In what way exactly?"
"Her whole temperament altered. She became violently angry on the slightest excuse. It became almost impossible to handle her. She came home drunk a couple of times, and then she started staying out all night. Naturally, my father didn't like that, but he's often away on business, and in any case, she was hardly a child."
"How old was she?"
20 last month. After a while there was trouble at the college. She behaved so badly that she was asked to leave."
"What happened then?"
"She had a furious row with my father and ended by packing her bags and leaving. She said she intended to continue her studies at one of the London colleges."
"What about money? Did your father agree to support her?"
"There was no need. She had some of her own, just over £1,000, a legacy from an old aunt a year or 2 ago."
"What about boyfriends? At the college, for instance?"
"In the 2 years she was there, she never brought a single one home. As I've said, until that sudden dreadful change in her, she was a shy, rather introverted girl, very much bound up in her work."
"Did she ever mention a man named Max Vernon at all?"
Harriet Craig frowned slightly. "Not that I recall. Who is he?"
"Just someone who apparently knew her, but it's of no consequence." Miller hesitated and went on. "Your sister was a drug addict, Miss Craig. Were you aware of that fact?" His answer was plain in the incredulous horror in her eyes as she looked up at him sharply. Her head moved slightly from side to side. Her mouth opened as if to speak, but no sound was uttered. Miller stood up as she buried her face in her hands and broke into a storm of weeping. He patted her gently on the shoulder and turned to Brady. "Take her home, Jack. You can use my car." "What about you?" "I think I'll have another little chat with Monica Gray, and this time I'll have some straight answers. You can catch up with me there." He went out quickly, fastening the belt of his trench coat as he moved along the corridor, and the expression on his face was like the wrath of God. 5. The door of her room was unlocked, and when he opened it gently and went in, she was sitting on the edge of the bed buffing her nails. She glanced up sharply, and Miller closed the door. "Sergeant Miller?" she said, and then her voice faltered. Miller produced one of the photos and held it up. Joanna Maria Craig. He slipped the photo back into his pocket. "Why did you lie to me?" "I don't know what you mean." Joanna Craig was a student at the College of Art for the best part of 2 years. So were you. And don't try to tell me you never came across her. You were in the same year group. I've just checked. She stared up at him, her face white, and he took his time over lighting a cigarette. Another thing, Mrs. Kilroy told me that Joanna had just arrived on the doorstep one day complete with baggage, that there just happened to be a vacancy. Now that isn't true, is it? She knew there was a vacancy because you told her. She shook her head vigorously. It isn't true. Isn't it? Then try this for size. You work for Max Vernon, don't you? And this time he had her. Her eyes widened in horror, and he went on relentlessly. Joanna was his girlfriend. I've got proof. Are you going to try to tell me you didn't know that as well? She tried to get to her feet, and he flung her back across the bed fiercely. Come on, damn you! What about the truth for a change? She turned her face into the pillow and burst into a flood of tears, her whole body shaking. Miller stood looking down at her, something close to pity in his eyes, and then he moved across the room quickly and went into the small kitchen. He found half a bottle of gin in one of the cupboards, poured a generous measure into a tumbler, and went back. He sat on the edge of the bed, and she turned her tear-stained face towards him. He'll kill me. I know he will. No one's going to kill you. Miller held out the glass. Drink this. You'll feel better. She struggled up against the pillows. You don't know what he can be like. Max Vernon. She nodded and sipped some of her gin. He's a devil, a walking devil. Cruel, arrogant. Anything he wants, he takes. And that included Joanna Craig. Her eyes widened in amazement. How did you know that? Just a hunch. But tell me about it. Everything that happened. All right. She swung her legs to the floor, stood up, and paced restlessly about the room as she talked. You were right about the College of Art. I knew Joanna for nearly 2 years. Not that we were close friends or anything like that. I liked to live it up. Joanna was more interested in her work. What about boyfriends? She hardly ever bothered. This may sound crazy to you, but she had something about her. She was sort of untouched by life, if you know what I mean. I think I do, Miller said. Not that there was anything weird about her. Everybody liked her. She was the sweetest person I've ever known. But they treated her with respect, particularly the men. That's something for art students, believe me. And yet she changed, Miller said. So utterly and completely that she might have been a different person. Why? She met Max Vernon. I wouldn't have thought he was her type. He wasn't. That was the whole trouble. She swallowed the rest of her gin and sat on the edge of the bed. I answered an advertisement for female croupiers at the Flamingo. As I told you earlier, the money was so good that I dropped out of the college course and started working there. Max was always throwing big parties, and he was pretty free and easy about us bringing our friends along. You took Joanna to one? That's right. About 4 months ago. I bumped into her one afternoon quite by chance. There was a party that evening, and I asked her to come on impulse. I never expected her to say yes, but she did. What happened? Max took a fancy to her. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just her innocence. She was certainly different from every other girl there. Did she respond? Anything but, and he tried everything, believe me. Then she passed out. I thought that maybe she'd had one gin too many or something. Max took charge. He said she could sleep it off there. And you left her? There was nothing I could do. She got to her feet and crossed to the window.
She phoned me here the next day and asked me to meet her in town. Poor kid, she was in a hell of a state.
I'm not surprised. She swung round to face him.
Oh no, it was worse than that. Much worse. You see, someone had given her a fix while she was unconscious.
The bile rose in Miller's throat, threatening to choke him. He got to his feet and walked towards the door, fists clenched, and when he turned, she recoiled from the terrible anger on his face. Max Vernon.
I don't know. I haven't any proof.
Miller crossed the room in 3 quick strides and grabbed her savagely by the shoulders. Was it Max Vernon?
Well, who the hell else could it have been?
She cried. For a long moment he held her, and when he turned away, she dropped down onto the bed.
She didn't know what had happened to her. All she knew was that her body needed something.
And only one person was able to supply it, Miller said bitterly. She wasn't only hooked on heroin and cocaine, she was hooked on Max Vernon. When Monica Gray continued, her voice was dry and lifeless.
She had a lot of trouble at home, and then they asked her to leave at the college. Her whole personality changed. That's how it affects them. I've seen it before.
So she came to live here with you?
Max thought it was a good idea. It's a funny thing, but for a while there, I thought he was really gone on her. He had her at the club all the time, and if any other man even went near her...
She shuddered.
He keeps a couple of heavies around called Carver and Stratton. One night at a party, some bloke made a pass at Joanna, and they took him out into the alley and half killed him. I heard he lost his right eye. That's the kind they are.
When did the rot set in? She looked up at him quickly.
You don't miss much, do you?
In my job I can't afford to.
I don't know what happened, but Max changed towards her just like that about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
She was pregnant. Did you know that?
She shook her head quickly. No, I didn't. Maybe that would explain it.
Did he drop her completely? She nodded.
Told her to stay away from the club. She did too, until last night.
What happened then?
Max was throwing a private party. Just a small affair, mainly personal friends.
You were there?
I'm always there, she said. All part of the job. Something else he didn't tell me at the interview. Anyway, it must have been about 9 o'clock. Things had just started to swing when the door opened and Joanna walked in.
Just like that?
Apparently she still had a key to the private door in the alley. Max was furious. He dragged her into a corner and started telling her where to get off. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but you'd only need to see her face to know that she was pleading with him.
What happened?
As I say, I couldn't hear what she said, but he laughed right in her face and said, "There's always the river, isn't there?" I wasn't the only one who heard that.
There was a long silence, and then Miller said calmly, "It would seem she took him at his word." Monica Gray didn't reply, and he got to his feet. Does he know she's dead?
Not as far as I'm aware.
You haven't been in touch with him since I was last here? She shook her head, and he nodded, moved to the door, and opened it. You do, and I'll crucify you. As he went downstairs, Brady opened the front door. He paused, waiting for Miller to join him. Any luck? You could say that. How about Harriet Craig? She'll be fine once she gets over the initial shock. She's got a lot about her, that one. Where to now? The Flamingo Club, Miller said. To have a few words with Mr. Maxwell Vernon. I'll explain on the way. He went down the steps quickly, and when he slipped behind the wheel of the Cooper, his hands were shaking.
Max Vernon's office was a showpiece in cream and gold, and furnished in perfect taste. The walls lined with expensive military prints, a fire flickering brightly in the Adam grate. He made a handsome figure sitting there at his desk, the last rays of the afternoon sun lighting up the fair hair, picking out the colours of the green velvet smoking jacket, the Guards Brigade scarf at his throat. There was a knock on the door. It opened and Stratton came in.
"I've got those figures you wanted."
Vernon put down his pen and sat back. "Good show, Billy. Just leave 'em on the desk. Anything else?"
"Yes, this copper you were asking about."
"Miller?"
"That's right. You're on a bum steer there. He's anything but bent. It seems his brother owns a chain of television shops. Miller's a sleeping partner. That's where all his guilt comes from."
"But that's illegal," Vernon said. "Coppers aren't encouraged to have business interests on the side." Stratton nodded.
"Apparently they all know about it on the force, but they simply look the other way. It seems Miller's a blue-eyed boy. He's been to university, got a law degree and that sort of thing."
"Has he now?" Vernon said. "Now that is interesting." There was a sudden disturbance in the corridor outside, and then the door was thrown open and Miller walked in. Behind him, Jack Brady and Carver glowered at each other, chest to chest. Stratton took one quick, fluid step forward like a ballet dancer, his right hand sliding into his pocket, and Miller raised a finger warningly. "You do, and I'll break your arm." Vernon sat there, apparently unmoved. A slight smile hooked firmly into place. "Do come in," he said ironically. "I intend to," Miller told him. "Get rid of these two. We've got business."
"Now look here, you bastard,"
Carver began, and Vernon's voice rang across the room like cold steel.
"I'll call if I need you."
Carver and Stratton obeyed without another murmur, and as the door closed behind them, Vernon grinned. "Good discipline. That's what I like to see." "Once a guardsman, always a guardsman. Is that it?" Miller said. "The most exclusive private club in the world." Vernon fitted a cigarette into a green jade holder and gave a mock sigh. "You've been checking up on me, Sergeant." "And how?" Miller said. "The Yard was more than interested to hear you'd turned up again." "Let's get one thing clear," Vernon said. "I run a perfectly legitimate business here, and that applies to everything else I own. If you've anything else to say, I suggest you discuss it with my lawyers." He reached for the telephone, and Miller said calmly, "We pulled Joanna Craig out of the river this morning, Vernon." For a brief moment only, Vernon's hand tightened on the phone, and then an expression of shock appeared on his face. "Joanna? In the river? But this doesn't make sense. You're quite sure it's her?" "Why shouldn't we be?" "The fact is, I understood she'd been living under an assumed name. Nothing sinister, just to stop her family from running her down. She'd had trouble at home." He shook his head. "This is terrible. Terrible." It was all there, beautifully detailed by a steel-trap mind which had assessed the situation in a matter of seconds and had come up with the only possible counter with the speed of a computer. "When did you first meet her?" The answer came without the slightest hesitation. "About 4 months ago. Someone brought her along to one of my parties. I discovered she was a very talented artist. I wanted some murals for the club, and she agreed to accept the commission. It was as simple as that." "And that was all? Just a business arrangement?" "The murals are on the wall of the main casino. You can see them for yourself," Vernon said. "Anything else that was between us is no damned business of yours. She wasn't a child. She had a good body, and she liked the pleasures of the flesh as much as the rest of us." "So you did have an affair with her?" "If you mean by that, did she ever sleep with me, the answer is yes. If you're really interested, so do lots of other women, though I can't see what in the hell it has to do with you.
Did you know she was a junkie? That she was mainlining on heroin?
Good heavens, no.
Not good enough. You didn't even bother to look surprised.
Miller shook his head.
You're a liar.
Something glowed deep in Vernon's eyes. Am I? Miller gripped the edge of the desk to keep his hands from shaking.
I know this girl, Vernon. The first time I clapped eyes on her, she was floating off the central quay 2 feet under the surface, and yet I know more about her now than I do about my own sister. She was a sweet, shy girl, a little bit introverted, only interested in her work. To use an old-fashioned word for these times, she was a lady. A term that wouldn't mean a damned thing to you in spite of Eton, Sandhurst and the Guards.
Is that a fact now? Vernon said softly.
You're from under a stone, Vernon. Did you know that? Miller said. Now let me tell you what really happened between you and Joanna Craig. She was brought to one of your parties by an old student friend, and she must have looked as fresh as the flowers in spring compared to the usual rubbish you keep around. You wanted her, but she didn't want you, and that wasn't good enough for the great Maxwell Vernon, because what he wants, he takes. You got her boozed up and gave her a fix, and from then on she was hooked, because she had to have one every day of the week, and that meant coming to you, accepting your terms. That's the terrible thing about addiction to heroin. There's no degradation to which the victim won't stoop to get the stuff, and you must have been just about as low as she could get.
Vernon's face was white, the eyes burning. Have you quite finished?
I'll let you know when I have. When you'd had enough, you threw her out, and then last night she forced her way into your party to beg you to help her because she was going to have a baby. You laughed in her face, Vernon. You told her there was always the river, and she took you at your word.
Miller straightened up and took a deep breath.
I'm going to get you for that.
Are you now? Vernon said calmly. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Bloody Miller. I knew a girl called Joanna Craig, just like I know a hell of a lot of other girls. She painted some murals in the main casino downstairs. You or anyone else can see them whenever you like. Anything else is pure fantasy. You try bringing it out in an open court, and I'll knock you down so hard you'll never get up again. Now, I'm going to give you 1 minute to get out of here, or I'm calling my lawyer, and you know what that means.
Perfectly, Miller said. It means you're frightened to death.
He smiled coldly.
See you in court, Vernon.
He turned and nodded to Brady, who opened the door, and they went out. For a while Vernon sat there staring into space, and then he lifted the phone and pushed a button. "Is that you, Ben?" he said. "Send Stratton up right away. I've got a little job for him." Monica Gray came out of the bathroom listlessly. She'd hoped a good hot tub would make her feel better. Instead, she felt depressed, drained of all energy. How she was going to get through the long night at the Flamingo, she didn't know. The knock, when it came, was so faint that at first she thought she'd imagined it. She hesitated, fastening the belt of her robe quickly, and it sounded again. When she opened the door, she had a vague impression of someone standing there, of an arm sweeping up, and then liquid splashed across her face. She staggered back, a scream rising in her throat, her hands covering her eyes as they began to burn. She was aware of the door closing, and then a hand slammed against her shoulder, spinning her round so that she fell across the bed. Someone laughed coldly, and fingers fastened in her hair, jerking her head back painfully. "Come on now, dearie, open up for Uncle Billy." She opened her eyes, aware that the smarting had somehow eased, and looked into Billy Stratton's white, bloodless face. Only his lips had any colour, and he smiled, showing a row of sharp, even teeth. "Water, dearie, mixed with a little disinfectant to make your eyes sting. Just imagine what it could have been. Vitriol, for instance." He chuckled mirthlessly. "You'd have been blind now." She was absolutely terrified, and lay there staring up at him in horror as he patted her on the cheek. "You've been a naughty girl, haven't you? You've been talking to the wrong people. Mr. Vernon doesn't like that. He doesn't like that at all. Now get your clothes on. You're coming with me." It was almost dusk when Miller turned the Cooper in through the gates of the house in Grange Avenue and braked to a halt at the bottom of the steps leading up to the front door. It had been a long day, and he was so tired that he sat at the wheel for a moment before getting out. When he rang the bell, the door was opened by Jenny, the young maid, and her eyes were red and swollen from weeping. "Sergeant Miller," she said, "you'd better come in." "There was a message for me at headquarters," Miller said. "Apparently Colonel Craig called at the mortuary to view his daughter's body. I understand he'd like to see me." "The Colonel and Miss Harriet are out walking in the garden," Jenny said. "I'll get him for you." "That's all right," Miller told her. "I'll find him for myself." It was cold in the garden, and rooks cawed uneasily in the bare branches of the beech trees as he crossed the lawn already damp with the evening dew. Somewhere there was a low murmur of voices above the rattle of a small stream over stones, and then a familiar voice called to him on the quiet air. "Over here, Sergeant Miller." Harriet Craig leaned against the rail of a tiny rustic bridge. The man who stood with her was perhaps a shade under 6 feet in height, with iron-grey hair cut close to his skull. The eyes were very calm above high cheekbones. For a moment they considered Miller, and then he held out his hand.
"It was good of you to come so quickly."
There was an extraordinary impression of vitality about him, of controlled force that Miller found strangely disturbing. He must have been at least 48 or 9, and yet he carried himself with the easy confidence of a man half his age. "Your message said that you'd like to talk things over with me," Miller said. "I'll be happy to help in any way I can."
"I've seen your Superintendent Grant," Colonel Craig said. "He gave me as comprehensive a report as he could, but felt that the full details would be better coming from you."
He hesitated, and then went on.
"I believe Harriet gave you some indication of the trouble we were having with Joanna."
"That's right."
"I've been given to understand that she'd become addicted to the drug heroin."
Which explains what otherwise would have been her completely inexplicable change in character, Miller told him. "You must understand that heroin produces a feeling of well-being and buoyancy, but in between fixes an addict is sick, unwell, and has only one thought in mind, to get another fix. They become paranoid, irritable, subject to extremes of emotion."
"And that's what happened to Joanna?"
"The girl who gave you all that trouble wasn't your daughter, Colonel," Miller said gently. "She only looked like her." For a long, long moment there was silence, and then Colonel Craig said,
"Thank you for that, Sergeant. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like you to tell me everything. Everything there is to know about this whole sorry affair."
It didn't take long. That was the strange thing. And when he had finished, Harriet Craig leaned against the rail, crying quietly, her father's arm about her shoulders.
"This man Vernon," Craig said. "He'll be called as a witness at the inquest."
"That's right."
Is there any possibility of a criminal charge being preferred against him?
Miller sighed heavily and shook his head. I might as well be honest with you. I don't hold out much hope.
But he murdered Joanna, Harriet Craig cried passionately. Murdered her as surely as if he'd used a gun or a knife.
I know that, Miller said. Morally, he's as guilty as any man could be. But the facts are all that matters, and this is how it will look in court. Your sister committed suicide. She was pregnant, and she was also a drug addict. One witness, Monica Gray, has indicated that someone gave your daughter an injection of heroin at a party at Max Vernon's after she'd passed out. But even she can't swear definitely that it was Vernon. She wouldn't last 5 minutes on the stand with the kind of counsel he'd bring in. Another thing, this isn't a criminal matter at the moment. All she's done is give me a general verbal statement that she might change completely once she's on the stand.
But Vernon was responsible, Harriet said. He was responsible for everything. You believe that yourself.
Proving it is something else again. There was another long silence, and then Craig said,
There's just one thing I don't understand. Joanna did everything she could to conceal her identity before she killed herself. Why would she do that?
Do you really want me to answer that, Colonel?
More than anything else in the world.
All right. I'd say she did it for you. The expression on Craig's face didn't alter.
Please go on.
In those final moments, I think she must have been thinking more clearly than she had for a long time. She'd let you down enough. She didn't want to shame you any more. I think she wanted the river to swallow her up as if she'd never been. When Craig replied, only the slightest of tremor disturbed the even tenor of his voice.
Thank you, Sergeant. Somehow I thought it might be something like that.
6. When Brady opened the door of the coroner's court and peered inside, the proceedings had already started. In spite of the fact that there were no more than half a dozen members of the public present, the court seemed overcrowded, with the jury taking up almost one side of the room and the coroner high above them on the bench, the court officers below. Miller was just leaving the stand. He noticed Brady at once, and they went outside quietly and closed the door. "Sorry I'm late," Brady said. "I had a remand." "How's it going?" "I've just done my little act. Craig's down front with Harriet. Vernon's got Harry Baxter with him."
"That old shark,"
Brady whistled. "He'll charge him plenty." "Any word from Grant?" Brady nodded. "Not good, I'm afraid. He's just heard from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. They've considered the matter, and as far as they're concerned, there isn't even the beginnings of a case against Vernon." "Never mind. It was worth a try, and there's still the hearing. You can never be sure what's going to happen at a coroner's inquest." They went back inside and sat down in time to hear Monica Gray take the oath. "You are Monica Alice Gray, and you reside at 15 Argyle Road?"
"That's right."
"When did you first meet the deceased?"
"About 2 years ago. We were both students at the College of Arts."
"We have heard from Detective Sergeant Miller that she came to reside at the same address as yourself under the name of Joanna Martin. Why was that?"
"She was having trouble at home. She decided to leave, but she didn't want her father to know where she was living."
Miller leaned forward slightly, intent on the proceedings. In his own case, he had been compelled to stick strictly to the facts, and what Monica Gray said from now on was going to be of crucial importance.
"You were on close terms with the deceased?"
"We were good friends, yes."
She confided in you, discussed her troubles. For example, were you aware that she was a drug addict?
I was, but only found out by accident. I happened to go into her room one day and found her giving herself a fix.
The coroner glanced over the top of his spectacles sharply.
I beg your pardon? An injection of heroin?
And did she tell you what had started her on the habit?
Yes.
She said she'd passed out after having too much drink at some party or other. Someone had given her an injection while she was unconscious.
Why would anyone do that?
I don't know.
For a giggle, maybe?
Indeed.
The coroner examined the papers in front of him, his face impassive.
Did she ever suggest to you that the party in question was at a gaming club called the Flamingo, owned by Mr. Maxwell Vernon?
Definitely not.
The coroner looked at her steadily for a moment, and then nodded.
You were aware that she was pregnant?
Yes, she told me a couple of weeks ago.
In what circumstances?
She was very upset. She asked me if I knew anyone who could help her.
To get rid of the child?
That's right.
The coroner made another note.
One final question. As regards the state of mind of the deceased, would you say she was a balanced individual?
Monica Gray shook her head.
Not during the time she lived with me. She sometimes had terrible bouts of depression, but I think that was the drugs.
Thank you. That will be all.
The fat, well-dressed man who was sitting at the front beside Vernon half rose, and the coroner stayed Monica Gray with his hand.
Yes, Mr. Baxter.
I appear on behalf of Mr. Maxwell Vernon, called as a witness in this matter. Certain rumours seem to be circulating which connect my client and the deceased. I think we might be able to clarify the situation if I could put a question or two to Miss Gray.
By all means.
I shan't keep you long, Miss Gray, Baxter said. I'd like to return to this question of the deceased's pregnancy. Did she ever tell you who the father was?
I asked her, but she wouldn't disclose his name.
It has been alleged in certain quarters that my client was responsible.
He couldn't have been.
You seem very positive. Might I ask why? Monica Gray hesitated, glanced across at Vernon, and said with obvious reluctance,
To tell you the truth, I knew Joanna had been out with Mr. Vernon a few times, and I thought it might be him. When I put it to her, she said definitely not, that it was someone else entirely.
A last question, Miss Gray. I understand you were present at a private party given by Mr. Vernon at his flat at the Flamingo Club on the night the deceased died.
That's right.
Please tell us what happened.
It was about 9 o'clock. The party had just got started when Joanna walked in. She was in a bit of a state, so Mr. Vernon took her into the corner to calm her down.
Could you hear their conversation?
Not really. She was obviously very upset, and Mr. Vernon seemed to be trying to take her out of herself. After a while, she just turned and walked out.
What did Mr. Vernon do?
He took me on one side and said he hadn't liked the way she was talking. He asked me to keep an eye on her, to let him know if there was anything he could do.
Thank you, Miss Gray. Monica Gray returned to her seat as Baxter sat down and Vernon was called. He made an impressive figure in the dock, erect and manly in a well-cut suit, the guard's tie standing out against a snow-white shirt. His occupation was given as company director, which made the impression on the jury that Miller had expected.
Mr. Vernon, how long had you known the deceased?
About 4 months, Vernon said.
Miss Monica Gray, an employee of mine, brought her to a party at my place one night. I understood they'd been students together. And you became close friends. I think it would be fair to say that, Vernon shrugged. As an artist, she had real talent, and I admired her work. I commissioned her to paint a series of murals at my club. I see. The coroner's voice was dry, remote. Was the relationship ever anything more than a business one? I took her to dinner now and then, or to the theatre. We got on very well together. I liked her immensely. And on occasion you were intimate with her? Vernon managed to inject just the right amount of outrage into his voice when he replied, "The girl's dead, damn you! Can't she be left in peace?" There was a flurry of movement amongst the jury, an outburst of whispering. One man even nodded approvingly, and the coroner had to call for silence. He removed his spectacles and leaned back in his chair. "Mr. Vernon, I can respect your feelings in this matter, but I must insist on a reply. And you are still under oath, sir." Vernon's shoulders sagged. "Yes, we were intimate." He drew himself up suddenly and glared fiercely at the coroner. "And why not? She wasn't a child. It was our own affair." The coroner replaced his spectacles and examined the papers before him again. "Were you aware that she had become a drug addict?" "Certainly not. Do you think I could have stood by and done nothing if I'd known?" "We've already heard that on the night she died, she appeared at a private party you were giving at your club." "That's right." "What happened on that occasion?" "There really isn't much to tell. She was depressed and unhappy. She told me that she'd lost the urge to paint, that life didn't seem worth living any longer. I realise, in retrospect, that it was the drugs which had reduced her to that state. I advised her to go home. She told me previously that she and her father hadn't been seeing eye to eye, but it seemed to me that didn't matter any longer, that home was the best place for her." "How did she react to that advice?" "She didn't, I'm afraid. I went to get her a drink. When I returned, she'd gone." "Thank you, Mr. Vernon. You may stand down." As Vernon went back to his seat, Baxter rose again. "If I might insert a word at this time on my client's behalf?" The coroner nodded, and Baxter continued. "Certain allegations do seem to have been made in connection with this unfortunate young woman's death. Allegations which would suggest that my client was in some way responsible. I would suggest his complete honesty in answering the question put to him, and his bearing on the stand, added to the statement of Miss Monica Gray, an independent witness, make nonsense of these allegations, which are completely without foundation. My client is managing director of a company which controls several important enterprises. I might also add, although he has attempted to dissuade me from so doing, that he was at one time a regular officer in the Brigade of Guards and in 1951 was awarded the Distinguished Service Order for gallantry and outstanding leadership during the Malayan emergency." Vernon looked suitably embarrassed as Baxter sat down. "Thank you, Mr. Baxter," the coroner said. "Call Colonel Craig, please." All eyes turned on Craig as he got to his feet and moved to the stand. He stood there, hands resting lightly on the rail, the eternal soldier in spite of his dark suit and tie. "You are Colonel Duncan Stewart Craig, and you reside at Rosedene, Grange Avenue, St. Martin's Wood."
"That is correct."
"Did you see the body of a woman at the city mortuary on Tuesday of this week?"
"I did."
"Who was she?"
"My daughter, Joanna Maria Craig."
I will issue you with a burial order."
There was a pause as the coroner made a note, and he continued,
"I know this must be most distressing for you, Colonel Craig, so I shan't keep you long. Until 4 months ago, or thereabouts, your daughter was a perfectly normal young woman for her age in every way?"
"That is so. The change, when it came, was inexplicable to us. Temper tantrums, extremely emotional behaviour, that sort of thing. She became a completely different person. I realise now that her general deterioration was a direct consequence of her addiction to heroin."
"From the time your daughter left home until her death, did she ever communicate with you?"
"There were 3 letters, all postmarked Chelsea. They are before the court."
The coroner nodded.
"I have read them. They would seem to imply that she was residing in London and studying at a college of art there. Presumably some acquaintance posted them for her."
He hesitated and then went on.
"Colonel Craig, you have heard the evidence before the court. Have you anything to add?"
Miller felt Brady stir beside him and held his breath, waiting for Craig's answer.
"I have nothing to add, sir. The evidence in this matter seems clear enough."
"And you can make of that what you like," Brady whispered to Miller.
And then, with a rush, it was all over. The jury didn't even bother to retire, and the foreman, a small, greying bank clerk, rose self-consciously. "We find that the deceased took her own life while the balance of her mind was disturbed."
"And that is the verdict of you all?"
The foreman nodded and sat down.
"Let it be so entered."
There was a sudden hush as people sat up expectingly, waiting for the coroner's closing words.
"It is not within my province to make moral judgments. It is sufficient for me to say that, on the evidence presented, I must agree completely with the verdict of the jury. There is one disturbing feature of this case, and it is this. Joanna Craig was not a registered drug addict, and yet somehow or other she managed to obtain a daily supply. I trust that the representatives of the police present in court will see that this aspect of the affair is most thoroughly investigated."
"The court will rise for Her Majesty's coroner." There was a general move towards the exit, and Brady turned towards Miller, his face grim. "And that's that. The swine's got away with it."
"What else did you expect?"
Miller said. Colonel Craig and Harriet were still sitting down at the front, and Vernon and Baxter had to pass them. For a moment, Vernon hesitated as if to speak, and then obviously thought better of it. He nodded to Miller and Brady as he passed them, face grave, and went out. "I wonder what Craig would have done if the bastard had tried to speak to him," Brady said. Craig came towards them, Harriet hanging on to his arm. He smiled tightly.
"Have you gentlemen time for a drink?"
Brady shook his head reluctantly. "Not me, I'm afraid. I'm in court again in 10 minutes. He nodded to Miller. "I'll catch up with you later." For the moment, they had the court to themselves, and Harriet Craig said bitterly,
"Justice? Is that what they call it?"
"I'm sorry," Miller said. "More sorry than I can say. We tried the Director of Public Prosecutions, but he told us we hadn't got even the shadow of a case. I was hoping something might come out at the hearing. As you probably noticed, things are pretty informal in a coroner's court. No one gets worked up over procedure and so on, which usually means that things have a chance to break through to the surface."
"But not in this case, it would appear."
Craig put an arm around her shoulders and gave her a quick squeeze.
Let's have that drink, shall we? Do us all good.
They sat in the saloon bar of the George across the square, and Craig ordered brandy all round and offered Miller a cigarette while they waited. Behind them, the bar was lined with solicitors and their clerks and counsels in wig and gown, most of them snatching a beer and a sandwich between cases and talking shop. Harriet leaned across and covered one of Miller's hands with her own.
"I'm sorry I sounded off back there in court. I wasn't getting at you. You believe that, don't you?"
"That's all right. You know, Vernon's a very clever man," Craig said. "He handled himself superbly, made an excellent impression on the jury."
"And the girl helps, don't forget that," Miller said.
"Yes. She lied, didn't she?"
"Too true she did. Probably under extreme coercion." Miller hesitated and then went on.
"It wasn't her fault, you know.
She was just as much a victim of circumstances as Joanna was. Actually, she's quite a nice girl." Craig swirled the brandy around in his glass and drank some.
"You know, I've been finding out a few things about our Mr. Vernon. He's quite a character."
"Is that so?" Miller said carefully.
"Come off it, Sergeant. You know what I mean."
Craig swallowed the rest of his brandy and waved to the waiter for another.
"You've heard of Peddler Palmer, I suppose?"
"Detective Superintendent Palmer of the Special Branch at Scotland Yard."
"That's right. We did some soldiering together in the Middle East back in '43. I gave him a ring yesterday just to ask him what he could tell me about Vernon. He owes me a favour or two. That's in confidence, mind you."
"Naturally."
"Quite a boy, Max Vernon. Do you think he's getting up to the same sort of capers in these parts as he did in London?"
"Leopards don't change their spots."
"That's what I thought."
Craig nodded, a slight, abstracted smile on his face.
"What is it they say about justice, Sergeant? It must not only be done, it must be seen to be done. But what happens when society falls down on the job? What happens when the law isn't adequate? Wouldn't you say the individual was entitled to take matters into his own hands?"
"I know one thing," Miller said. "It wouldn't be the law he was taking."
"You've got a good point there."
Craig glanced at his watch.
"Good heavens, is that the time? I must go." "Can you get a taxi, Harriet?"
Miller cut in quickly before she could reply. "I'll see she gets home all right. I have my own car."
"Thanks a lot. I'll see you later then, my dear."
He squeezed Harriet's shoulder briefly and was gone. "Another drink, Miss Craig?"
"No, I don't think so. I'd like to go if you don't mind. I'm feeling rather tired. These past few days have been something of a strain."
The Mini Cooper was in for servicing and he was using his brother's E-Type Jaguar that day. She was suitably impressed.
"I didn't know police pay had improved quite this much."
"It hasn't," he said as he handled her in and closed the door. "This belongs to my brother. He has more money than he knows what to do with, and he worries about me." He took the car out into the main traffic stream expertly. "You're a teacher, aren't you?" She nodded.
"That's right. Dock Street Secondary Modern. I took the day off."
"A pretty rough neighbourhood."
"Good experience. They're pulling the school down soon. There'll be a new comprehensive opening about half a mile away."
They drove in silence for a while, and then he said, "You don't think your father will try to do anything silly, do you?" She frowned.
"What on earth do you mean?"
"I wasn't too happy about that conversation we had back at the pub. All that stuff about taking the law into one's hands when society falls down on the job."
It's worth a thought, isn't it?
Miller shook his head. Not if he wants to stay alive. Max Vernon's a powerful, ruthless criminal, without the slightest scruples about who he hurts or how he does it. He'd crush your father like an ant under his foot. She turned on him, her mouth slack with amazement.
Crush Duncan Craig? That worm?
She laughed wildly.
Don't you know who my father is? If he's made the decision I think he has, then Maxwell Vernon is a dead man walking.
Seven. When Monica Gray opened her door and found Duncan Craig standing there, she tried to close it quickly, but he was inside before she could stop him. She backed away, her throat going dry, and he shook his head slowly.
I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to harm you in any way. Just sit down like a good girl and listen to me.
Suddenly she was no longer afraid. In fact, for some strange reason, she felt like crying, and she did as she was told and slumped down on the bed.
You lied at the inquest, didn't you?
I had to. God knows what would have happened to me if I hadn't done as I was told.
Then your original statement to Sergeant Miller was true. It was Max Vernon who first gave my daughter heroin.
It had to be him, she said. It couldn't have been anyone else.
And Vernon who continued to supply her.
She nodded. One of his little sidelines.
You know a great deal about him, don't you?
Plenty, she said. But you needn't think I'm going to sing out in open court for you or anyone else.
You won't have to. Have you got a passport?
She nodded.
Somewhere around the place. Why?
He took a large buff envelope from his inside breast pocket.
You'll find traveller's checks in here for £1,000, plus a ticket on the 4:30 flight to London Airport.
And just how long do you think it would take Max Vernon to catch up with me?
At least a couple of days. Long enough for you to complete any formalities, have any necessary inoculations and so on. You'll find another plane ticket in the envelope. A first-class single to Sydney. You could be on your way by Wednesday.
You mean Sydney, Australia?
That's right. You'll also find a letter to a business friend of mine out there. He'll fix you up with a job and help you get started. You'll be all right. He owes me a favour.
Her eyes were shining, and the lines had been wiped clean from her forehead. Colonel Craig laid the envelope down on the bed beside her.
In return, I want you to tell me everything there is to know about Max Vernon.
She didn't hesitate. It's a deal. You talk and I'll pack.
They tell me he was the brains behind one or two big jobs in the London area. The Knavesmire airport bullion robbery, for instance. Has he pulled anything like that up here?
Not as far as I know. But I think there's something in the wind. There's been some funny customers in and out of the place lately.
What about the Flamingo? Is the game honest?
It has to be. She pulled a suitcase down from the top of the wardrobe. It caters for the most exclusive clientele in town.
You wouldn't have a key to the place by any chance?
Sure. To the back door. She opened her handbag, produced a Yale key and threw it across. My pleasure.
What other little enterprises does Vernon operate?
There's the betting shops.
I'm looking for something rather more illegal.
That's easy. He runs a cut liquor still up the York Road. Gibson's Furniture Factory, it says outside, but it's a front. Supplies clubs all over the north.
Where does the liquor come from in the first place?
Your guess is as good as mine. Some from long-distance lorries that took the wrong turning. Some they make on the premises. He's got money tied up in that place.
But more still in the Flamingo.
She fastened the lid on one suitcase and took down another. Better than 100,000. Without the Flamingo, he's nothing. He had to take what he could get when he sold up in London. They say he dropped a bundle.
And what about the betting shops?
He operates them on a day-to-day basis using the cash from the previous night's take at the Flamingo. He still hasn't got on his feet up here yet.
So everything revolves around the Flamingo?
I suppose you could say that.
She frowned suddenly.
What are you getting at?
Never you mind. You've got other things to think about now.
He glanced at his watch.
We'll have to get moving. We've got exactly half an hour to get you to the airport.
The Bull and Bell Yard was not far from the market. A dirty and sunless cobbled alley named after the public house which had stood there for more than 200 years. Beside the entrance to the Snug stood several overflowing dustbins and cardboard boxes, and packing cases were thrown together in an untidy heap. It was raining slightly, and an old man squatted against the wall, a bottle of beer in one hand, a sandwich in the other. He wore an ancient army greatcoat, and his hair and beard were long and matted. The door opened, and a barman appeared in the entrance, a bucket in one hand. He was a large, hefty young man in a white apron with long, dark sideburns and a cold, rather dangerous face. He emptied the bucket of slops across the cobbles and looked down at the old man in disgust. "You still here, sailor? Christ Jesus, I don't know how you can stand it."
"Go on, Harry,"
the old man said hoarsely.
"Ain't doing any harm, am I?"
The barman went back inside, and Sailor raised the bottle of beer to his lips. He lowered it slowly, his mouth gaping in amazement. The man who stood facing him had the most extraordinary eyes the sailor had ever seen, quite dark and completely expressionless. He wore a 3/4-length British warm, a bowler hat, and carried a tightly rolled umbrella. His hand disappeared into a pocket and came out holding a £1 note.
"Do you know Mr. Vernon?" he said. "Mr. Max Vernon."
Sailor nodded.
"Is he inside?"
"In the snug, Governor."
The man in the bowler hat dropped the £1 note into his lap.
"I'm very much obliged to you," he said, and went inside.
Sailor waited for no more than a moment, and then he scrambled to his feet, pushed open the door an inch or two, and peered in. The Bull and Bell did 95% of its trade in the evenings, which was why Max Vernon preferred to patronise it in the afternoon. For one thing, it meant that he could have the snug to himself, which was handy for business of a certain kind. He sat down on a stool at the bar, finishing a roast beef sandwich, a pint of bitter at his elbow, and Carver and Stratton lounged on the window seat, chatting idly. It was Carver who first noticed Craig standing in the doorway.
"Christ almighty,"
he said, and then there was a long silence. Craig moved into the snug and paused against the bar 3 or 4 feet away from Vernon.
"There you are, Vernon. You know, you're a damned difficult fellow to run down. I've been looking everywhere for you."
"I'm in the telephone book, Colonel," Vernon said calmly.
"Ah, but that wouldn't have suited my purpose at all, I'm afraid,"
Craig said.
"What I was hoping for was a private chat, just the two of us."
He glanced at Carver and Stratton, and Vernon shrugged. "There's nothing you can say to me that these two can't hear."
"Suit yourself."
Craig took a cigarette from a pigskin case and lit it carefully.
"I expect you'll be wondering why Monica Gray didn't turn up for work last night. She gave me a message for you."
"Did she now?"
"I'm afraid you'll have to manage without her in future."
Craig blew smoke up towards the ceiling in a long streamer.
"Actually, I had a very informative chat with her, after which I put her on a plane with a first-class ticket to somewhere so far away that she can forget she ever knew a man called Max Vernon."
"What is this?" Vernon said. "A declaration of war?"
"To the knife,"
Craig said pleasantly.
"First of all, I'm going to destroy the things that are important to you, Vernon. After that, and only when I'm ready, I'm going to destroy you."
Stratton took a sudden step forward, and Vernon raised his hand quickly. "Stay where you are!" He looked Craig up and down and shook his head slowly. "It's been tried, Colonel. It's been tried by the best in the business, and they all ended up flat on their faces."
"But you did have to get out of London in rather a hurry."
"So what? I'll be up there on top again. I'm on my way now. I'll run this town before I'm finished."
"The great Max Vernon," Craig said. "He always gets what he wants."
"That's it."
"Including my daughter."
"Including your daughter. She saw things my way by the time I was through with her." For the first time, Craig's iron composure cracked, and his hand tightened around the handle of his umbrella. He half raised it as if to strike, but quickly regained control.
"Thank you for saying that, Vernon. You've made it a lot easier for me."
Vernon's easy smile vanished in an instant. "You know something? You remind me of my old colonel. I couldn't stand him either. Harry," he called, "get in here." Harry came in from the other bar drying a pewter tankard. "Yes, Mr. Vernon." Vernon nodded towards Craig and picked up his newspaper. "Get rid of him." "Certainly, Mr. Vernon." Harry lifted the bar flap and moved out.
"Right, on your way, mate."
"I'll go when I'm ready," Craig said pleasantly.
Harry's right hand fastened on Craig's collar, and they went through the door with a rush to a chorus of laughter from Stratton and Carver. As the door to the alley burst open, Sailor ducked behind a packing case and waited. Harry was grinning widely, an arm around Craig's throat. "We don't like fancy sods like you coming around here annoying the customers." He didn't get the chance to say anything else. Craig's right elbow swung back sharply, connecting just beneath the ribs, and, as Harry swung back gasping, he pivoted on one foot.
"You should never let anyone get that close. They haven't been teaching you properly."
Harry gave a cry of rage and sprang forward, his right fist swinging in a tremendous punch. Craig grabbed for the wrist with both hands and twisted it round and up so that he held him in a Japanese shoulder lock. Harry cried out in agony, and still keeping that terrible hold in position, Craig ran him headfirst into the stack of packing cases. As he bent down to retrieve his umbrella, Vernon appeared in the doorway, Carver and Stratton crowding behind him. Craig nodded briefly.
"I'll be in touch, Vernon,"
he said, and walked briskly away. It was perhaps 10 minutes later that the phone rang on Nick Miller's desk in the main CID room. He picked up the receiver at once, and a familiar voice, roughened by years of drink and disease, sounded in his ear.
"That you, Sergeant Miller? This is Sailor Hagen. I'm ringing from a call box in City Square. I've got something good for you. What's it worth?"
"Depends what it's about," Miller said.
"The bloke who took over Harry Faulkner's place. The Flamingo. Max Vernon."
Miller was already on his feet. "I'll meet you by the fountain in 5 minutes," he said, and hung up. When Miller was shown in, Vernon was in the main casino, looking over arrangements for the evening opening. "You're getting to be a permanent fixture around here," he said. "You can cut out the funny stuff," Miller told him. "What happened at the Bull and Bell?" "I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about." "Duncan Craig visited you there no more than an hour ago. As I understand it, he threatened to kill you." Vernon leaned against the edge of the roulette table and laughed gently. "Someone's been pulling your leg, old man." "This is serious, Vernon," Miller said. "I don't give a damn what happens to you, but I do care what happens to Duncan Craig." Vernon shrugged. "As far as I'm concerned, the whole thing's over and done with." He glanced at his watch. "They're burying his daughter at St. Gemma's Church at 4 o'clock. I sent a wreath. Could I do more than that?" "You did what?" Miller said incredulously. Vernon smiled blandly. "One does have to do the right thing on these occasions." When Miller's hands came out of their pockets, they were both tightly clenched. For a long moment, he stood there fighting the impulse to knock Vernon's teeth down his throat, and then he swung on his heel and walked rapidly towards the exit. Behind him, Vernon started to laugh gently. It was raining quite hard when Miller drove up to St. Gemma's. He parked the Cooper in the main road and went in through the side gate and along a narrow path lined with poplars leading to the cemetery. He could hear Father Ryan's voice as he went forward, and then he saw them. There were no more than 6 people grouped around the open grave, and the old priest's voice sounded brave and strong as the rain fell on his bare head. Miller moved off the path and stood behind a large marble tomb, and after a while Father Ryan finished, and the group broke up. Harriet Craig was crying steadily, and moved away in company with Jenny, the young maid, and Father Ryan followed them. Craig was left standing on his own beside the grave, and Miller went forward slowly.
It wouldn't work, he said softly. It wouldn't bring Joanna back.
Craig turned to face him.
What are you, a mind reader or something? I know what happened at the Bull and Bell this afternoon. I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. That's what Vernon said when I called on him. But someone dislocated Harry Parsons' shoulder and broke his nose. Who the hell was that? Mr. Nobody?
Craig looked down into the open grave.
She was a nice kid, Sergeant. A lot of dreams gone up in smoke there. I'm sorry about the wreath, Miller said.
Craig turned, frowning.
What wreath?
The wreath Vernon sent. God knows where he gets his gall from.
I'm happy to say you've been misinformed, Duncan Craig said. We've certainly received no wreath from Max Vernon.
As the rain increased into a solid downpour, he turned up his collar.
You must excuse me now, but Harriet's taken this afternoon rather hard. I'd like to get her home as soon as possible. Of course. If there's anything I can do. I don't think so.
Craig smiled briefly, shook hands, and walked briskly away. Miller watched him until he had disappeared round the side of the church, and then he turned and went back to his car. It was just after 10 on the following morning, and Max Vernon was having a late breakfast at a small table in front of the fire, when there was a knock on the door and Carver came in. "Now what?" Vernon demanded irritably. Carver held up a large and very beautiful wreath of white lilies without a word. "What is it, for God's sake?" "It's the wreath you told me to get for the Craig girl's funeral. The one I had delivered yesterday. The porter's just found it pinned to the private door in the alley."
"Has he now?" Vernon said softly.
"But that's not all, Max," Carver said. "This came with it."
Vernon took the small pasteboard card that Carver offered and held it up to the light. It was edged in black, and the inscription was simple and to the point. "In memory of Maxwell Vernon, 1929 to 1967, R.I.P." 8. Miller came awake slowly and stared up at the ceiling through the early morning gloom. He checked his watch. It was just coming up to 6, and then he remembered that he was on a rest day. He gave a sigh of pleasure and turned over. The outside door opened suddenly, and as he struggled up on one elbow, there was laughter and the pounding of feet across the floor of the lounge. A moment later, the bedroom door was flung open and his nephews erupted into the room, a large and very eager Airedale leading the way. The dog scrambled onto the bed and Miller shoved it away with a curse. "Get down, you brute!" Tommy was 8 and Roger 10, and they moved in on him from both sides, gurgling with laughter. "Come on, Uncle Nick! We're taking Fritz to the park for a run." "Not with me, you aren't," Miller said, hitching the blankets over his shoulders. "Uncle Nick, you promised." "When?" "Oh, ages ago." Fritz leapt clear across the bed and circled the room briskly, and Miller sighed. "All right. I know when I'm beaten. But get that brute out of here. You can wait for me in the yard." After they had gone, he went into the bathroom, splashed cold water onto his face, and dressed quickly in cord slacks, polo-necked sweater, and suede boots. He lit a cigarette and went outside. His brother's house stood in 2 acres of garden, a large Victorian villa in grey Yorkshire stone, and Miller's flat was above the garage block at the rear. As he went down the fire escape, an engine roared into life inside the garage, and the Mini Cooper reversed into the yard. Tommy and Fritz were in the rear, Roger at the wheel, and Miller opened the door quickly and pushed him into the passenger seat. "Don't you ever let your mother catch you doing that," he said. "You'll get me shot." When they reached the park, they left the car near the main gates, but instead of going inside, walked down the road to the public playing fields where Miller released Fritz. The Airedale bounded away, and the boys ran after him, shouting and laughing. Miller followed at his own pace, hands in pockets. The morning was cold and grey, and yet the wind was bracing, and he felt alive again for the first time in weeks. The boys had reached the line of iron railings that marked the boundary of the park. Suddenly Roger gave a cry that was echoed by Tommy, and they disappeared over the skyline. Miller hurried after them, and when he squeezed through a gap in the fence and looked down into the sports arena, a man in a black tracksuit was running round the grass track, Fritz in hot pursuit. Roger and Tommy were hopping about in the centre, calling ineffectually. By the time Miller reached the bottom of the hill, the runner had secured a grip on Fritz's collar and was leading him to the boys. They stood together in a little group, and Miller heard a burst of laughter. "Sorry about that," he said as he approached. The man in the tracksuit turned and grinned. "Surprise, surprise." It was Duncan Craig. "You're right, it is," Miller said. "You're up early." "The best part of the day. Besides, I like to keep fit." He ruffled Roger's hair. "These two imps yours?" "My nephews," Miller said. "For my sins. Roger and Tommy. Boys, this is Colonel Craig." They were enormously impressed. "Were you in the war?" Roger demanded. Craig grinned. "I'm afraid so." "Commandos?" "Nothing so romantic." They looked disappointed, and Miller snapped the lead to Fritz's collar. "Don't you believe him? Colonel Craig was something a whole lot more romantic than any commando." Craig glanced sharply at him. "Been doing a little research, Sergeant?" "You could say that." Miller brought Fritz to heel and nodded to the boys. "We'd better be getting back." They turned and ran across the arena, and Miller nodded to Craig. "I'll be seeing you." "I'm sure you will." When he reached the top of the hill, the boys were waiting for him, and Miller paused to catch his breath. Below, Craig was already halfway round the track. "I say, Uncle Nick," Roger said. "He certainly likes running, doesn't he?" "I suppose he does," Miller said, a slight frown on his face. And then he smiled. "I don't know about you two, but I'm starving. Come on, I'll race you to the car." Their excited laughter, mingled with the dogs' barking, died into the distance. And below, in the silent arena, Duncan Craig started on his second circuit, running strongly. There was a time when Nick Miller had aspired to be a black belt in karate or judo, but the pressure of work had interfered with that pursuit, as it had with so many things. When he entered the premises of the Cardon Judo Centre on the following morning, it was his first visit in a month. Bert King, the senior instructor, was dressed for the mat but sat at his desk reading the morning paper, a cup of coffee in his hand. He was a small, shrunken man whose head seemed too big for his body, and yet in the dojo he was poetry in motion, a third Dan in both judo and aikido. "Hello, Mr. Miller. Long time no see," he said cheerfully. "I don't seem to have time to turn round these days," Miller said. "But I've got an hour to spare this morning. Any chance of a private lesson?" Bert shook his head. "Sorry, I've got a client in the dojo now warming up. I was just going to go in." "Anyone I know?" "I don't think so. He isn't one of the regulars. A chap called Craig." Miller paused in the act of lighting a cigarette. "Colonel Duncan Craig?" That's right. Do you know him?
We've met. Is he any good?
You're telling me he is, Bert King said emphatically. His Aikido is murder, brown belt standard at least, maybe even first dan. And the strange thing is, he isn't even graded. He's been coming in 2 hours each day for a fortnight now, and it's taking me all my time to hold him, I can tell you.
Mind if I watch?
Help yourself.
He moved out of the office, opened the door to the dojo, and went inside. Miller hesitated for a moment and then followed him.
Craig and King faced each other in the centre of the mat. The Colonel was wearing an old judogi and looked fit and active, vibrant with energy like an unexploded time bomb. "Free practice," Bert King said.
Craig nodded. "All right by me."
The contest which followed lasted just under 15 minutes and was one of the finest Miller had seen. When it finished, both men were damp with sweat, and Bert King looked shaken for the first time since Miller had known him. "I must be getting old," he said. 10 minutes rest, and then we'll brush up on some of the finer points."
"That's fine by me."
Craig picked up his towel from the bench to wipe the sweat from his face and noticed Miller in the doorway.
"Hello, Sergeant. We seem to be running into each other all over the place."
"We'll have to get Sergeant Miller on the mat with you one of these days," Bert said.
Miller shook his head. "No, thanks. He's too rich for my blood."
"Don't you believe it," Bert told Craig. "He'll give you a run for your money."
"I'm sure he will."
Craig dropped his towel on the bench.
"I'll go through a few routines till you're ready, Bert."
There was a full-length mirror on the wall, and he stood in front of it and started to practice karate kicks, knee raised, flicking each foot forward in turn with lightning speed. "He's good, isn't he?" Bert King observed.
"Too damned good for comfort," Miller said,
and he turned and went out quickly, his face grim.
"So he likes to take early morning runs in the park, and he's keen on judo," Grant said. "So what? Plenty of men his age like to keep fit. Wish I had the time myself."
"But Duncan Craig is no ordinary man," Miller said. "I've been doing a little research on him. He took a BSc in electrical engineering at Leeds University in 1939, joined a tank regiment at the outbreak of war, and was captured at Arras when the Panzers broke through in 1940. His grandmother was French, and he speaks the language fluently, which helped when he escaped from prison camp and walked to Spain. Special Operations Executive recruited him when he got home and dropped him into France on 4 separate occasions to organise the Marquis. On his last job he was betrayed, but managed to slip through the net again. They posted him to the Middle East after that, and he spent the rest of the war working for the Special Air Service, organising guerrillas in the Cretan Mountains.
"He must have been a pretty hard apple," Grant observed.
"You're telling me." When the war ended, he was 27 and a lieutenant colonel. DSO and bar, MC, Legion of Honour, you name it, he's got it. The early March wind drove hail like bullets against the window of Grant's office, and he sighed.
"Look here, Nick. Don't you think you're getting this thing completely out of proportion?"
"Do I hell," Miller said. "Can you imagine a man like that sitting back while his daughter's murderer walks the streets a free man?"
"Now you're being melodramatic."
Grant shook his head.
"I don't buy this one, Nick. I don't buy it at all. Not that I don't want you to stop keeping a fatherly eye on Max Vernon. He'll make his move sooner or later, and when he does, I want us to be ready for him. As for Craig, just forget about him."
Miller crumpled the sheet of paper he was holding into a ball of paper, and Grant lost his temper.
"Just let me put you straight on 1 or 2 things before you go. In this town alone, crime has quadrupled over the past 7 years. We've a clear-up rate for housebreaking of 16%. The average week in the CID is 70 hours, and you want to waste your time on a thing like this? Go on, get out of here and get on with some work."
Miller went back to the outer office and sat down at his desk. Jack Brady came across, a sympathetic grin on his face, and leaned against the wall as he filled his pipe.
"You did ask for it, you know."
Miller sighed and ran his hands over his face.
"I'm right, Jack. I know I am."
"Perhaps you are, but I fail to see what you can do about it until something happens. Did you see that note I left for you?"
"This one?"
Miller picked a sheet of paper from his in-tray. "That's right. It came in half an hour ago. You did say you wanted to know of anything concerning Chuck Laser's place, didn't you?" Miller read the report quickly and then picked up the telephone.
"Get me the district inspector for the RSPCA."
He looked up at Brady.
"This could mean trouble."
"That's what I thought." A voice clicked in on the other end of the wire. "Forbes here."
"Good morning, Inspector. Detective Sergeant Miller, Central CID. You've sent us a routine report on 2 poisoned dogs, Dalmatians. I wonder if you'd mind telling me what happened."
"We got a call from a Mr. Laser of the Berkeley Club in Cork Square at 9 o'clock this morning. He found his dogs dead in the alley at the side of the club. Arsenical poisoning, which was why I reported it."
"Did he have any idea who was responsible?"
"He said very little. He was obviously quite distressed, and I don't blame him. They were beautiful animals." Miller thanked him and replaced the receiver. "What do you think?" Brady said. "A declaration of war?"
"I should imagine so."
Miller stood up and took down his trench coat from the stand.
"We'd better go round and see if we can damp down this little affair before it bursts into flame."
Chuck Laser was sitting at the piano in the empty casino, a glass at his elbow. He gave a tired grin when Miller and Brady entered and kept right on playing.
"Bad news travels fast."
"It certainly does," Miller said. "Why didn't you let me know?"
"My affair."
"Not in my book."
Miller pulled a chair forward and sat astride it, arms resting on the back.
"He's going to squeeze you out, Chuck. This is only the first step."
Laser shrugged and moved into a pushing, intricate arrangement of Blue Moon.
"I can look after myself."
"With what? A gun?"
Laser cracked, suddenly and completely.
"What in the hell do you expect me to do? Bow out gracefully and let him take over? I put a lot of sweat into this place, Nick. I run an honest game for a nice class of people, which suits me and suits them. I'm damned if I'm going to let Max Vernon walk all over me."
Miller got to his feet, walked across to one of the green baize table and picked up a pair of dice. He rattled them in his hand and turned, a frown on his face.
"When do you think they'll start, Jack?"
"Probably tonight, if what happened to the dogs is anything to go by," Brady said. "Half a dozen heavies mingling with the regular members, complaining about the service, starting a punch-up or two, the usual pattern. Before you know where you are, this place will be as dead as the Empire Music Hall." Laser's face had gone grey, and his shoulders sagged as he stopped playing.
"Okay, you win. What do I do?"
"You do nothing," Miller said. "Just leave everything to us. What time do you open?"
8 o'clock, but things don't really get moving till 9:30 or 10.
Miller turned to Brady inquiringly.
"Feel like a night on the town, Jack?"
"Suits me," Brady grinned. "Naturally, I'll expect my chips to be on the house." Laser managed a faint smile.
"I might as well get ruined that way as the other."
Miller clapped him on the shoulder.
"Don't worry, Chuck. We'll have the heavy brigade standing by. Anyone who starts anything tonight is in for the shock of their lives."
On returning to headquarters, Miller went in to see Grant to report on this latest development, and then sat down at his desk and started to work his way through some of the paper that had accumulated in his in-tray. It was just before 1, and he was thinking about going down to the canteen for a sandwich when the phone rang. It was a woman's voice, cool, assured, and faintly familiar. "Detective Sergeant Miller?"
"Speaking."
"Harriet Craig here."
"What can I do for you, Miss Craig?"
"I was wondering if we could have a chat."
"I don't see why not. Are you free this afternoon?"
"No, I'm afraid not. And this evening I'm going to the symphony concert at the George Hall with friends."
She hesitated, as if slightly uncertain.
"It finishes at 10. I could meet you then, or would that be too late?"
"Not at all," Miller said. "Shall I pick you up outside?"
"No, I'd rather not, if you don't mind. There's a bar in Gascoigne Square, the Romney. Do you know it?"
"I certainly do."
"I'll meet you in the lounge at 10:15. Miller replaced the receiver and stared into space, thinking about Gascoigne Square by night and the lounge bar of the Romney, the neon lights of the Flamingo Club flashing across from the other side.
"And now what's she up to?" he asked himself softly.